company. And you know what this reminds me of? When I worked at the helicopter company, helicopter support. It 1,000,000% reminds me of that. That's what I'm talking about! Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. I worked for a major company, a helicopter company. It's called Aftermarket Support for Helicopters. Okay? They're flying around. Things are breaking down. Parts are wearing out. We're a one-stop shop for helicopters. I was told, we see potential for you. You're better than just working customer support. Revamp the business from ground up. You can map it out and find bottlenecks and find shortcomings and find helicopters so that our company runs more efficiently. Okay? So I busted my ass. I worked my ass off. I did double work, never got paid for it. And you say, oh, it's part of the process, man. It's just part of corporate America. Fuck you. Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. It happened to me. Fuck you. Why don't you listen to me? You don't know shit. It happened to me. So shut the fuck up. Why don't you listen to me? Because no one can. That's where he's gonna go. Forever. It happened to me. Fuck you. Why don't you listen to me? You don't know shit. It happened to me. So shut the fuck up. Why don't you listen to me? Because no one cares. It happened to me. Fuck you. Why don't you listen to me? You don't know shit. It happened to me. So shut the fuck up.
Ban.
Because no one cares. That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Oh, Philip.
That's called motherfucking
How there are times I wish you say I'm divorcing Cat. Oh, there's times I wish I could be the one sitting in the car next to you. But Philip, one day this may come true. You complete me, my butthole. I need you, Philip. You complete me, my butthole. I need you, Philip. Put baby on. In between his folds.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Suck a dog off.
Man, stay on top, daddy. Man, color you're on top. Piece of man meat. We can enjoy being on the bottom. Philip, if I could lick your beard, I would. You complete my butthole.
That's what I'm talking about!
I need you, Philip.
That's called motherfucking party.
Complete my butthole. I love you, Philip. I need you, Philip. I love you, Philip. Dog. I need you, Philip. You complete my butthole. You complete my butthole. If I could move my woman hips close to you as you're sitting down next to Jasper. Oh, I hate Cat. Cat doesn't deserve you, Philip. You have no idea what you mean.
And quite frankly, those people who make that shit up should be sued. They should be sued into oblivion. But I'm not a rich man, and I don't have the means to do it. You know, some of that stuff out there has been insanely damaging and messed up. The things they said about me and my family, that's completely false. And they have absolutely no factual corroboration for any of it. I'm a dunce. I'm a dunce. Yes, that's true. He's a pedophile. He's a racist. He's a sexist. Yes, that's true. I smell. I'm a dunce. Offensive. Egregious crossdresser. Yes, that's true. Gifted a body that has a lot of shortcomings, okay? Bad back injury, a severely herniated gout, you oozing with grit, postnasal gout. Gout is a disease that makes you act like an ass. He's a racist, he's a sexist, he's a scammer, he's this, he's that. Yes, that's true. I'm a dunce. I'm a dunce. Yes, that's true. He's a pedophile. He's a racist. He's a sexist. Yes, that's true. I smell. I'm a dunce. Stupid mouth drooler. Offensive. Egregious crossdresser. Yes, that's true. I'm a dunce. I'm a dunce. Yes, that's true. He's a pedophile. He's a racist. He's a sexist. Yes, that's true. I smell. I'm a dunce. Offensive. Egregious crossdresser. Yes, that's true. It was like Phil's an embezzler, and Phil invests his money in terrorism, and Phil's a drug dealer. So I'm having a dream that basically people are saying every heinous kind of thing they could possibly say about me.
Introducing the chocolate starfish!
Hello, welcome humans and effeminate ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. It's been tough, hasn't it? It's been tough. It's been the very tough 24 hours for our boy. There's a lot of stuff happened, very fun. So I guess today this is the time to look at all of that truthfully and honestly to the best of our abilities. And respond transparently and truthfully and honestly, but without endangering any of our families. And yeah, so let's kind of try and wrap our brains around what happened, right? So Philip goes on the Sidescrollers podcast. They tear him a brand new, right out the dealership asshole. They expose him. He doesn't have answers for anything. He comes back to his own stream. He thinks it went well. It went great. It was very positive, very robust, very interactive, and specifically very meaningful. That word came up a lot. Then, about a day later, he kind of, it starts setting in the realization that it wasn't as meaningful, robust, and honest as he thought. And he ended up looking like a complete buffoon. And those people, they didn't trust any of the bullshit he had to say. Then, they do a kind of a decompression show where they lay out their thoughts about what they experienced during that interview. And they had some not very positive things to say about Phil. So we're going to watch that today. We're going to see what we think about that. I'm going to say my thoughts as the dude who watches stuff and says his thoughts on stuff without endangering my family. And honestly and truthfully, of course. Then what happens is Philip wants to do a reaction video to this. So he cancels his late stream and instead does a DSP reacts. Then the Sidescrollers dude, namely Craig, catches wind of that and gets Keemstar, It's a Gundam, and Doody streams on a live stream to discuss Phil. And I mean, yeah, a lot of stuff. So I haven't seen a lot of it. I've seen some clips. I woke up very early. I actually didn't get awakened by that, but I knew by the time I woke up there would be some hot clips to watch. So I woke up and it was still going live. I managed to catch the last like 5 minutes of that Doody stream before Craig left. And after that, I talked to the Decepticon a little bit. He was lit because, you know, time zone stuff, and he just came off detractor beam stream, and he was partying. So we talked about stuff, and then I watched some Raven, but Raven watched some old stuff from like 2 days ago. So I didn't actually get to see what happened today. And this is why this stream is happening. So let's dive in. Let's check out first. What we want to look at is the Sidescrollers decompression segment. Because this is where it kind of it all started. It was here, the DSP aftermath. This is 2.5 hours. Oh, this is gonna be like a 14-hour stream, man. But this stream is for me to get ready for tomorrow, because we're doing a podcast. We're gonna be talking about it. We know people are gonna show up. They're gonna be interested in what we have to say about it. So I have to. Okay, this is my job now, by my own decision. So let's go into it. Let's change the layout here. Oh, speaking of which, let's do some quick housekeeping and read some super chats that came in right now. First of all, I have some new entries on the soundboard. As I played them already during the intro, you probably heard I have "That's Why He's the GOAT."
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the GOAT!
The GOAT! Then I got "That's Called Motherfucking Bars."
That's called motherfucking bars.
And then I have the "A Very Slow Down Help." Because trust me, we're gonna need that today. Either me, my liver, or Phil, or all of us together, and my liver. So definitely it's gonna be hot. Anyways, shout out to the following contributions. I'm actually gonna play the TTS. So in the proper order.
Oh!
Big ups at Meerkat Mob, I love the horse.
Big ups, Mr. Extravagant. I actually took this. Oh no, it's still here.
I love the horse. I love the horse.
The GOAT!
Okay, then big ups to Mr. Respecter.
Oh!
It's the golden age for detractor content.
It really is, man. It's so much fun. It's so much fun seeing this guy get exactly what people said he deserved he would get for years, and now he's getting it right up the fucking snort sack.
Oh!
Phil Cope streamed due to cat watching / crying BC of the interview.
Okay, I need to verify that, because he might as well have said that, but I didn't know. And might as well you've been just joking. But in both cases, it's pretty funny. I don't have any sound clips from Adam's rant, because I heard very little of it. So I'll hear it today. It's on this podcast, right? So apparently DSP was very salty that they made a lot of money, even though he knew they would. And they wouldn't if they did a really bad job, but they did a very good job, so they got a lot of money because people thought they deserved it. Because that is how fairness works, right? Yeah, I think so. So let's see let's see what happened on the post show. Is there any intro? Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, somebody in chat yesterday said they made 20K. They actually made 2K. So I would like to correct that.
It's time for Sidescrollers on YouTube.com. With me, Stuttering Craig. You got a goal? Go get it. Adam Krigler.
Hey, buddy.
Labs.
I want sunshine, I want flowers, and I need it now.
And
Hell yeah, I'm gonna give you everything you need, Queen.
Hi guys. And brought to you by you, the G2 community at Patreon.
Sunshine and flowers for my queen now.
And
Now.
Podcasting from our homes, it's time for the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast on planet Earth. It's time for Sidescrollers.
Okay, that's a little bit too hype of an intro. Let's be honest.
What?
A little bit too hype.
Oh, welcome on out to Sidescrollers on YouTube.com. What's going on, everybody? Hey, I'm Stuttering Craig. Welcome to the #1 video game and entertainment podcast on planet Earth. It's Sidescrollers. Are you having a good day? Did you have a good day?
Yeah, let's do this at 125, because this is going to be a long stream, man. We can't be watching everything every single second.
Have a great day, because we're ready to have a great day. Joining us, as always, I guess actually you guys...
But it's tough because they actually speak like people. They don't speak like at 0.75%. So it's very hard to like listen to normal people talking at 125.
Rose.
Same. That's why she's the GOAT.
The GOAT!
You guys, he wasn't in the chat.
She's the social media GOAT.
All day yesterday, not on the stream. It's the legend, the one and only producer extraordinaire. It's Travis Keys. Hello, Travis. How are you?
Good morning. I'm tired. I'm just mentally exhausted after yesterday. I literally took a nap for like 6 hours after the show yesterday.
It was a long, exhausting day. Speaking of someone who did an excellent job, which you guys also didn't see yesterday, but man, oh man, she was a wizard on the social media. The Ice Princess herself, straight from Guam. Blab.
What, Guam?
Hey, I want to shout out Gravy. He bought me Castlevania. Is that what's called the video game?
Wait, yes, you got Castlevania the video game. Congratulations.
Yes, I was gonna say Casablanca, and at the last second I was like, shit, which is it?
Okay, yeah, let's skip the intros. Let's get to the actual topic, okay? Upcoming guests. What? Oh, they're having AVGN on. Okay.
Cyborg and James Rolfe coming up very, very soon. James is coming up.
But what about DSP? Hold on.
Update my graph.
Hold on.
But we do have some great guests coming up very, very soon. We have Mark the Cyborg and James Rolfe coming up very, very soon. James is coming up.
Okay.
A lot of people have been asking about James. He'll be on the show on Tuesday the 20th.
Okay, I guess I need to run a poll in chat. Would you rather watch this by itself or watch DSP watch this? Because there's gonna be a lot of like duplicates if we watch both. So let's see here for like real quick, like five minutes, I guess. Or unless everybody in chat says DSP, which everybody says fucking DSP, dude. Even though he skips constantly, we've seen the actual interview, right? So yeah, this is. I don't need to run a poll. We're watching DSP. It's on the DSP Reacts, right? Or did he not publish it? Because he's a cuck. Wait! This is called... dude! This is called DSP Reacts. Backstabbed by Sidescrollers. Backstabbed! Let's end this here. Bro! Backstabbed! The people that try to help him. They try to help him more than any pay pig has ever helped him.
Hello, everyone.
And we got a deep sigh and a head shake. You know it's gonna be hot.
Phil here, doing something that I didn't want to do, something that I didn't plan on doing whatsoever. All right, tonight is a stream that's completely random. That originally was supposed to be gameplay. All right, like I just want to get back to normality.
Get back to normality.
But I'm not allowed to.
He's not allowed to.
Basically, I'm going to do something. I'm going to put an end to a lot of stuff tonight for once.
Okay, we're putting Mr. Ginbrain at 125.
Once and for all, because basically I find myself in a situation that I'll be honest with you, I'm not surprised I'm in this situation, but at the very same time, I'm disappointed for sure. But let's just say that
disappointed.
Not a shocker, nor is this something that has taken me by oh my god, I can't believe it. Nor was it not something that I had already planned. Because I pretty much knew what was going on all along, but...
Oh, he knew everything. Wait. But bruh, okay, fuck me. He left their stream and said it was exactly what he thought it would be, and he thought it was great. And now he's like, no, I was only acting like I was retarded.
This is a renaissance.
Oh.
Begin, shall we?
Drunk meltdown. I can't wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's Friday, March...
And there's some stuff that I can't be fucking keeping addressing, like with the champion stuff and the bank league stuff. We know they are both true. They're both his, and we're not gonna spend hours debunking them on this stream.
2023. Yesterday, I appeared on a podcast called Sidescrollers. It was a 5-hour interview. A lot of people like to call it an interrogation. I will call it an interview because that's what it was scheduled to be, and I feel like, you know, that's what it basically was. To give you the quick backstory, I am a fan of an old website called screwtack.com from the mid-2000s. This website...
No. We know the backstory.
Someone else.
We're big fans of that podcast.
So he emails me for my email last month, middle or early February, I would say. And it tells me, you know, I'm rebooting Sidescroller. Completely untrue or partially untrue, with the actual truth being so ridiculously not what they're saying it is, that you get fed up. And for a while, I just ignored it. Every once in a while, I would mention something on my stream. Sometimes, as I said yesterday, sometimes it's a little white lie, right? Like, instead of admitting that I'm playing a certain mobile game, say, I just don't play it at all. Why?
Okay, you play it.
Craig. When he
you play it.
Excuse me, I'm completely misspeaking. When Stuttering Craig emailed me in February, that is not what he offered me. He didn't say, hey, let's do an interview. He said, let's have you as a guest on our show.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was getting into.
After he announced publicly that I was going to be on the show on March 1st, which I advised him not to, I outright told him, don't do this. This will not be good, because I just want to be a guest on your show. But he did it anyway. Don't know why. He went against my advice. When he did it, the internet blew up. Oh my God, Phil's going to be on a show? Phil never goes on a show. I can't believe Phil's on a show. So what happens is all of my detractors who make
Every single one.
the reason for their existence on the internet.
I love this meme. This is one of my favorite memes. Is like your whole existence is this. As if, imagine this, human beings, as if you can't have a second account on any platform on the internet. You can't do that. It's against the law. You cannot do that, and definitely it's not possible.
Is to regurgitate the horrible negative memes about me.
Right, exactly.
Like literally, that's what
exactly.
Channels and businesses based off of hating
entire businesses.
On YouTube.
That's a lot of prestige, DSP. This is just a shit post. If somebody wants to throw me some coin, they can do that. I let them do that because I'm a very nice.
We all know this. This is not, oh, it's news to me. Everyone knows there's a cycle of drama on YouTube that makes profit for everybody.
Right.
So they all reach out to him. Excuse me. And he entertains it all, basically. It's like, whoa, I'm so blindsided. I didn't expect that this was going to happen when I invited Darkside Phil onto the show, right? That's what I warned him about, but he didn't listen to me. He didn't actually take it seriously, okay? So he gets bombarded, and all of a sudden, he's seeing a lot of attention that he's never seen before. Keep in mind, the Sidescrollers podcast has just started. This show, on average, was pulling in between, I'd say around 200 viewers a show live. You know, afterwards, you get 2,000 viewers every day on your show, you know, with the on-demand views or whatever. So
he's trying to sneak diss them, but also pretend like he's not dissing them. Yeah, they were like just getting started, you know. They were getting the amounts of views that I get after 15 years. What a fucking flexer.
Podcast. It's not a tiny podcast.
Not a huge podcast.
Viewers, but, you know,
is a tiny podcast 2 viewers, literally? Sure.
It's a work in progress. And he's trying to rebuild it from the ground up, which is very respectable, trying to bring it back after that long hiatus. And so he basically sees, oh, here's all these people who are now interested all of a sudden in my show, and they're basically telling me you absolutely must grill Phil. You can't just have Phil on your show as a guest. You have to grill Phil.
Grill Phil. This is like Kill Bill. It's Grill Phil. Dude, ALT, write this down. This is the name of tomorrow's episode. And the thumbnail is like Kill Bill, but changed to Grill Phil. That's why he's the fucking GOAT.
The reasons why, and here come all the memes, right? So Craig is bombarded with these memes for 2 weeks. He contacts me again. He basically says, you know, well, actually, I think I wrote to him. I said, I saw on the show today we were harassed basically by these people or whatever. And, you know, I told you this was going to happen. And he basically says, yeah, in light of this, we want to do an interview. We don't want to have it be you a guest on the show like we normally have. Normally what they're
because he can't be. No, yes, it's a variety show. They have a clown and they have a juggling dude and they have an acrobat. It's a variety show.
About all people's collectibles at their house.
Yeah, bro. Okay, we back. Yes, we have an F. Refresh.
And I'm going into this interview, and it's going to be a very long, very grilling interview. I'm going to give them my undivided attention.
Did I get DDoS'd? Dude, I got DDoS'd by the Phil fans, all the Phil fans.
I gave them unlimited time. And
they're knocking at my door right now, all one of them.
You can ask me absolutely, positively anything. Anything.
And they did. And you had no response. And they didn't buy it. Period. That's why he's the GOAT.
I don't care what it is. Just ask it. And that way I can answer it. And we actually have a place where I've answered all these hard questions about all the negative shit that's been said about me over the years. So here I am, thinking this is going to be a show where if it's going to be a very long show, they're likely going to be doing segments about all the stuff. I thought for sure they'd be bringing back the racist stuff I said in 2010. You know, how I got banned from all these different services and things.
Okay.
That worked out.
They actually didn't really bring that up. They brought up the slave trade joke because that was recent, and that was a proof that he hasn't really changed all that much.
You know, all of that. All right, that's exactly what I thought. I thought
yeah.
I thought it would just keep going, like, through the history of all the messed up stuff. And what it would be is it would tell a narrative of how over the years I make mistakes, people call me out for the mistakes, right?
You keep making mistakes.
Really failed to live up to that and improve, or I did in some cases. But essentially, that's what I thought it was kind of going to be, okay? But that's not what it turned out being. We'll talk about that in a second, okay?
What did it turn out being?
So, yeah, that was how
it took him 2 days to realize what it actually was, which is them just, like, drilling him a new asshole and questioning everything he says and not buying any of it because it didn't make sense. And they tried to help him. They legitimately tried. I got to give him credit for that. It wasn't like some setup, some trap.
It was left.
Like he's gonna make it seem like, because he makes it seem like it's intentionally they tried to trap him and they outsmarted him, which is great because again we have an instance of somebody outsmarting the guy who calls everybody else a fucking idiot. Everybody is an idiot in his book and they outsmart him at every turn, which is fantastic. It's beautiful to see. It's a sight to behold. He calls his trolls children and then accuses him of doctoring bank account statements to such a sophisticated degree that he has no idea how they would do it.
And I was assured by Craig.
Those kids, they're such idiots, dude.
Harm to my family or anything like that as a result of being on the show or anything like that whatsoever. Now, you got to be a little skeptical because as we're getting closer and closer to this interview, I start getting wind that you know that Craig is like directly talking to all of your detractors every day. Like he's talking to he's talking to these people who literally have entire giant video series about you. All monetized and profitable, and the reason why they go down this rabbit hole is to make money. It's stupid, but that's why they do it. They know that the day that they negative light, it's big dollars for them. People like
it's big dollars. Yes.
That's who he's talking to. Okay, I'm like, no, I'm not aware of that. I figured he was bombarded by detractors or whatever. But what can you do, right? I mean, it's public record. He's talking with them on Twitter and everything, right? So.
Okay, so yeah, that's called doing research. You know, you gotta get two sides of the story and not just get a dude who constantly lick his lips telling you and blowing smoke up your ass. Yeah.
Basically, I'm going into the interview and I'm trusting Craig. I am. Stuttering Craig, the owner of Screw Attack and now the person who...
Yes, okay.
I'm trusting him. This is going to be a fair interview. This is going to be unbiased, right? This is going to be neutral. That's a good journalistic interview is a neutral interview, a neutral stance.
Absolutely was.
Then you make your judgments based on said answers.
Yeah, their judgment is that it didn't make sense and you're full of shit.
Okay.
That was their judgment.
So the interview lasted over 5 hours long. All right? I gave them 5.5. I even stayed extra.
Okay.
Their patrons, because their patrons get extra. I stayed extra as a favor to them.
Nobody asked you to do that. If you're going to be bringing that up, you didn't do it as a favor because you're bringing that up to make yourself seem like a good person. Nobody asked you to do that. You could have fucking left. You could have fucked off. He didn't get so you see, he did it just so he can bring it up and say, hey, I did you a favor. This is how he does stuff. Being a nice guy Phil. He does stuff so he can bring it up later and tell you he did stuff.
I will stay late.
Dude, I'm so nice that I did this thing for you. Now I'm gonna hold it against you. I'm gonna dangle it in front of your face.
Keem was right. He is addicted to being a victim. He just wants to hold on to the excuse to beg. He got slam dunked.
Bro, it's because it's easy to be a victim. It's always easy to be a victim. Like him. You just have to find out what you're a victim of and then complain about it until somebody makes things better for you.
All right? It's by far the most popular piece of content they've ever put on the internet. All right? And I'm talking about the Sidescrollers show from now. I'm not talking about back in the day. I'm sure Screw Attack probably had way popular stuff. I'm talking about in the modern era. By far. You're talking 30,000+ views in less than 24 hours. This thing blew up.
Okay.
Bigger and bigger.
Because they did a good job.
You know, everyone clipping it, restreaming it, talking about it, getting a buzz. From what I'm going to understand, okay, and I don't know if this is true or not because I didn't tell you guys this. I couldn't see the stream chat. Like, I purposely was not in a stream chat at all or paying any attention to it. I have no idea what happened. They made thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars on it.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Who did they make it from? The detractors.
Because the detractors thought that they did a good job. If the trolls thought that they did a bad job, they wouldn't get that money. There we go. That's why. That is why.
The detractors were there. And every time that basically they were asking a prying question or, you know, twisting a little more, there was more contributions coming in. Okay? That's what I've been told. I didn't see
That's what I've been told.
They came in. That's what I've been told for people who actually were watching the stream. You could see it coming in. People were adding up. They're like, oh my God.
So you couldn't watch the stream replay so you can see for yourself? That's what I've been told. I just trust people on the internet mindlessly, just like my trolls do. Sure, yeah. Makes a lot of sense, Phil. Keep going.
Thousands. That's thousands of dollars that came in. Okay?
No, it's like with this dude, that's the thing. That's what makes him so engaging. He will never not be this. He will always be this. If anything, he will get worse than this. It would never be better. And those fantasies that people have that he's gonna admit and he's gonna fess up to all the bad things he's done. No, he's not gonna do that. That's not in his DNA. He can't do that. It's not physically possible for him in any situation to do that. It's always somebody else's fault. Always somebody tried to take advantage of him. Always. Always. That's why he's the GOAT.
So, what did I think about the show overall? I talked about it on DSP Gaming yesterday as soon as it ended. I felt that it was a fair interview because...
Okay, so they did a good job then. Okay? Good job. Thank you for the membership, Brotherhood of Steel, man.
So, I'll admit, I think that Adam, who's one of the co-hosts, it was Adam and Craig that were interviewing me. I think that Adam was basically kind of very, very critical and or didn't believe me. Outright. I can tell you right now, I don't think Adam believed me at all.
Yeah, because you didn't make sense.
I said out of my mouth. It kind of seemed that way, didn't it? Craig seemed more neutral. So it kind of fair more. It was like a good cop, bad cop interview, correct? And it ended, and I did my own content for the rest of the day. I was fine doing it that way, and that's where everyone thinks it ended. Okay, Now, actually, that's not the case, and that's actually one of the things we're going to talk about tonight, is what actually happened, okay? Because that's not where it ended, because we have to talk about actually...
Yeah, Craig also didn't believe him. I don't know why he thinks that Craig believed him a little bit more. Craig literally told him that what he's saying doesn't make sense. And he was like, Phil, make this make sense. Phil. Like, I don't know how fucking delusionally stupid you can be. To be like, Phil. Oh my god.
Because you guys don't know this, so I'm going to tell you right now.
You guys don't know this. Why don't they know this? You expect them to be isolated and like a cult? They're not supposed to know this? They can't open a new tab, go see what happened after that podcast?
Things that happened during that...
Ah, this dude is such a bitch, dude.
I have to keep answering questions, because I felt there was a lot of stuff that was left out. But we already went 5 hours, they're out of time. Fine, we don't have to keep going. We'll have a follow-up, all right? So I'm under the impression if you're going to do a follow-up, right, you're going to save further discussion about Dark Side Phil for the follow-up. You want, and it was said at the end of the show, you guys didn't hear this, it was off camera or whatever, but basically it would be about a month or longer until there would be a part 2. That it would be at least like mid to late April, maybe early summer. It depended on their schedule, but they were very interested in having me back for a part 2. That they wanted this to happen, because I even said to them, I said, there's a lot of stuff we didn't cover today. Is you really harped on certain things like the WWE Champions thing, the $5,000 expenses thing, which I still don't understand because we really didn't fully explain it. We can talk about that tonight. But anyway, you harped on certain things. Then we had Keemstar on for like an hour, right? And it's like, so we kind of derailed, and we didn't really get to a lot of stuff that I think people would have liked to hear me address. Okay.
He's not doing a part 2. Let's be honest. He's not doing it. After what happened yesterday, he's not doing it.
Or that I maybe would have liked to address. But after you're going for 5 hours, you forget about what you want to really talk about.
It's not happening.
So that's where we left it.
He might not even ever go on anybody else's stream ever again. That's probably the last time.
That it was supposed to.
And it was worth it. It was all worth it.
I was going to do like a part 2. Okay. But another big thing that happened during that interview was that there was essentially an opportunity. All right. An opportunity during the interview where I was told that if I were to send the actual screenshot of my WWE Champions mobile game account, can't even say it. Disgusts me so much that this fucking thing is so stupidly important to people. I can't even.
Yeah, because it's true.
That if I sent the screenshot of my actual account over to them, all right, like live, I sent it to Craig, and it could just show that that's not my account that everyone thinks it is, that would be the end-all be-all of it, right? Now, I explained to them, no, I'm not willing to do that right now live, okay? And there's various reasons for that. As I tried to...
No, there's no reason for that. No. No. And this is the type of shit I want to skip through, but I'm gonna bear with me.
But basically, let me put it this way. Number one, did I trust Craig yesterday? About 98%, all right? I really did. I trusted Craig about 98%. I'm not saying I trusted him 100%. Maybe there's always a chance, right, that this guy's going to try to screw me over somehow, right? But 98% trusted him, and it's going to be a gamble, right? The other thing is you got to factor in other things. There's actually been situations where, I've sent things to people who I trusted, and then things that were out of their control happened. I actually had, this is years ago. You guys don't know this, but there was someone who I had sent something to, and their account got supposedly hacked. Did it really get hacked?
Oh, wow. That's very convenient, dude.
And then all of a sudden, there you go. Fucking stuff's out there, right? So I'm not saying that anyone's ready to hack Craig's email or anything.
Yeah, DSP, nobody's fucking buying this, dude. Nobody is buying this. And he made like $20 during this stream, by the way. I think.
Not 100%.
I've seen some screenshots.
Can't really trust this guy. Now, on the flip side of that, all right, as he's asking me to do this, all right, live on the show, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, I know that if I send this to this guy right now, the only person it may convince is him. That's it. That's literally it. And maybe his co-hosts, right? Because they believe him, or they'll say, Craig's not stupid. He'll be able to figure out if this is real or not, or whatever, right? But I don't think that sending that in any way, shape, or form would have actually made my detractors change their minds at all.
Yeah, I think it would.
I didn't go on with the show for the detractors at all. I just wanted to have one focal point where I've answered all of these questions.
I didn't go on the show for the detractors at all. I wanted to have one focal point where I answered all these questions the detractors are asking me. It's just the trolls asking him that shit. He's fucking dent morons. They're gonna believe everything. They're gonna buy a bridge for him.
So now,
come on, man.
Watch that show and leave me alone.
Come on.
I want to do my own thing over here, my own content. I don't want to have to be sitting here every night answering questions about this shit. Okay? I just want to be done with, right? So in my mind, it's like, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna send him stuff. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it after the show, and I'm going to do it right. I'm going to make sure that there's no way that people can say that I faked this. Because what if I did send it to Craig, and then all of a sudden, that's photoshopped anyway. Phil was ready for that. Phil made a photoshopped...
Phil can't even open Paint. He can't even open Google. So, no, he ain't photoshopping shit. And if he sent that to somebody else to Photoshop, then that person would be somebody who could expose him in the future. So that's even taking a bigger risk. So no, he didn't Photoshop shit. The account is his, the bank leaks are his, and he's just trying to wiggle his way through this. He's trying to slither in like a little pathetic weasel.
You know, screen grab or whatever, right? You can say that too. You know what I'm saying? So I was going to say, you know, definitive way to prove that what I'm sending him is real, all right? And I'm going to explain that in a moment, all right? So anyway, I didn't send him anything at all. Send him nothing during the show. Let me clarify that. I did not send him anything during the show. When we ended the show, the discussion was, after 5.5 hours of me giving them my time.
Oh no, your time, your precious time.
Playing a stupid clip from It's a Gundam.
But you wanted to do this, Phil. You wanted to do this. And now it's like, I gave him my time. I stayed extra to do him a favor. You wanted to do this.
It was a waste of everybody's time.
It's like you see a grandma carrying her groceries and being like, hey, grandma, do you want me to help you do that? And then you help her, and then you get to her front door and you're like, hey, I carried your groceries. You want to give me like a $1?
And fielding all
like, dude, you asked to do this.
Nonsense that happened, right? The agreement with wow, that went well. You know what I'm saying? And now,
what a piece of shit for fucking person, man.
Maybe a month and a half, maybe we'll see. All right. So after the show ended, I did my 90-minute post show. I went downstairs and I ate dinner with my wife.
Okay.
So now it's around 6 p.m. and I said, you know what? I think I am going to send him it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to send it to him so he knows I'm not faking. So for you guys might or might not know, because one of the questions that actually came up during the podcast, this is a really interesting one to me. They said to me, Craig said this specifically to me, you know, how can you dispute all this when they say it's tied to your phone number? To which I said,
you can't.
How could it be tied to a phone number? I've never
yeah, you can.
On any mobile game I've ever played on my phone. Not once have I ever entered my phone number.
Yeah, you have.
To your Apple ID or your game account, because Apple has a game account in your phone.
No.
That's the actual thing that determines your account.
This is like, this shit, I'm just sick of talking about it. It's like nobody believes this. It's just 5 fucking morons in his chat that believe this. That is not true.
Completely different phone number, but still have the same Apple ID.
And you can listen to him just like lick his lips for 6 hours straight trying to tell you how it's not that and everybody else an idiot and they harassed him and shit like this. It doesn't make any more sense than it did before that. So there we go. That's a closed case. Case closed. Phil is a liar. Okay?
And therefore, you can still have your same games that transfer between phones and stuff. That's how it works, right? So I didn't understand the question when they were saying that to me. It didn't make sense because that doesn't. How again? It's bullshit. It's stuff that detractors make up. Oh, it's tied to a phone number. Well, can you fucking prove that? Because games aren't tied to phone numbers. They're not.
They actually proved that. I think James the Lesser literally called him, and the voicemail answered. He called the number that was like registered in the game or something. And I know that's a long fucking story, but it's all assembled in videos. It's all proven. You can go watch it. If you have an hour, you can just go watch it. And it's just one of the billion pieces of evidence that it all ties together.
They're tied to accounts, you know, online accounts. So it doesn't make sense.
Bro, it's just like, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense, the shit that he's talking about.
Anyway, so what I was going to do was I was going to send him my actual, like, Apple ID and my game account in my phone that lists every game I've ever played.
I don't give a fuck about your Apple ID. Show the champions.
Phone.
Show the champions.
Literally.
And then people would trace that back and would see, oh, is this account like made 2 days ago? Was this account made yesterday?
Actually lists every.
No, we don't give a fuck, man. The fact is he didn't send it. He wanted to send it. He was thinking of doing it, and that would have been great proof. But then he decided. I'm sorry. He decided not to send it.
Oh.
Worst part was when Adam tried to get Craig to stop trying to get a juicy confession, and Phil agreed and said, "You're not going to get a confession."
Oh, really?
Phil says the bank link might not be true, but at the same time he says my bank account got leaked and I lost thousands of dollars. So which is it?
Well, it's both. He wants you to believe it's both, because there's him on record saying both. And the second one, the second story of my bank account got leaked and I lost thousands of dollars, has been told in 3 separate instances and has 3 separate stories behind it. They're all separate, right? One case, he lost $9,000. One case, he didn't lose anything, but they put him at risk and he had to spend a lot of money to fix it. In one case, they didn't even have any kind of access to any kind of funds. And the new case, the latest one, is that that's not even his. Like I played that video yesterday. Oh, you got a hickey on your neck. Dude, that ain't even my neck.
that I've ever played. I'm
Not even my neck.
all of that listed.
And then they asked him, yeah, Phil, did you go to the police? And he's like, no, I didn't go to the police. Wait, you have an identity theft? You didn't go to the police? Not to the cops? Yeah, because they couldn't do anything, because they told me 5 years ago they wouldn't do anything.
Charitable to him, and he has been a complete ungrateful turd in retrospect.
He was a complete piece of shit bitch in retrospect. Why? Because they decided to have a decompression stream. And he is allowed to have one, but they're not. They can't have a stream where they talk about what they felt after the interview. And they're honest and transparent opinions of what happened without endangering their families, of course. But Phil can. He can do that. There you go.
All right, and it was going to prove.
Thank you guys for the super chaps that I just read. That's why you're the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Ooh, is that a little bit too loud?
It was going to prove account, because actually I usually have used the same account in all these games, the same name and everything. You know what I'm saying? I was going to send him.
I was going to do it, dude. I was going to provide proof, but then I decided not to.
From WWE champions, and I was going to actually send him what we had talked about on the show. I was going to send him a screen grab.
Well, you
from the
didn't.
same account that I actually
You didn't.
used in the new Street Fighter game that just came out. And I actually was going to take another screen grab of an older game that I've played in the past, one that I've never even mentioned. I didn't even mention it on the show. I never mentioned it here. It's a game that I played. So here you go. Here's the same account that I use on all my games. Here it is. It could prove not only is there crossover between all of their games, but also here's the Apple ID it's tied to, and it shows the evidence. And here's the actual game account that's in the phone. I was going to send him literally all of that. Okay.
And yeah, to debunk a point that he's making is that I personally would have believed Craig. After that interview, it showed me that he's objective enough and he's willing to think about stuff reasonably and logically. So if Craig checks it and says, guys, this is not the account, I would have believed it, personally. I know there's many people who wouldn't believe it, but I would have believed it. But I know that wouldn't happen because the account is his, and it's been proven.
Sat down after dinner with my wife on the couch. I'm about to do this. So I email Craig, and I say to him, are you ready for this? Because now you're gonna get the full story. You ready?
The full story. From an unreliable narrator. That's what you're gonna get.
What actually happened. Because I'm tired of the bullshit. This is literally, I'm reading you the email I sent him word for word. Ready? Hey, Craig, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on how the show went. I hope that this was a big benefit for you guys. If so, this might have actually been the only time in history my infamy has actually helped something. I know that you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. Now, what I did here is I shared some thoughts about what my viewers had been saying on my 90-minute decompress stream. Here you go. You ready? My viewers are telling me they think you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you were nothing but fair. There is pretty much a 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, and it gave him free plugs for his own content, and it took away about an hour that could have been more on topic.
So he's telling Craig what the fans think. He's not even telling you, hey, Craig, this is what I think happened today. It's what other people think. He's that spineless. He can't even tell him, Craig, I thought the Keemstar bit was a little bit too far, right? But no, this is fucking Kagome said this, and Jade. Jade said this, of course, with a lot of grammatical errors and a lot of typos, because it's Jade, let's be honest.
You know, I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. It would likely be best.
Yeah, I didn't mind. So he's basically telling him what he thinks, and then he's like, but you know, it's not like that. That's just what other people say.
Repeat appearance to just be us to avoid people feeling that it's a surprise or a trick to shock me on the interview. Okay? And now, the key part of this whole message. How often do you actually check this email? Because I'm 50-50 on showing you my champion's account, especially because of what Keemstar said on the show. If you don't know what Keemstar said, it doesn't matter what you send to Craig, it's too late. It's literally what he said. Makes no sense, but, you know, that's what he said. And he says, I feel nobody would really believe, even if you vouch for me at this point, you know. But I respect you, and I'm still considering it, despite the fact I'm incredibly scared that my info will once again leak and hurt me. Word for word, I just read it from my email. There it is, okay? I said that again at 6.
I mean, dude, it is too late. By the time...
More delusional than Cyrax.
This is definitely more delusional than Cyrax because there's more at stake. This dude been lying about spending hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Keem thing to specifically ask DSP if he was comfortable with it.
Absolutely. They asked him like 5 times. Hey, Phil, if we're gonna have Keem on, are you okay with it? Is that okay? Is that okay? And then after the fact, is like, Keem stole my spotlight. He invaded. That's the word he used yesterday. He invaded my interview to promote his own celebrity boxing. Wow. Shameless, Keem. Shame on you. And yeah, what I was going to say is by the time Keemstar was on, it was too late. They gave him an out many times. They gave him the ability to admit. They gave him all kinds of abilities to confess. He decided to not do it. So yes, it was too late.
10 p.m. yesterday. All right? So the show, my show ended at 4. I uploaded. I had dinner with my wife. Everything cleaned up. Sat down on the couch, and I sent it at 6:18.
Okay.
Right?
You sent an email, dude. That's not like anything.
Because number one, again, I'm not 100% trustworthy yet, but I want him to say, yeah, I'm going to be right here tonight on the email, so you can send it, and I'll look at it. I'll immediately delete it. That way there's no risk. That's what we had said on the podcast, that if I'm going to send him all that information, he would immediately delete it. The moment it comes in, he would check it. Okay, there it is. There's the evidence. Got it. And immediately delete it, and it's safe, right? Because it's gone. So that's what I want to know. That's what I asked him. How often do you check this email? All right? I did not receive a response. Okay? Until today at 5:45 p.m. All right? So, we can pretend like that's where it was at that point, okay?
Bro, at that point, they were just finished with you, man. Nobody fucking cares about your shit anymore. You made yourself look guilty enough. You don't need any help, and you can't go back and start trying to attempt to convince them that you're innocent. No, they've been convinced already. That's it. You had every opportunity. You failed. That's it. Finished.
So I sent him that last night, 6:18 p.m. Zero response yesterday. No response at all at that email address.
Okay.
Last night, I do a 2-hour level 1 podcast over on DSP Gaming. Of course, people are asking me more questions. At that point, I'm still feeling positive about it. I'm like, hey, it's exactly how I wanted it to go. People kept telling me on the podcast last night.
And now people told him some stuff. So, okay, by the podcast last night, it was exactly how he wanted it to go, right?
That Craig and Adam were unfair to me. I will say this publicly again. I don't think that's the case. I think it was that was exactly how I expected the interview to go.
Okay, again, this is from yesterday. This is the night stream. Yesterday night stream, 7 hours ago, 24:37 timestamp. He says he thought that they were fair. It went exactly how he wanted it to go. Okay, we have this on the record.
I thought that's exactly how it was supposed to go. Okay,
It's exactly how it was supposed to go.
Blown away by the fact that I sat on there and I really couldn't show them the definitive evidence. But I emailed Craig and said, I'm going to send you the evidence, basically. Are you monitoring this email? Okay? I read it word for word to you guys right out of my email. Okay? So anyway, that's where we left it. All right? Overnight, nothing happens. In the morning, apparently they turn on their show. Now, here's where the bullshit starts.
Oh, the bullshit.
They had advertised all week long that on Friday we're going to do a decompression stream from the Dark Side Phil interview. We're all going to be playing Mario Kart together. It's going to be the whole show. It's going to be just fun gameplay of us kind of messing around and playing Mario Kart to decompress from the drama that likely will have happened Thursday. This was advertised all week long. Is that what they did today on their podcast? Dark Side. Utterly. So what they had said they were doing all week, what I was under the impression they were doing all week, they decided not to do. All right? They decided to do something completely and utterly different this morning. Now, I did not watch this show. I went and did my own content this morning. I put Hogwarts Legacy on my stream, and I beat it over on DSP Gaming. The playthrough is complete.
He beat it, you guys.
Really long.
So sometimes something like this happens. And it happens, the same thing happens to us. On that being said, sometimes there's something that we need to address or like talk about and people are expecting that. So if we have like a group think or something, we might cancel it. We might change things up a little bit. We might do a recap, so on and so forth. So because you appeal to your audience, right? So things are subject to change. Even though, here's where the bullshit starts, as he says. He was supposed to be playing video games at this point, right? But no, he's reacting to videos. So he's going off his schedule too, right? Hey, very nice, Phil. And we got a super chat by Lubos. Big ups to that. I'm going to replay it because I muted the alerts because I wanted him to finish.
Now that he's back in his place of control and power, where he's the god, he will get real with everyone and rewrite the whole thing. He had a chance to protest, he didn't say a word.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's what he does. That's what he does. Because now we can be gum flapping 24/7 and licking those lips 24/7 when we're on the Phil stream. When he's on their stream, he just nods his head and says, "Yes, I'm a fallible human. That was a mistake. I'm so stupid. I am so stupid."
Does he honestly believe that everyone check emails 24/7? This dude is tweaking.
I mean, we do have like notifications on the phone. So if you get an email, it's gonna pop up and you're gonna see it. But the dude didn't see it. I mean, he's a grown-ass man with kids and a fucking family. It's not completely insane that he answered an email the next day. So, you know.
And so I decided, you know, I'm back to normal, right? I won't even probably be talking to these guys. If Craig comes back at me and responds to the email, right? Then, you know, we'll have a discussion about possibly sending him all the stuff or whatever that he wanted on the show. I'm serious about it, right? So I'm streaming and people are like, Phil, did you just see that podcast they just did? I'm like, no. Again, to my knowledge, it's over. That was the interview. You know what I'm saying?
Are they not allowed to have a podcast? And also, somebody in chat said they read super chats, which makes a lot of sense because they didn't read them last time. So they read them this time because people sent him money for that.
I don't even know what you're...
Can I boost his volume? Oh, yeah, definitely. I forget, man, because usually I'm watching his clips and I have him like on the normal volume. This should be better. Thanks for letting me know.
What are you talking about? No, did you understand the whole show was dumping on you? Like literally every host came on and essentially said they didn't believe a word you said. You're a filthy liar. You know, you're not that they were like totally saying what a scumbag or anything like that. But essentially, I guess what the theme of the show was that they're all sorry for me because I'm such a person who apparently is really just a sad.
My favorite part about the Snortberg trials was the slave ship joke. You can see the gout crystals leaving Phil's eyes.
Oh yeah, when they brought up the clip, it was so funny. But it was even funnier when they brought up the Be Awesome One clip of I have your name, I have your address, I have your IP. That was so good. They got him dead to rights on that one. And the smug smile that he made, I'm so happy that was brought up against him. He had to answer for that. I am so happy. This whole thing made it like worth it.
Guy in a bad situation and he's addicted and
yeah, he is it's all bullshit because trust me, I say so.
They're doing the show, all right, and apparently when they're doing the show, every time a super chat comes in, it's literally from one of my detractors.
Yeah,
every super chat is something nasty and they read it and they all collectively laugh at it. Ha ha ha, that's funny. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
It is funny though.
Ha ha ha! Let's laugh at Phil not here. Ha 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 ha! They didn't do that when I was on the show. They waited till I wasn't. That's funny, isn't it? Very funny. Ha ha ha!
They did laugh at you on the show too, though. They didn't buy your shit. They called you out. Like, what did you want them to do, man?
Right? And their show went on for 2.5 hours. All right?
He's like, he's struggling, man. We're grasping at the straw. At the strawiest straws to have ever strawn before. We are doing 6-star level gymnastics to make something make sense so they are bad. They have to be made to be bad. He is so, like, he is sizzling at his own crib.
Sidescrollers went from sirs to detractors in record time.
Yeah, they earned it, man. They earned it.
Yo!
This guy, he didn't even watch it. Someone told him and he believes 100%, just like Keem. Just like Adam pointed out, DSP believes everything people tell him. He never watches the original.
Exactly. He is the god of confirmation bias. If he thinks you're bad, all it takes for him to validate that in his head is somebody else telling him he's bad. It doesn't have to be any fact. It doesn't have to be anything. Just like, hey, Phil, I think Keem is bad because... I don't like his beard. And then Phil will be like, oh, yeah, you're saying this, man. You're saying it. I didn't say it.
Now, I got a question.
But we're not going to confirm any of the information. This is what people do to him. This is the same shit he shits on people for.
Sidescrollers crew. I really do have a genuine question, all right? Let's actually ask the question. We all know that my appearance on Sidescrollers is the most popular thing they've ever done, correct? It
Okay.
Keemstar. Brought in Keemstar, big ass YouTuber.
Okay.
Do you think that Keemstar would have ever appeared on the Sidescrollers podcast if I wasn't on there? Right?
They had much bigger people than DSP. I mean, they had the dude from Geeks and Gamers. They're having AVGN, who was planned to be on before DSP was even on. They're having people, dude. What is he talking about? And now it's like, I gave them all this clout. I made them popular.
right?
Bruh, you're way out of your depth. Way.
Okay. So they see.
Cause like Keemstar was going on Steel Toe as well. He was there. He was like Keemstar doesn't mind jumping on other people's stuff because it's not that fucking special. He goes on Discord and he joins the call and that's it. It's not like rocket science, man.
Oh my God.
But Phil, he's like a celebrity. You roll out the red carpet for Phil Burnell.
Biggest thing we've ever done, and we just made an insane amount of money, thousands of dollars from detractors. So what did they decide to do the next day when I'm not there? Which is not the agreement we had.
Talk about, they violated the NDA. There was some made up NDA.
They do the DSP pylon show, where we're just going to sit there and we're going to take a big dump on him.
They told you what they thought about you.
Here to actually respond to any of it, all right? There's a difference between journalism and online drama for personal gain. It's cause and effect here.
Oh, bro.
They saw the money rolling in on Thursday, and they
Bro.
decided instead of doing our Mario Kart show.
Bro.
Suck a dog off.
Bro.
That was planned and we were supposed to be doing on Friday. Instead, who cares about that? We're going to ride this gravy train on. We're going to do the Dump on Darkside Phil show. And it became a 2.5-hour clown show of them essentially taking in donation after donation after donation.
Money. Okay. Yeah. Because they did a good job. And you didn't even know. You thought it went amazing. And you were making content for the trolls you hate. You were giving them so much to talk about, you fucking joke. And you didn't even know. They tricked you. They played your ass. And that's why you're so salty. Moron. Because people like fucking Jade have to tell you this. People like 672, that fucking idiot. And like Game Tracker. They have to show up and tell you, Phil, I think that was actually a bad idea. No, it went exactly like I wanted it to be. 2 days later. It didn't go out like I wanted it to be. This is not journalism. This is personal gain on the internet.
Laugh at me, make jokes about me, and then make money on it. Okay? So here's the question I have for Craig and the Sidescrollers crew. If the Dark Side Phil interview on Thursday only had 100 viewers, and if you had made $5 the whole show, would you have done the Dark Side Phil Aftermath show on Friday? I would love to hear their answer. I'm sure they will. All right?
Probably. I mean, yeah. I think they would have. They would have just, it been like 10, 20 minutes long, I guess. I think so. I think they would have. Because it's just like a show where you just talk about what happened. Because it was a 5-hour stream, dude. So we imagine it was the same stream, right? The same 5 hours. But they didn't make any money. Let's say the super chats were turned off. And let's say that it was like pre-recorded. So they didn't get a lot of views, right? They would still do it. Because it's 5 hours that you need to unpack. It's 5 hours talking to somebody. You need to unpack that.
You know, like I said, it's cause and effect. The reason that they did the show is because they wanted the money, right? Or else, if there's no profit there, why are they going to do it again? There's no point. They got to ride that popularity out while they have it, all right? This is literally the same thing that all of my detractors have done for years.
There we go.
Drama sells? Wait a minute, making fun of someone? And
is that why you're reacting to it, though? Are you reacting it so you can get your cut? You can get whatever crumbs are left from your fucking deluded audience?
You know, bringing them down at their own expense is profitable? Oh, well,
and again,
morals, right?
Morals.
A completely fair shake on the interview.
Bruh.
We didn't promise him we wouldn't destroy him the next day when he's definitely not there and not knowing we're going to do it, right? It's literally, it's being completely two-faced.
I mean, at this point, there's nothing that you can tell him that, like, you can't argue with this kind of person. You literally can't debate with them. You can debate with them with a steel chair or a table or a ladder or a baseball bat. You can't debate with this person.
Unfair. If you're going to have another entire show about Darkside Phil, you should let Darkside Phil actually respond to your stuff. Not, oh, guess what? We had a whole show, and then after that, the beat-up show. The pummel Darkside Phil show. When he's
yes, a pistol grip. Definitely a pistol grip.
That's not fair at all.
That's not fair. It's business.
Let me give you some comparison here, all right? Yesterday on the podcast, Craig said something to me that actually really, really resonated with me, okay? He said, you know what, Phil?
Get a job?
In your past, whether or not you really think that saying, you know, you're sorry to them or making amends would ever change or do anything good for them, correct? Basically, it's still worth it to reach out and do the right thing. Do you want to know what I did last night?
Reached out to Rich.
I actually DM'd that person in the Street Fighter community who I used to bully.
Oh,
I actually
okay.
DM'd him on Twitter and I apologized. Now I know he doesn't care. I knew he wouldn't. But I apologize to him.
Bro, you can't know stuff like that. You don't know. You don't even know how you feel about stuff, DSP. You can't know what somebody else feels before you actually did the thing.
Bad after Craig saying that to me.
Did people have to tell you to do that? Did like grown ass adults have to tell a 41-year-old man to do that, to apologize to people when they've wronged them?
Joe, I was like, he's right.
I should do that.
I went out and I publicly apologized for VTech USA.
Okay.
I felt like
But you're, bro, you did it so you can bring it up now. So you can be like, look at me, I'm a good person. He didn't do it so he can apologize. He did it so he can bring it up. Hey, look, I'm a good guy, I apologized.
even though I feel like
And this is the most he got out of this discussion. The most is to say sorry on Twitter.
he's unfair to me, it's not fair for me to then be unfair to him, which I do feel like I've been harsh on recently with some of the stuff I said and did on my streams. And then last night someone had told me his daughter is sick, and I felt so bad. I was like, dude, the last thing he needs is drama and stress around this time in his life. So I publicly apologized to the guy.
But wait, he's not like...
Just have a civil conversation about something.
Wait. That's not gonna go the way you think it will. But if he was not involved in this drama, what are you talking about? He's taking care of his kids, as far as I know. He wasn't a part of this, dude.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I did.
Yeah, he was watching the interview. He sent a super chat to laugh at DSP.
I got off the show. I thought, wow, out of the stuff that just happened, Craig had some really good advice. I actually like that. I'm going to go run with that and try to be a better person. They felt the best thing to do with that show was to do a show to shit on me for 2.5 hours and make money on it. That's what they felt was the best thing they could possibly do out of a show like that. Someone giving them 5.5 hours of their time that normally I'd be working and making money. Instead, I'm on.
Oh, money. Okay, it's money again. It's money.
So,
He did them the due diligence, and he's licking those fucking lips, man, like it's no tomorrow.
giving them insane
He's
amounts
licking it like it's a chicken sandwich.
of views and popularity. You're getting Keemstar to show up on their show, giving them a giant boost, making what? People, I actually heard the number, and I can't confirm if this is real or not. I heard they make $20,000 yesterday alone.
Why are you spreading misinformation then?
In the one
We
show.
can't confirm.
I've never made $20,000 in one day in my life, and I never will.
Yeah, you have. Okay. You have, and you won't. You won't, but you have.
Apparently, they made it. Why did they make it? Because Darkside Phil was on their show. Okay? So they see that, and instead, wow, that was pretty amazing. We'd like to have him on in a part 2. So let's say, okay, that's enough. We'll talk about him later. No, next day, it's Darkside Phil part 2. Without Darkside Phil, the show continues without me.
That wasn't that, though. No. That was them discussing what happened. They're fully in their right to do that. It was literally just like a follow-up on the story. But without you, because you had no place there anymore. It didn't, like, they don't need you there.
And they make a ton of money on it. Okay?
Okay, because they did a good job, dude. He fails to realize that sometimes people get paid because they did a good job. That's how it works. That's why he needs to beg for money, and they don't need to beg for money. They just needed to do a good job, and they did. Because if they made a bad job, they wouldn't get paid that much.
Completely unfair. It's not integrity. It's just
Not integrity.
there at all. If there was integrity, say, listen, we had him on the show. He answered the questions. You judge for yourself what you think. All right, maybe we'll do a 10-minute segment where we all talk about what we thought, and then we move on. We want him back. We'll talk about it when he's back. That way he can defend himself again, or we can have the conversation again. Now, immediately once it's over, okay, then now we beat him up. And again, do I really believe they made $20,000 in a day? No, I don't.
Because they
They
didn't.
made a few $1,000 bucks. Even then, that's something they never would have made without me on the show. And if you're actually showing, okay, wow, that's nice that Phil did this for us. We're gonna be nice and grateful. We won't beat him up the next day. Well, they did. They did a 2.5 hour beat up Phil show today. Okay, making more money constantly, right? Laughing. I actually heard, and we might we might react to it live here. They all did the act laugh together in unison, which I don't do.
They did that?
You see,
Bro, he is a valedictorian, right? He has a business degree. Well, in business school, they teach you a very simple thing that they also teach you on the streets. Look at your own paper. That's what they teach you.
like that's funny. Oh, something that people say about me all the time that's terrible is funny, right? Right? Oh, it's hilarious. I don't even know where it comes from. It's just one of those memes, right?
Ack. I don't know where it comes from.
So anyway, I hear all this on my stream this
It's one of those memes.
I'm like, oh,
They perpetuating the harassment.
that's I first I didn't believe it. I thought people were basically over exaggerating. All right, I did. I thought people were making shit up, or maybe what it is they want to start trouble. And I actually felt, and I defended those guys last night. I said, no, I feel like that interview was 100% fair. I do.
So
Yes, was Adam harsh? He was. A lot of people thought he came off very abrasive and like a dick. All right, while Craig was more neutral and or seeming like a journalist.
No, you deserve people to treat you like a dick. That's how you deserve people to treat you. I'm sorry, that's just how it is, man. I'm sorry. You can't be treated like everybody else because you're not like everybody else. You live in some fantasy where you believe like you're supposed to act like you act and be treated like everybody else who doesn't act like this. No, it's not happening. Get a vibe check.
Or Adam was kind of being a jerk. I actually didn't feel that. At the end of the day, I was okay with all of them. I mean that, and I defended them. My audience was telling me the opposite, and I said, no, I think you guys are wrong. I think that it actually was fair. Okay, I did. All right. So anyway, when everyone's telling me this on my show today, I don't believe it. I'll watch it for myself later or whatever. But over the course of the show, people were progressively getting worse and worse. I'm like, no, Phil, you have to understand, this was really bad. Like, this was 1,000,000% a detractor show. Craig is saying he's going to go on detractor shows now. Really?
Okay.
Craig,
Isn't that fair in looking at both sides?
the guy who literally said, I'm going to be neutral about
They made money not because they had DSP on, but because they gave DSP a fair shake and ended up roasting him. This is the pig roast saga.
Exactly. They're gonna give him a fair shake. They did. And fairly. They determined that he was a liar. And he was a fraud. And he was egotistical and he spends his money like he's 5 years old. That's what they fairly determined.
this is going to be a fair interview. Now he's going to appear on Detractor Show. So not only...
But this is like after the fact, dude. The interview happened. It's staying up for the rest of time. It's been immortalized now. It's been set in stone. It's finished. So now he can't go on somebody fucking podcast, talk about DSP, and talk about what you did and what his opinion of you is? We gonna gatekeep Craig going on shows?
Is it now...
Is he your boyfriend?
Their own content that they're not... It's going to continue. It continues into other people's content as well, right? Right? Okay, this is interesting. So again, all this is happening, right? And I'm just doing my content. I get an email, all right, from a fan. I hope the fan, I'm not going to reveal the fan's name right now.
Yeah. We get emails again. Mr.
I'll
Transparent.
give you some feedback. I'm watching the Aftermath stream by Craig and Company. It's clear there was never any intention to have you as a normal guest. They're quite open to admitting they believe the detractors on every single issue possible.
Because they're right.
To the point
Next.
they openly belittled and laughed at you all day long today.
Yes, that's what you deserve. The more people do it, godlike. Yeah, it is KG. It's KG, the horse fucker Keith. That piece of dog shit. You can go and do this.
Suck a dog off.
That's what I'm talking about! They openly said to your face that they contacted most of your detractors to get feedback. Every single super chat that mentioned something negative about you, they read out and believed without hesitation. It's clearly difficult to believe.
But no. Hold on. They already had the time to process what they thought, right? 5 hours. 5 hours. They gave him the fair shake. Eventually, they came to the conclusion that he is a liar, he is a fraud, and he's a narcissist. This is eventually what they did through their unbiased, objective, fair shake. This is how it works, man. In the end, you come to a conclusion. And the conclusion was not something that he liked, and he's just in denial about it.
Wasn't their initial intention, and they lulled you into some kind of false sense of security over the previous week, giving you the impression they wanted to be neutral. You basically went to a detractor stream with a friendly name, and the Keemstar ambush was just a cherry on top of this.
Yeah.
He might not be a big fan of yours. So here you go. This guy's even admitting he's not even a big fan.
He's not even a big
In
fan.
fact, they obviously just want to ride this detractor
So it's not the horse fucker, I guess.
wave of popularity.
It's some smaller fan. Because horse fucker Keith, he's very well planted on DSP's floppy dick.
And even say they plan to be guests on detractor streams in the future. They have to
Good.
that they're now getting during their streams show that they were just hoping to get these. Now they're basking on having grilled and exposed you to the world, and they plan to do it again and again and again as long as you keep allowing it. Honestly.
Oh yes, fight back, Phil. Fight back.
That they are your friends or even remotely impartial, you're sorely mistaken. You're just a lol cow and a liar to them.
You're just a lol cow. I want this. He's Mr. Lol cow.
We have said this now. It's a viper's nest, not a single friendly hand to be found. Be careful if you really plan to appear on their podcast again. They'll go twice as hard. They claim to have only gone through half the questions that they have for you. Okay? They can't wait to eviscerate you again. The only good that you got out of this is that now you've kind of validated that maybe that Craig is now becoming a detractor.
He's becoming a detractor. Even at 10 years of history with the guy, he's acting like they went out for a beer every day. 10 years of history with the guy. They met like once. And DSP watching his videos every once in a while. 10 years history with the guy. Ah, this is awesome. Craig, my boyfriend, don't leave me, no! I need my boyfriend! I shouldn't have attacked the boyfriends! No!
Go! Feedback is neutral. There you go. Okay? All right, that's an email I get during my first stream today. No, I didn't write that. It's from a fan. Well, actually, I guess the person said I'm not even a big fan.
Not even a big fan. He's writing emails, though. He's a small fan that writes emails.
So anyway, I hear all this, right? And basically, as I'm reading this, I'm like, dude, I got to see this stream for myself. I have to now. Like, I have to watch this for myself. I can't believe this is what I'm hearing, but why would people be saying this if this was not true? Okay?
So they can gaslight you into having segments like this.
So I announced during my first stream, the late stream tonight, I said...
Okay. We're skipping this. This is just some more story that I told you in, like, one sentence.
Again, right? Great. Okay. Now, that's not where it ends, ladies and gentlemen. Because as I said, I was still fully intending that tonight we were going to sit here and we were going to react to this, which we still might do. But there's a new update, ladies and gentlemen. If you remember, I told you that I emailed Craig last night at 6:18 p.m. saying I had a 50-50 thought I wanted to send him all the evidence of my innocence.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Stop playing hard to get, you stupid cocksucker. Either send it, don't send it. That's it. Stop being on the fucking fence.
His email. I want to be sure if I'm going to send this to him.
Because, like, this is why he's doing it, man, and it's so transparent. Because if Craig answered 5 minutes later than DSP wanted, it's canceled. It's just like with the Keemstar thing. Hey, Keem, you didn't call me at the right time, dude. You had to. That's our agreement.
He's going to check it. He's going to see it, see the evidence, and delete it right away. Right? And by the way, I already said, I know probably this won't change public opinion, but at least then you'll believe me. Right? He emailed me back. Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for this? I don't think I was ready for this one when I read it.
I don't think I'm ready for this one. Big ups Perfect Dank for the membership. Somebody asked for a chocolate starfish.
Chocolate starfish!
Ready. You ready for this? Here's a response I got at 5:45 p.m. today, 2 hours ago. I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at linked on today's show as a debrief. That's what he called it, a debrief.
Yes?
You shitting on me for 2.5 hours is a debrief.
If you deserve to be shat on, sure, yeah. Yeah, that you're not entitled to people being nice to you if they don't feel like it. You're not entitled to. Interesting. I did you a favor. I was on your show, and I stayed on your post show as a favor. That's how he called it. He did him a solid. That's why he did it. This fucking cocksucker.
My debrief was saying, you guys did a great job interviewing me and defending you for 2 hours against my fans. That was my debrief. And then also apologizing to someone who I harmed in my past and apologizing publicly to Review Tech USA. That was my debrief from the show. Your debrief was a 2.5 hour Destroy Darkseid Phil show and make money on it. Okay.
Yes.
I think we all left the interview.
I'm fucking so happy they did. I'm so happy they did. I'm so happy they got a lot of money. Everybody else who was streaming this dumpster fire, I hope they made a lot of money, a lot of views. That's awesome. That's fucking great. Because I think it's so poetic that the greed monster can't monetize himself. He has to beg like a little bitch. And everybody else can just sit there, laugh at him, point at him, and people give him money. I think that's fantastic. So fucking big ups to that, and DSP can go and fuck himself in his stupid ass.
You're mentally exhausted and feeling incredibly frustrated. At the end of the day, we want what's best for you. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile game, the bank stuff, it doesn't make sense. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is you saying it's not.
That's why he's the GOAT!
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! That's called motherfucking bars! That's called motherfucking bars! That's called motherfucking bars! That's what I'm talking about!
That's what I'm talking about, Craig. Fucking beautiful gentleman.
I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this around.
Facts.
So dug in, even in the face of insanely detailed evidence. You wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based on things they've seen online, and it was tough. Like, that's not even a point.
What? That's a fact. That's not a point. It's a fact.
It has nothing to do with anything, having Keemstar on the show. It has nothing to do with any point at all.
It has nothing to do with the big point of the 50K. Having the dude who offered the 50K be there has nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with it. He invaded my interview. This dude, like, the tired alcoholic hamster in his brain is having a field day trying to run on that wheel just to make anything make sense to him.
Honestly, I'm disappointed. Like I said, we want what's best.
Bruh.
We very much do. You have to help yourself. When you're ready to take that step, I'll gladly help you on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
No! That's called motherfucking bars!
You deserve to get to level 2. Yo, that was outstanding. Outstanding. That's what I'm talking about, man.
That's what I'm talking about!
This is, oh, yes. Let him cook. Let him cook. Level 2.
Does that sound like to you?
What does it sound like to you? No, he's went on the dark side.
Like a neutral party?
Not anymore, dude. Not anymore. He literally told you why he's not neutral in the email. That whole email is about telling you he's not neutral anymore. You fucking piece of shit buffoon.
Proves that he went into it.
That's how like opinions on somebody works, right? That's how it works. You don't know anything about them. You learn something about them. Then you have an experience with them, and you either go in one side or another side. That's just how it works.
With one shot of
Oh fuck! I pressed the fucking button. God damn it!
content as well, right? Scrollers crew. And do the right thing. Do you want to know what I did last night?
Suck the bag of dicks. Hold on. Sorry about this. I need to see. I need to see where I was. Because I pressed a magical button that put me back like 30 minutes. 43:10. Okay, there we go. We fixed it. We fixed it! That's why he's the GOAT.
That email proves that he went into it with 100%
No.
preconceived notions of what the truth was.
No, that's not what it means at all. It means that he came out with a different opinion. He came out. He wrote this email after the interview, correct? It was after the interview when he actually made up his mind and his opinion of you. You fucking moron.
Based on talking to detractors for 2 weeks.
That makes no sense.
I will give you full disclosure. I will give you absolutely full disclosure here because I want to be fair. After about a week of him directly talking to the detractors only, he emailed me once and he said, "What would you like to see?" Or excuse me, let's try that again. I misspoke. What would you like me to see? Right? He says, "What would you like me to see before your interview?" And I sent him my react to my Down the Rabbit Hole video, all right, from last year, which really covers my days of Street Fighter, my early days as a YouTuber, all the way to 2017, covers it all. And I reacted to all of it. I essentially said,
What?
Listen, I'm sorry for a lot of the wrong things I did. I admit that they were wrong. Here's some real bad misconceptions about a lot of that. Okay? So I sent him that video because I wanted to basically give him an idea of how there's been a ridiculous amount of misconceptions about me on the internet.
But bro, you address those the same way you address the criticism on the podcast. You just said it's not true, bro. Please trust me. That's what happened.
And when I addressed him fairly,
Yeah, I just sent him like an 8-hour reaction video of me watching a fucking video on the internet. Yeah, good.
how they kind of, at least make sense.
What a fucking piece of shit moron.
Infallible. I mean, I make a lot of mistakes. At the same time, I'm changing.
Fuck off.
Which
I'm
is-
changing. How long are you gonna change? When is the change gonna be complete? We gonna change until he's 65, and then he's still gonna make Chicky Chang Wang jokes.
Laughed at during
We're gonna be changing all his life.
yesterday, by the way. Oh, change. You're changing. Yeah. It's called human evolution.
Human evolution.
Today's
Yeah. Last year he didn't have snort sacks. This year we got snort sacks. Next year he's gonna have some new like growths on his face, evolution of his face. What's gonna be next year, guys? Let's see some good ideas in chat. What's gonna be the human evolution of 2024? Is he gonna grow like a hunchback? Oh, that would be interesting. Like Jasper is gonna sit on his hunch and he's just gonna stay there.
Last year is not someone 5 years ago, is not someone 10 years ago. It's a constant struggle to improve yourself. And when you make a mistake, you admit you made a mistake and you move on for the better. If you keep making the same mistake a million times, that's a different thing.
That's what you do, though.
I actually admitted, like Adam was laughing about change and everything. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, because they pulled a clip of you making racist jokes a year ago. So yeah, you didn't fucking change, man. Give me a fucking break. You changed t-shirts. And there you still wear the same shirts on a weekly basis. So you didn't even change that.
Right? So anyway, this email, essentially what this email says to me. All right, now keep in mind, the last email I had to him was, "Man, I'm glad you guys made a lot of money, and I would like to actually send you the evidence of my innocence, but I need to know how often you check the email, because, I want to be sure that you're going to get it and delete it right away." Did you hear a response to that anywhere in his email?
Yeah, he's not interested in your stupid proof, man. It doesn't matter anymore. It's been done. The line has been drawn. It's finished. You're finished. You're cooked. Nobody cares about your email anymore. Nobody cares about your proof. You're a fraud, you're a liar, everybody's convinced of that. You showed no proof to the contrary. That's it. You're done. It's over. It's over. It's the DSP is over party. We're smoking the Phil Burnell pack.
Did he even mention it? No. Do you want to know why? Because he already believes that I'm guilty. He went into the interview believing I was guilty. 100%. Had a preconceived... He talked to detractors for 2 weeks. Some of them who he likes, because I hate to tell you this, I really feel like he loves... He absolutely loves, like, It's a Gundam, right? He loves It's a Gundam.
I love him too.
It's funny.
Yeah, he is funny.
Mentioning It's a Gundam, all right, on his shows over the past couple of weeks, that It's a Gundam is a troll of Dark Side Phil. So
yes,
he watches his content and shit, right? He loves this guy. Why do you think that of all the detractors, what's the first clip that they played in the interview and then they ran out of time? It's a Gundam. He's a fanboy of him.
That's the only clip they played of a detractor. They didn't play anybody else's clip. There was no Super Crazy. There wasn't even Tevin. There was no Secret Limited. It was nobody else. It was just Gundam. And he was there to just Fortnite dance on DSP's grave. That's what he was there to do. After the fact, after all was said and done, Keemstar got his flex. He got a slam dunk. Even though he's kind of a short fella, he got it to the best of his abilities. Come on, he jumped off a trampoline. And it was all settled. And then Gundam came along and it was like, hey, just a little bit, you know, just a little bit of a flex, a little bit of a floss, a little bit of a gritty.
Right? So anyway, he's been talking with these guys for weeks and weeks and weeks. And all he's listened to is them. I got an honest question for Craig and the Sidescrollers. How many of my fans have you talked to? How many people actually watch my content on a daily basis?
How many did how many showed up? How many were in his DMs? How many of them exist? What do you want them to talk to Derek? To talk to KG? Literal fucking biased dudes who've been dick riding you and find an excuse for all of your moves? Nobody defends you, Phil. That's why. That's why even Craig was confused as to why there's so many trolls and so few fans. How is this guy still on the internet if he has so little fans compared to its trolls?
How many people who like my content, who would actually tell you why they tune into my content? Wouldn't it have been fascinating to talk to someone and say, hey, why do you like Phil despite all the hate against him? Why do you believe the hate? What do you think? Right? Did they do any of that? No, they talked to every detractor. They literally talked to the people who benefit the absolute 100% most from me being the villain. And that's all they talked to. Right? There was no evidence they ever went out and actually gave me
Fuck me, dude. I was muted, okay? Theo was right in chat. He said, he said Craig made a tweet to the general audience, right? And if there were any DSP fans, they would have replied, and they didn't, because there wasn't any.
a fair shake at all. It was just detractor, because all the detractor questions we have to ask Phil, and then say, hey, Phil, what would you like to watch? Or what would you like us to watch? Watch the Down the Rabbit Hole. That's it.
Okay.
It's not a fair take. That you have 99% information from over here, 1% information from over here. Ask me questions. I told you I can't show you the stuff, right? I'm not going to show you my bank statements or whatever. And a lot of the questions they asked me, I'm going to be honest, were completely unprofessional because they weren't prepared for the questions.
Hold on. Remember at the insert timestamp here, Mark, that I said earlier in the beginning of the video, when he said, you know, you guys, I thought this was a very fair interview, that they gave me the fair shake. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Now it was all biased. It was all nitpicking and biased. Wow.
Suck a dog off.
Can I give you an example here?
What an example. Give me an example.
Phil, tell us about the $5,000 of business expenses a month.
Yes.
What $5,000 of business expenses?
That you talked about on your bankruptcy call that was streamed on Twitch, and a dude was on the call and asked you about that. So that is factual, right? It exists. It's an actual thing that actually happens. It is written there on a public statement that you submitted to the bankruptcy court.
Well, you know, the ones that everyone knows about. What are you talking about?
Do you want me to, like, actually show your bankruptcy documents? Do you want people to do that? It's public record. They can go find it.
I want to know what is, are you talking about from my bankruptcy?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, is that what it is? He's like,
where else would they get it from? Where else?
Adam, is that what it is? Yeah, it's from the, you know, I need to know. What are you talking about? Right? And ultimately, they couldn't even answer the question. Yes, it's from the bankruptcy. Well, from what in the bankruptcy?
From what in the bankruptcy? He expects them to go and like actually memorize his bankruptcy documents so they could ask him the exact questions. That thing that he told people that they're pieces of shit for looking up and finding, even though it's public record.
Is this something that's listed for my tax return?
Yeah.
Is this something that's listed on a generic form that was filled out, that was read off by the judge during the bankruptcy hearing? I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's exactly that. It is that. Stop licking your lips.
Bridges burned down. Ack, ack, ack.
There is no bridges, man. If there was any left, he would sell them to his dents, and the dents would buy them.
Your question, I've heard that thrown around a million times.
But he burnt all of them, so we can't even make money off of that. Ah, that shit sucks.
$5,000 a month of business expenses. I don't know. I never saw that. I don't even know what you're talking about. When I went into a bankruptcy proceeding, I went in, okay? And what did I do? I gave them all the information they needed. My bankruptcy attorney filled it all out properly with all the data. We went in, it was presented to the bankruptcy people, right? Yes, that was, I guess, a public-facing form that was presented. And apparently somewhere in there, apparently one of the detractors say it says something about $5,000 in business.
Apparently they say something.
Never, ever have I spent $5,000 on just video games in 1 month. That's insane.
That's not what they're asking. No, that's not what they're asking. Now we're misinterpreting this. On just video games. Notice the quote again. We need the quote.
Presented. And apparently
Just video games.
Detractors say it says something about $5,000 in business expenses. Ladies and gentlemen, never ever have I spent $5,000 on just video games in 1 month. That's insane.
Just video games in 1 month. Yes, everyone knows that's insane. Nobody is trying to claim that. They're just trying to ask you, where did that money go then? And then he started listing, oh yeah, it's my mortgage, it's my fucking this, it's my that. Really? Can we itemize?
Insane. I don't know where that number comes from.
We don't know where it comes from.
I'm not a tax attorney. I'm not a judge who stamped my bankruptcy.
I don't know my
I
bankruptcy.
know that, where that number came from.
No, your job is when you go to a bankruptcy hearing, you should know as much as possible. That includes $5,000 of business expenses and where they're from and where they go. That's how it works. This is your bankruptcy.
No, I don't have $5,000 in business expenses every month.
Yes,
I don't know.
correct.
Okay?
We all know that. That's why we're asking you, what's up with that?
What I can tell you is it was 100% kosher according to the bankruptcy judge. Because again, because the trolls were harassing everyone involved with that bankruptcy so badly, I had to go in and I had to do, just listen to this, hours and hours and hours of work.
This is when he admitted to bankruptcy fraud.
Yeah, I've heard people say this, but I don't know enough to just to like say that he admitted to bankruptcy fraud. He might as well have. But I don't know enough about it, honestly. Thanks, Mr. Extravagant.
All the transactions that I did related to my business, not even related to my, like I was explaining everything so they would understand all of it. This is not something they have to do with anyone else. But because so many people were basically contacting the bankruptcy judge and saying, Phil's a liar, Phil's a fraud, all this. I had to go through all this. It was insanely stressful. It was one of the most complicated bankruptcies probably they've ever done. All right? Certainly was the only one where someone ever called in and impersonated one of my debtors. All right? Certainly.
That was great. That was great. Comedy gold.
But the point is, you got me in the interview. The question is, explain the $5,000. Okay, what $5,000?
What
$5,000? What they meant. So I try to say, I don't know. Is it maybe the mortgage? Is it, because I don't know, because my house is also where I work out of. Is it medical expenses? I don't know. Why would you ask me this question? That's a stupid question.
Yeah, somebody said, I read, I think a tweet or a post or something about that. So don't like take this as fact. But somebody said that you can't put your whole mortgage as a business expense. You can only have like parts of your house, like your office and stuff. So you can't actually have the whole thing. And big ups Doody for the 5 memberships, dude. Big ups. I'm about to watch your stream after this, but that's going to be in like 3 hours, I guess. And let's see what happened then. Because that was like the retaliation of this stream. So, because this shit goes deep, man. It's very complicated and very, very deep.
In an interview. Like, I'm going to have the answers to this question. But to them, that's a valid question. So I answered it, right? And some of the other, again, the bank statements. The thing is with these bank statements, all right? I talked about it today on my show earlier. I'll talk about it again. You can say there's all this circumstantial evidence that says it's yours. Correct. And you can also say there's circumstantial evidence that it's not mine.
Like what? Are we going to bring up PetSmart? Please don't do that. Please don't do that. That is such a stupid 5 IQ opinion.
Like the fact that there's all these transactions that are crazy big transactions for pets when I have 1 cat.
Yes. They also sell other stuff at PetSmart or whatever, insert name of pet shop. They sell a lot of stuff. And are you trying to say that you physically are unable to spend a lot of money at a place just because you have one cat? That makes no sense, dude.
He had many extra meetings with the judge even though everything was handled via phone.
Well, they had a Zoom meeting, I guess. They had extra Zoom meetings where he had to explain or something. I don't know. It's, you should just trust him. You know how this works.
Oh!
You know, Phil hypnotized a judge. He's a little supervillain.
He is super something. I'm not sure he's a villain. He's more like I don't know, a goat.
One freaking cat. Not 10, not 20, not 100 dogs. I have one cat. How am I spending like $100 a week on pet supplies? What am I buying him? Golden pet fucking cat food? Like, what are you talking about, right? That's just as circumstantial to prove my innocence as the things that prove my guilt.
They also don't, hold on, they also don't, as far as I remember, those big purchases at the PetSmart, they're not like weekly stuff. They were just like one or two of them, as far as I remember. Of course, that might not be entirely true. But he's trying to make it seem like every week he's spending $100 at PetSmart. And now he's comparing that one thing, because it's just one thing. Keep that in mind. It's one thing. To every single transaction that relates to a place that is in his area, that he is known to frequent, including places like Curls and Twirls, where there is a picture of what very much looked like his wife on their website. It's just such a web of facts. And those transactions, if they were fake, they had to be like, you had to dedicate your life to fake this. You had to like go above and beyond to fake this. You can't just do this. It doesn't work like that.
He said he didn't, and again, I explained it to them, and they had like...
So he spent $89 per month on average at PetSmart. A month. That's not a lot. That's 4 days off, right? A month has 4 weeks. Each week he has 1 day off. That's not a lot. That's like 90 divided by 4 is like what? I don't know. Almost 25. Let's say 20. $20 per trip, which is how much Jasper's pet food costs. $20, like he admitted in the past. That the premium food that he gets is $20 per bag. Yeah, there we go, man.
He didn't understand what I was saying. When it comes to those mobile, apparently not even mobile, it was iTunes transactions, right? They're saying, here's a bank account, right? And in that bank account, it's showing that there's these transactions coming out of iTunes. And I'm like, okay. And, right? And like, the accusations against me from my detractors are that every day I make a bunch of money on my stream.
Phil sets $1,200 automobile repair traps. The detractors set $100,000 traps.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. They spend $100K to make him look bad. That's literally all you do, man. Imagine. Somebody spends $100,000 just to make some dude on the internet look bad. And this dude looks bad just by existing.
What's easier to do? Get the info from an exposed account or spend hours faking the info? Also, cat trees are expensive.
That is true, yeah. Cat trees. So, I mean, like, he could have bought toys. He could have bought some other, like, litter boxes, stuff like that. You know how he does, man. He likes to treat himself. He likes to buy stuff.
Moo wife could be plus-size swimsuit model.
She could. Those are getting pretty big now. No pun intended. But they are, they're getting up there, man. They're just as valid as the skinny ones.
Tax guy all of his expenses, but he knows nothing. He gave the bankruptcy lawyer all of his expenses, but he knows nothing. Convenient.
We know nothing and everything at the same time. That's the thing. There we go. It's fact.
People tip me, and that money is in my PayPal.
He knows everything because he can tell you it's all fake, but he knows nothing when it comes to proving it.
And then immediately I go on.
That's why he's the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Spend it all on mobile games. Well, if I did that, it would be coming out of my PayPal account, not out of my bank account. Why would I be doing transactions on money I made today on stream coming out of my bank account? My money doesn't go there. Think about how dumb it would be if I'm making all this money, it's going to my PayPal. Then I transfer the money from my PayPal to the bank account.
Okay.
Right?
That's what you admit to doing, like, literally every time. I don't know what when he gets a chargeback, you know what he says? Hey, you guys, I transferred all my money in my bank account, so my PayPal is now in the red. Yeah. Yeah. That's what he says. So he admits that he directly, immediately does that.
I take the money out of the bank account. I'm losing money. When you transfer money from your PayPal to a bank account, there's all these fees involved. Why would I even do that? If that were, you know, it doesn't make any sense. What they're saying, it logically makes no sense. But again, everything that they say, that's circumstantial, correct?
Oh.
When H&R Block or tax attorneys file taxes on your behalf, you get a copy it. Phil can go grab those files and easily go over each expense.
You know what's better? A piece of paper that says bills on it. And then you go through that. Okay? Because they're honest and transparent. It says bills. And it says Hulu. Remember when he pulled up the bills? And he was like, oh yeah, it says Hulu. And then it says, and then they all kind of like looked at him the wrong way. And he was like, okay, yeah, I'm going to put this away. And then he almost cried. He put on the soy voice. Oh, like, there's so many things that I'm not telling people. And it's like, I'm having health issues. I'm having legal issues. I can't pay all my bills.
Circumstantial, right?
Circumcised
Please
evidence.
define Sir Bunny's evidence.
Sir Bunny's? Oh, because you had cum in your name, dude. Come on, dude. Come on. You can't do that with a TTS. You're gonna get busted. Police define circumstantial evidence. There's nothing. It's just a word that he heard while he was watching Law and Order. And the guy got away with it, and then he was bringing it up because of that. You know, in Law and Order, this happened. They said circumstantial evidence, and then the judge said, well, okay, I guess. You're free to go, Mr. Bernelski.
Can also be countered circumstantially. Because the truth is,
How?
Craig wrote this email and he says, we have all this evidence. There's
Throw
no
cat
evidence.
under the bus. Stalker? Really?
Stalker? What is this talking about? Did I miss something? What are we talking about? Did he say stalker? Maybe he did, dude.
There is circumstantial evidence. There is no evidence without a shadow of a doubt of anything these people have said about me whatsoever.
Dude, tag me in chat. Let me know what this means. Maybe I missed it.
None. It doesn't exist. It's not provable.
It doesn't exist.
True. So here's the thing, and here's where sadly this entire thing falls apart. All right?
Okay. Okay, this is the moment of truth. This is where it falls apart. This is the make or break point.
They interviewed me yesterday.
Okay?
They were interviewing me from the perspective of I'm already guilty.
No.
I already believe it.
No.
And all they want to do is hit me with the question where I'm finally either going to reveal.
Wait. He said that?
Oh.
When he was crying, he mentioned legal issues and he said Cat has a stalker.
Wait. We can't. Did he say that for real? How did I miss this? I need to look up the word stalker here. Hopefully, there's no transcript. Fuck me. Can we find a timestamp on that to like fact check it? How did I miss that? Cat has a stalker. What? Stalker? Well, nothing comes out here. Is the restraining order... Is that what you mean? The restraining order against the boyfriend who used to beat her? That's not a stalker, though. That's Jeff back in Michigan. All right? And that he brought that up to make himself look like a good guy. After when people accused him of stealing Jeff's girl.
Something that I didn't intend to and show that I'm guilty, or else I'm just going to confess. Adam was even saying it multiple times.
And you can't confirm the restraining order if it's true or false, because in Michigan those things are private, so you can't actually look it up. It's not public record.
Times during the show to Craig, says, Craig, it sounds like you're trying to get him to confess. And that's actually not right. Because he was. He wanted me to you could tell from where the interview was going by the end. Did you really notice that during the interview, they were only harping on the 100% questions, right? That
what is 100%?
Really be like debunked without exposing myself. Correct?
But bro, that's the questions people want to hear you respond to. They're not going to ask about where the load went. No, that's not how it would be. And you agreed to that. You knew that. And now we're twisting this gradually to make it seem like they were secret detractors the whole time. They just wanted to hurt me and make a bunch of money off of me.
Whale hunters greater than bully hunters.
They are greater. Plus bully hunters, that failed miserably. That was so lame. So bad.
There's easily debunkable questions that could have been asked. None of those were asked. It was all the ones that the detractors have harped on because all they've done is talk to my detractors for 2 weeks. That was not a fair and balanced interview that was well researched. That was the interview that was all the tough questions right up front. Then get Keemstar in here, which tell me what that did.
You agreed to that. You agreed to it. They asked you multiple times, Phil, are you comfortable with this? In this way, they completely they clapped his cheeks. There's nothing he can say now to come back from this. There is nothing. He is ruined forever. That thing destroyed him single-handedly.
Did absolutely nothing except gave them a popularity boost to have a big YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? All this is just bullshit.
It's all bullshit.
I have it up to a certain level. And it's like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt that this was them being objective. They were not. By the time that I got on their interview yesterday, they were 100% sold that I was guilty. And this was a phishing interview to try to get me with a gotcha thing. Or, got him right there. There's the evidence. Now you're guilty. Now he'll admit it publicly on our show and we'll blow up. Or to just get me to admit that I was doing it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Listen to me. It's not true. And I'm not going to admit something that's not true. There's a lot of things that I've done wrong in my life. A lot. I'm not going to admit things I haven't done. It doesn't matter how much circumstantial evidence there is. This would never, ever, ever fly anywhere legally at all because it's all bullshit. It's all circumstantial nonsense, okay?
Okay, and again, trust me, I'm not admitting to something that's not true, and it's not true because I say so. There we go. I agree with you. You know what? I'm actually on Team Phil. I actually agree with Phil. I'm under Pignosis now.
Email I got from Craig, literally word for word, is saying, I never trusted you.
No! It's literally saying, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I had a talk with you. I don't trust you. That's what it means.
Okay?
You can read for shit, Phil. Maybe put on some glasses. Maybe beg for some more tips and then put your glasses on. So you can actually make sense of what it means.
The cruel beggar's thesis.
The cruel beggar's thesis, man. This is the choosing beggar's existence. That's the level 1 existence. Then Craig, like he said in the email, Phil, I want to help you get to level 2, man. But it seems like that's not happening. Oh, no.
And that's why I'm saying, oh yeah, I'll send me the evidence.
I've never in my life seen somebody more delusional. No, it doesn't exist, man. It doesn't exist. This dude is like actually sick. Actually sick.
Doesn't want it.
And I'm perfectly fine with him not getting help because it's incredibly entertaining. And I'm happy with where he is.
He doesn't want the evidence. He doesn't want...
And the cool thing is he's not getting help because he doesn't believe he needs help. Everybody else needs help. Craig and Adam need help. I need help. You guys need help. The throat goat needs help.
Someone called me the throat goat. Actually proven, right? That's absolutely ridiculous. He's a neutral party. And he just doesn't care. He doesn't want the evidence, Instead, I believe everything the detractors have said. Sorry. So anyway, I actually did respond to him. And my response was, well, I'm broadcasting tonight on DSP Reacts. I'm directly reacting to this. Watch if you like. I figured at least want to know what I have to say about it. And he's okay, but I'm wildly successful. And I said, I appreciate that, but I'd just rather be playing games or chill.
He told him, hey, buddy, I thought, good luck, buddy. Have fun. Have fun, buddy. Have fun.
That's called motherfucking bars!
That's why he's the GOAT!
My audience can waste some time on it. Now my hands are tied. I gotta do something.
Oh my god.
Twitchy says, oh, just play games then. As Adam said yesterday, you do you and fuck everyone else.
Such a boss.
Yes, because you would like that.
What?
You would actually like for me to not say anything and just take the punches and you completely benefit out of this whole thing. That's what you would like. You'd like everyone to think, right, that you were the big innocent guy, you did a great job, the pat on the back, right? No, you didn't. You went into it in the completely wrong fashion. You listened to the wrong people for 2 weeks.
The wrong people. You should have listened to one person, me, and trust me and nod your head.
And I 5.5 hours of my time.
You scumbag piece of dog shit.
I've done a 5.5 hour interview for you with your little podcast, and I'm not insulting it because I'm small too.
With your little podcast. I came on your little podcast for 5 hours. On your little podcast. And like he said in the beginning, I did you a favor. And I stayed for the post show. Just for your Patreons. For your Patreon supporters. Ah, I stayed on you. Tiny Widow Podcast.
Well, who in their mind would have done a 5.5 hour interview for you? And you went into it completely in the wrong manner. I thought I was being interviewed fairly. Your actions directly today on your show and in this email Prove you never did. You never had an intention of giving me a fair shake. A professional would have said the interview's done. Maybe we do a 5-minute decompress session today about it.
Bro.
Move on. We do our Mario Kart, whatever. Maybe we'll have Phil back in the future for more.
This is like a speed run. A speed run of a DSP relationship with a person. They start off thinking, hey, Phil isn't that bad. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. I know a lot of people hating on him. Then they go through the actual relationship. They disagree at some point. And then Phil is like, you never actually like me. You're not my friend anymore. And you never were my friend.
Nah. Keep riding the money gravy train that we just...
It's like it's a 0 to 100 within days.
Little podcast. Is that a projection? Eyes.
Yeah. Well, he did admit his podcast isn't big either.
After.
But it is bigger than their podcast, because their podcast got up to 200 views.
That's literally what he's
Their
done.
little podcast.
That's disgusting. What was I talking about yesterday? I was talking about something I like to call on the internet. It's called a misery broker. It's someone who literally, when someone has a bad day,
Yes.
they have a good day. They make
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
other people's misery.
Welcome to the internet, Phil. Stop being miserable on the internet if you don't want that to happen. Stop living this miserable lifestyle. Go get a job if you don't want people to laugh at your misery. Because your misery is hilarious. Your misery is a reality show. So go fuck yourself.
Will literally turn the Sidescrollers podcast, which used to be the show that was supposed to be the #1 gaming and entertainment podcast on planet Earth, and you turned it into the Dark Side Phil shit show.
Because people are being miserable in real life too. They're having a lot of miserable moments, just not on the internet. Because if you put it on the internet, people are gonna laugh at you. How was my day? It was pretty good. I mean, it's a Saturday, so I'm chilling. I got up, talked to the Decepticon to talk about what happened yesterday. Then I chilled for a little bit, ate some food, had some pizza, and then I'm here.
Were you
And we're not stopping anytime soon, I guess.
profit from my misery? You failed. You destroyed your own show.
What? Make this make sense, Phil. Make this make sense. Make this make sense.
Wow. Amazing. Because now, right now, what you've got temporary popularity based on the negativity being thrown towards me. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy it. You're making a lot of money, that's for sure. Congratulations, right? I certainly haven't seen any benefit like that from this, nor was that my intention. But it sure...
That was not my intention to get a benefit from this. Didn't you want to tell your side of the story in an unbiased, transparent, and honest way? Didn't you want to compile all of it, all of your answers in one place? And that backfired, and now we claim we didn't get anything out of this. He went back to his own podcast and talked for like 2 hours and made $250. That was nothing, apparently. Apparently.
Seems that way when you're doing an entire show.
This is
today,
godlike.
rolling into the gravy train, right? So...
Money.
You know, hey, you be you. And again, with the hilarious stab here, we want to get you to level 2. You want to get me to level 2. You want me to be like you? You want me to stoop to your level. So you want me to have someone on the show, interview them, and the next day do an entire show shitting on them for profit. That's what you want me to do. You want me to be like you. I will never be like you. That's not me. I've never done that, and I never will. I don't make that shit, right? I don't. I'm not a Keemstar.
That is true, dude. That is true. Who said this in chat? Hermit said this in chat. The show opened, and DSP said, I want to clear the air. Nothing is off limits. And now he's like, no, you asked me the wrong questions. You should have asked me the questions I want to be asked. Well,
Suck a dog off.
I don't. Again, why was Keemstar
fucking
on the show
bum.
yesterday? Pretty obvious, right?
Because they asked you a question that relates to him, and you shat on him, and he wanted to say something back. And you agreed to having him on, and then they had him on. So you agreed to do this, right? You agreed. They asked you, are you comfortable with this? Do you want this? He said yes. And I'm not going to go get clips. I'm sure somebody's going to make a fantastic video with all the proof and all the responses and all the back and forths. I'm sure that's going to happen. That's a massive, successful video just waiting to happen. So go do it. But I'm not going to pull it up right now because I'm lazy.
Right? You wish you could be him. Why else do you think he's on the show? That guy is fucking reprehensible. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows the guy has hurt far more people than he's ever helped. And any moment that he pretends like he's doing something to help someone, look how he's doing it. Oh, I'm helping Wings and Boogie by paying them money to beat each other up in a boxing match. That's insane. You're out of your mind, right? And you want to be like that. That's who you want to be. You're telling me that's how you need to be successful. That's how the internet works.
What?
No. That's how...
That's what you wanted to happen, Phil. That's literally what you wanted to happen. All of this happened with your consent. You agreed to all of this, and now you're crying about it.
This low level of internet work.
This low level. He is high level, but he's also on level 1.
There's a
Make this make sense. Make this make sense.
monstrous amount of people who are successful doing really immoral, underhanded things on the internet. Okay? Tons. And what you essentially are telling me is that's what you think I should be, and that's what you sure as hell want to be. Well, go ahead, and you can be that. Leave me the fuck out of it. I want nothing to do with being that. I never do. I just want to play games, talk to my audience, have a good time, and have nice, chill, meaningful, good time. I said yesterday, meaningful content for my... what does that mean?
Yeah, what does meaningful mean, fucking moron? What does meaningful mean? It's the most subjective term on the planet. Meaningful.
People tell me that when they came to my show, they actually felt relaxed, they had a good time.
Yeah, they tell me too. Does that mean I should keep doing this? I guess so, and I will, because it's meaningful. It's meaningful. It's meaningful. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about! They had a bad time, they come watch my content, they had a conversation with me, and, you know, to them that didn't even click, that I said that.
Yeah, so people tell me this too. That's why it's subjective. And Phil would call this misery broker shit. And it's worthless, because that's what he thinks. So it's subjective then.
Yeah, meaningful. You know, like I didn't shit on someone for 4 hours and make them look like a villain on the internet, and I made a bunch of money doing it, because, you know, I don't care about hurting people, like apparently you did today. You know? What else can I say? It's a vile business being on YouTube. And what's hilarious is something that Adam kept saying yesterday, right? Something that Adam kept saying yesterday that was very, 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 very interesting. He kept saying,
what was
the
it?
internet's not real, it's the internet, it's not real, it's the internet. No. For some people, the internet is their life. The internet is my life, dude. Like, this is my job, 6 days a week, full-time, I'm in this office.
Isn't the internet his job too? Isn't he also like a full-time dude? So he would know better than you because he's bigger than you. And he's been on more controversial, like, topics than you. Because he was on Tim Pool's podcast, they had some drama. And that shit gets way bigger audience than you do, dude.
This is it. This is, you know, how I make my living. You think it's all jokes because you don't make your living on the internet. I do. That's, you know, no, it should not be allowed. Maybe the internet is bad. Oh, that's just how the internet is. No, the internet shouldn't be like that. The internet shouldn't be people just shitting on each other for profit. How do you not understand that we can aspire to be better? That we can aspire for something good or something better than what we have, this shit show. We don't want an endless shit show on the internet, right? I went on your show and I decided I'm going to actually grow and reach out and do things. You decided to shit on me for a whole show afterward. Like, do you see the discrepancy there, the difference? I grew, you went the opposite direction for profits. But it's fine, because I can't make anyone be a better person. I can't make anyone
be a better person. This is the dude who was on somebody else's podcast and they tried to genuinely give him genuine life advice. 100% genuine. I know he's not going to follow it, but they tried. They tried.
You know, have a moral compass. Sorry.
I can't make somebody else have a moral compass. I can't make somebody else be better than what they are. Because I'm better than them.
Damn. All right?
This is just like insane, man. I love it. I love it. Honestly, this is like peak DSP. He can't get worse than this.
Part, and I'll end it like this, and then if you want, we'll do some reacting to actually.
He's going to get worse than this, isn't he? He's going to get worse than this later on. Oh, no. Because we haven't even started watching the video. We haven't even started. I forgot this was about him watching a video.
Show here. Did anyone on that show go into it with an actual thought in their mind that I was innocent? That's the question. Because if they did, I feel like it would have went a lot differently.
Because you don't know, nobody thinks you're innocent, dude. Everybody looks at that info and is like, this dude looks guilty as fuck. Like, I think they said it on their podcast. It's like somebody got killed and you are standing over their dead body with a gun in your hand, with a smoking gun. What do you think people are going to think about that? They're going to think, oh yeah, he's innocent. I
do. I feel like if you actually went into it saying, hey, Phil was innocent or could be innocent, right? Then it would have been fine. That never happened. Never that wasn't the intention. You could tell that. You could tell that because I already had said I wasn't going to say much or anything new, right? At all. I wasn't. It was just going to be stuff that I've already talked about and reiterated because I don't have anything new to say because I'm innocent, but I can't expose myself. And then when I finally tell them, all right, I'll do it. I'm thinking of doing it. Oh, I don't want it anymore. Oh, okay. So you didn't care to begin with. I mean,
no, because it doesn't matter at this point. You're guilty, man. I'm sorry. You got plenty of time. You got plenty of time. You got plenty of opportunity. You denied it. We're not going in circles anymore. We're not going to be doing that shit. That's it. You're finished. You're guilty. I'm sorry. You failed. You failed. They left the door open, and now that it's closed, you try and get in? No. you're staying outside on level 1. And that's why he's the GOAT. Are you sure this is not, like, loud? Wow.
Be honest, you didn't care to begin with, or else you would, you know. There was no integrity there, all right? There was no integrity there. Huskers fan, you're already banned from DSP Gaming. Now you're banned from here. Congratulations. All right. Anyway. So, I think now it is time. We'll do a little bit of reacting. I'm not going to do this all night. We'll skim.
All right, Chad, if somebody in the comments on the VOD complains that the sound bites are too loud, I'm blaming you for it. It's your fault.
That's what I'm talking about!
Long as shit. Their show's like, you know, an hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm not going to be taking shots today. I'm drinking beer. It's already too much.
2.5 hours. I don't have 2.5 hours. I got like an hour. So we'll skim through it. You know, we'll watch a little bit of it, react a little bit to it. I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of nonsense. I have a few tips to take a look at there.
Yeah, we're not talking about this. Let's start reacting.
Base F Monday, guys, and you know, Darth Call.
And of course, you can hear the feedback from his neck phones. You can hear that as like extra audio, so you get this. Fantastic.
Black Garrett, Flodzilla, Andreas Exer.
All right, so it doesn't do anything.
5 hours to plead his case. Always
Well, I'm
against
covering
him.
Adam's face,
Of course, it's against him. They gave him all the time, all the space in the world.
and there's nothing I can do about
TJ
that.
Gamebox, Sidescrollers have,
Oh, TJ Gamebox. Let's see what he has to say.
open DMs with me and for any support. Well, I appreciate that, TJ, and I'm sure we'll be in touch very soon for sure. Jason came in as a member for 5 months.
There we go. TJ is welcoming them with open arms.
On the Patreon,
He's free to elaborate.
survey for the Sidescrollers feud.
All right, so let's skip ahead. Oh,
That's nothing.
Thanks again for the interview yesterday. Definitely a new fan in me. Let's go. Rise.
oh, Rise of Fem. Yeah, he's a troll. I don't
He's a
recognize
troll.
the name.
One day at a time, baby. One day at a time. And Joe came in. Says props to you guys, Adam and Craig, for the interview yesterday. You guys were
Toxic Crusaders game. All right, cool. Ignore that. Fast forward.
Okay, ignore that. Oh, here's the giant one. Oh, the pocket watching. It's impossible. Look at your own paper, Phil. Look at your own paper. Oh, here, look. This is a big one. What is this? Canadian $55. I need to convert this to American dollars to see how much money they gave him. That could have gone to me. A little something for the hidden work. Trav and Blabs put into the stream yesterday. Oh yeah, Blabs should put in some work in my DMs. I'm kidding.
says.
All right, now this is legit. Okay, that's Invigelis.
She's cute though.
Let's actually, they're still not.
Let's be honest. Let's be transparent here.
Get to the actual part.
Sidescrollers needs that.
Oh, there you
money.
go.
They really
Hey, Darksea the Flow.
do.
Dark
Pay
Sea
the
to
bill,
flow.
the electric bill, the internet bill.
All of us getting shout outs. Everybody who sent a super chat is getting a shout out. Oh look, it's Doody Streams. I know him.
All true, all true.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Not wrong at all, not wrong. Look at this. Anatard, Lord of Derps. Says Adam should change his name to Giga Chad.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Highbrow stuff. Here we go.
It's highbrow stuff. Says the dude who gets people called like Poopy Diaper to send him super chats. It's like, oh, we got Toxic Toilet Juice sending me $1. Says, good job, Phil. I like you. Oh, well, thank you, Toxic Toilet Juice.
Great job with the East Coast Italian style interview with the robust style questions.
The East Coast style interview with a robust style question and Keemstar style appearance.
Yeah, you know, shout out to Keem for jumping on. And honestly,
Shout out to Keem for jumping on an interview he had absolutely
Bro, shut the fuck up. Let him finish.
nothing to do with and derailing it completely because he added nothing to it.
You agreed to it. He added a lot to it because he actually held you accountable for the shit you talked to him. Ah, what a fucking salty piece of shit. Does he think this is gonna make him look better? What does he think? What is he thinking? Please make this make sense, Phil. Make this make sense.
But then he promoted his product. Okay, why are they giving a shout out to Keemstar? Because Keemstar got them even more attention. When Keem showed up, all of a sudden even more notoriety now. They think, oh,
They want it.
Keemstar was on our show. Keemstar was on the
They keep smelling the syrup.
show because of me. Keemstar doesn't know who you are and never would have been on the show if it wasn't me on your show. Shout out to Keemstar. Okay.
being really respectful. Like I don't know when Craig was like, oh, we got a special guest. Is it okay?
Can I move
And
my
it's like,
camera
I
down
was like,
here?
oh shit, is it finally gonna go sour? Because I felt like
Is he gonna block Blabs?
you know it was. Tense.
Don't you dare.
It was a tense interview. You know I wasn't letting off. The
All right,
steam
good.
The whole time. 'Cause
You want to know what the funny part is?
It's the only good thing he's done this whole stream.
It wasn't tense at all. Like for me, it was a normal day. Like I seriously didn't you hear at the end of the interview? I was like, let's keep going. I was like, let's just keep going. I'm fine. But they were like, nah, we gotta eat and shit. I was like, nah, let's keep going. We didn't answer all the questions that you guys I know that people want answered. For me, it was fine. I mean, maybe for them it was tense, right?
Just
For them it was tense. Okay, Mr. Siege Mode. Okay.
I am.
Okay.
But then
He's so deep in denial, dude. It's not even normal.
Keem came on and he said, you know, I'll be respectful in private chat, and like he said, and he was. It was actually really cordial, and you know, I have some things to say about that. But shout out to Keem for joining.
Okay, so for the volume is really loud on DSP's end, and the only thing I can do is boost his own volume. And if I boost everything together, it's gonna get super distorted and it's gonna sound like trash. So that's just how it is, and it's his fault.
Later.
For sure.
That was the most calm I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. Justin Kennan says habitual liars will often admit to part of their
Just listen to
accusations,
this.
but not the whole thing. In order to appear honest, Phil was doing that all day.
Yes, because the accusations that get thrown at me by detractors are partially true, and then they take a part of that and turn it into something that's not, and that's how they claim oh, don't you see that the evidence is that this part was true?
Like
The
what?
statement must be true.
Like
No,
what?
half of it was true, and then you made up the other half, but somehow now the whole statement's true. That's what they do. That's how the detractors have always made up shit about me. For example, and I know people say, well, this one's already been disproven, of course, but it's a great example. The escort story.
No, fuck yourself. Not listening to this. We're skipping to the next clip. We don't give a fuck about the escort. It's been 5 years now. We know it's fake. Your trolls proved it's fake. Half of them didn't even trust it to begin with. Let's be honest here.
Before the show.
Believing that everything was true. So of course they're going to think that I'm lying constantly, right?
I think that's one of those things that we were talking about body language before the show.
Body
And,
language.
People's body language, and most of the time when I was talking to the camera and not necessarily looking at the screen itself. So
He's so salty. LOL.
Oh yeah, not enough else, man. Way more else. We need way more else in this. He is like, I haven't seen him this butthurt about something, because they tore him a new asshole he didn't even know. And he came off that stream and was like, yes, everything is good. I love this. This was great. Then 2 days later, this was the worst thing ever. And they are terrible and they were trolls all along.
it's different when you talk to somebody in person and you can read how they're looking, how they're interacting, if they're leaning back, if they're leaning forward, read their body language. But it's a lot different when it's online, because I'm looking here, whereas I'd have to be looking here if I was looking at Phil the entire time. And if I'm doing that, I'm not, so I'll be interested to kind of take a look to see how.
What's funny is someone just said you look visibly distressed. You were
Yes.
I literally rock every single day on my stream because, as you know, I'm uncomfortable if I sit still because of my back injury. This is I'm rocking. Everyone even criticizes me for it. Can't you sit still?
I'm rocking.
Yes.
We got rocking lore, guys. We got rocking lore. It's been solved. Case closed. He rocks because his back hurts too much.
Correct. It's 100%
Correct.
This happens all the time. The rock. If you make jokes,
I wanna rock.
correct? So yeah, but outside of that, it was pretty much normal, except yeah, after you're sitting there for a few hours and there hasn't been a bathroom break or nothing.
Wait, I need the. I'm sorry, this is gonna be a quick derailment. I just need to clip the "I Wanna Rock" because I love that song. I just want to clip when they say "I wanna rock." Okay. That's all I wanted. Dang. Okay, let's go back to this. Oops, not this, but this.
Your legs are feeling tense. Yeah, you're gonna feel like shit, but I still pushed through it. I was ready to go further. Body language. No, body language is a tell. Like, for example, you ask me a tough question, and immediately before I answer the question, I'm like going like this. Oh, oh man, oh, because I'm racking my brain for an answer. Did that ever happen? I mean, I don't think.
Bro, this is some LA Noir type shit. Like, it actually doesn't happen like this in reality unless you're an actual child. Come on, DSP, the body language expert, who crosses his arms anytime he's uncomfortable talking about something. Mr. Body Language.
But, that would be body language. Not, oh.
He gets to determine what body language is.
I don't know.
comes together, and once, as you said, Travis, the body language experts kind of get a hold of everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. I'll just say, I love watching the body language experts.
The Wandering Travel Blog says, on a scale of 99% to 100%.
This is nothing. I just
How
skipped
sure
this
are you
one.
that?
Because they're just joking about they don't believe that the account is not mine, right?
About himself, like all of his
All right.
personal
Oh, wait.
expenses that no one cared about, no one talked about, and like talk about his wife's restraining order, which he seemed very apprehensive at first to talk about. Before the show, he didn't want to talk about it, and then he said he's like, "Fuck it, I'll talk about this." And then, but like, you're not gonna just show your username on a.
He told me to do it. Wow, what a disingenuous asshole he's being right now. He's
Why?
100% disingenuous asshole because you guys didn't know what happened before the show. Before the show, we were talking about exactly, what'll be brought up. And they said, what are things that, are off the table or whatever? And I was like, nothing. And they were like, well, we're not going to bring up anything with your wife. And I was like, but why not? People talk shit about my wife.
Talk about my wife.
Talk about my wife. Please. Please.
Talk about my wife, please. Hey, Phil, we're not going to talk about your wife. It's a touchy topic. You don't like people talking about your wife. No!
Talk about my wife.
This dude, man. This dude. That's why he's the fucking GOAT.
The GOAT!
Talk about shit about how we met. They say horrible, horrible things about me and her. All the time. Why not bring it up? And that motherfucker right there.
That motherfucker. Yo, that motherfucker. God damn.
He's like, I told him the story.
I love this.
Bring it up. His exact words were, bring it up because I hate shit like that. I hate to hear shit like that. And the truth should come out then. He said that to me before the show started. So now it's okay to talk about that, but why wouldn't you show something else? You told me to talk about it.
On a mobile app, or not even to the public world, to Craig, in a private email, for him to be like, okay, it's not him, everyone. You know what I mean? Like,
and I already explained in this show why. Because just showing you any screen grab doesn't mean anything. You have to corroborate that it's real. So what I was going to do, because I didn't know he was going to ask me that on the show, I was going to say, okay, if he really wants this, if he's serious about it, I'm going to send him not only the screen grab from WWE Champions, I'm going to show that it's the same account I use in other games, all the same name, all with everything on them. And I was going to show him my Apple ID and the game account all together. Now that's pretty much indisputable proof. If you had all of that and you're looking at it like, okay, it literally...
Bro, let me tell you this. If you're very desperate to prove your innocence, you would have had this prepared in advance. You would have all of this ready to go, loaded in the chamber. The moment they get to talking about this, they would be like, you know what? About this, Craig, I knew we were going to ask about it, so I prepared it in advance. I'm going to send it to you now. And then he would send it live, and then Craig would receive it immediately. Craig would look at it, be like, hey, you guys, this is not down from the rafters. It all makes sense. Here, I got screenshots of the Apple thing. I got this, I got this, I got this. If he was so desperate to be proven fucking innocent, and apparently he wasn't, because it took him a day to vibe check Craig and be like, hey, Craig, do you check this email often? That's what he fucking wrote to him. And then Craig was like, yeah, DSP, give it up. Drop it. We don't care about this. This is, you're finished. Bruh.
He thought he would be treated like an authentic Italian but failed to realize he was the sizzling crispy bacon.
He thought he was gonna go to a feast and didn't realize they were gonna feast on him. That's what fucking happened.
That's called motherfucking bars!
He was the meal. It's like when Hannibal Lecter tells you, do you want to come over for dinner? And you're like, yes. That's not what he means. And that's exactly what happened to him.
Hello, my children.
I want to rock! Literally lines up. Boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. That's what I was going to show him. And I emailed him after the show. That 6:18 p.m. yesterday. That's exactly what I was going to do. I was just waiting for him to respond back. Say, yeah, I'm at the email. Why? You're going to send it? Yeah, I'm going to send it. No, he literally didn't do it. He at that point, he was already 100% believing that I wasn't going to do it and I was lying. So he doesn't even want to see it.
really?
I think
that?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It was fucking weird. And then he was saying, like, I'm not addicted to this mobile game, but I was addicted to the previous mobile version of the game that people claim I'm addicted to.
No, not the previous version. That's not even the previous version. They're completely different games. Supercard and Champions are completely different games.
Oh, bro, are we gonna... Is this the hill we're gonna die on? I was addicted to a different WWE game, Adam. Debunked.
I want to rock! Stop games.
Okay, I'm gonna stop playing this.
It's completely different games.
Semantic Phil.
It's not the same game. But yeah, I mean, so I'm admitting to the actual thing I did wrong, which is where the whole meme came from. The meme of the WWE Champions thing came from the fact that there's documented evidence on the internet. I used to play WWE Supercard. I used to post up about it. Same thing with Dokkan Battle. I used to play it and post up about it, like on Twitter and shit. I would post up, look what I just got. Look, look at this pull.
Look at this pull. Yo, I'm clipping this. Hold on. I'm putting this on 1 speed. I'm clipping this. Look at this pull. I need this. I need this.
Supercard. I used to post up about it. Same thing with Dokkan Battle. I used to play it and post up about it, like on Twitter and shit. I would post up, look what I just got. Look, look at this pull.
Look at this pull. Look at this pull. What a nice flex. Oh, you guys, look at this pull. Look at this pull. Putting this on the desktop so I can use it in a SAG. Oh no, that's not the right one.
documented stuff. Yes, I
And we're putting this back at 125 because on 1 he sounds like he's drunk.
did it. That's the truth. Why would, of course I'm going to admit to what I did. What do you think I'm going to do? What are you, stupid?
And also this other game that I was addicted to, but I had a problem, but I beat that addiction and I'm good now. Like, it's fine. Like, come on, dude. Really?
What do you mean? What about it? What about it? Because people don't ever improve or change? Never. People never actually overcome problems in their life.
That's not how addiction works, though. So you either weren't addicted and you just had bad, like, habits, or you're a liar. That's just it, man. Because that's not how addiction works. People don't get off doing crack and then do crack casually on the weekends.
Apparently. Dude, I used to be 240 pounds. Now I'm just over 200. I overcame that problem in my life. I used to be...
That's not the same thing. It's nowhere near the same thing.
Raging alcoholic, where every night I used to drink myself into a stupor. Right?
Okay.
I stopped doing that shit. Like, how are you going to tell me people don't change over time and get better? If you admit your faults from the past and you overcome them, that's something that should be applauded, not criticized or be, oh, no one can ever improve. This is the same guy on the show who's laughing when I say, well, I'm changing now. I'm trying to be better. Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, because they don't fucking buy that shit, dude. Like, no, they don't buy it. It is funny. It is funny. I'm sorry. You should start laughing at yourself. Oh, yeah, he wants to be applauded, I guess. Well, there you go. There you go.
Suck a dog off.
You're an idiot. People do change for the better.
It's your username.
I think that's, I think it shouldn't be lost that we greatly appreciate Phil coming on the show and being so open about things.
And then that should be it. We greatly appreciate it. All right, let's move on.
And on that note, major props for staying the whole time.
Mhm.
Like, honestly, I was shocked, and I said this to him. I don't know if we were still live before I dipped out after I said this. I was like, bro, props for staying. Like, you got some major balls for dealing with stern interviewers, because we did go easy on
which is
him
what I was
all
there
yesterday.
for.
And then
And the reason I stayed is because I'm telling the truth. Do you think no, really? Okay, now we gotta be real. Hold on one fucking second here. If someone is guilty, why the fuck would they stick around for 5.5 hours? Are you crazy?
Because there's no way to prove him wrong, dude. That's it. Because that's I don't even know how to explain it. Yeah, mundane Matt. There you go, mundane Matt. The same thing. Because they believe
Have all these addictive tendencies on multiple fronts, sought no help, but I'm now able to casually engage in all those harmful activities.
there we go, because people change and evolve. Of course, that's exactly what happens. What was I gonna say? I completely forgot. Because there's no way of him to actually prove anything. So he could just stay there and talk his bullshit and say exactly this. Why would I do this if I was telling the truth? That's exactly what a dude who is lying would say. Because you can't prove him to be lying. That's what fucking the mundane Matt, like people in chat said. That was the same thing as mundane Matt did. Except they found out that mundane Matt could actually be exposed, and he was. And that's why DSP didn't want to send his fucking proof. That's why he didn't prepare it in advance, because he doesn't actually want to show that he's innocent. Because he's not.
Why would they even agree to the interview? Why would they do it? It doesn't make any fucking sense. What? That's what I mean. Like, that's why for so long, people said Phil would never do the interview, right? Never. He would never do it. And I said, fine, eventually I'm going to fucking do it, because I had enough of this shit. I had people saying this about me constantly. I'm going to do it. So I sit for 5.5 hours. Oh, just guilty. Like, what? What do you think I was there for? Why do you think I could take it? Why do you think I could take it for so long?
He clearly had issues with, and to have it, he didn't come in here thinking like, all right, I'm gonna have to deal with talking to Keemstar as well.
Yeah, because that was a waste of everyone's time, including mine.
And then the freaking Gundam clip, and he stayed, and it's like, you know what? All right, dude can take some punches. So,
Yeah, out of you guys, did all of you think he would leave early or leave at some point? Because I did.
no,
Whoa.
Phil is a
Oh, they got DDoSed by the trolls.
he's an interesting dude, right? He's an interesting dude in that he's been dealing with this for
The reactions on your face while you were watching quietly had me dying.
I'm very glad I watched this live. And I tried to add as much as possible by being literally muted the whole time, but it was super exciting, man. It held me on the edge of my seat for 5 hours. Because it's like the season finale, and now a new season is starting. So it's great to see where this all goes. Very interesting. Big ups PCI Tech.
a long time.
Yeah.
We dealt with
10 fucking years.
The overwhelming swarm of insanity for 2 weeks, and he's been dealing with it for a decade. And
well, that's because all of you didn't believe that we were going to be freaking do a good interview. But
That is true, yeah.
a lot of you have apologized and said we were wrong.
Yeah, I was kind of split down the middle. My opinion changed multiple times, and I figured it would be kind of decent, as in nothing like the quartering. That was kind of my final opinion before I started watching this. I was looking forward to it, but it surpassed all my expectations. Honestly, I was surprised, and if I said some shit about them, I'm sorry. I know I shit on Craig a little bit. I didn't know anything about Adam, but I'm sorry. I would like to publicly apologize, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot of.
To apologize.
And I'm glad I was wrong, and I'm happy to be able to apologize.
Big.
Yes, a lot of.
So, okay, let's go. Because that's, you know.
You can objectively look
What do you know? What do you know?
and see the detractors aren't the monsters that.
They're not the monsters. Really?
Oh yeah, let's see this one. This is hot.
Yeah, a lot of.
To apologizing is big.
Yes.
And now they're, of course, when they talk about positive things, such as their audience enjoying the interview, we skip through that. And then we get to, hey, detractors aren't that big monsters, dude.
It's a lot of.
So, okay, let's go. Because that's, you know.
You can objectively look and
Great interview yesterday. I'm glad you can objectively look and see the detractors aren't the monsters that DSP makes us out to be.
see the detractors aren't the monsters that.
They're not the monsters. Really?
Well, thank you so much. Not-
Some of them are.
Oh, okay. That was fair.
I was asked about it last night.
That was fair.
and they said, well, I would say in any fandom, there are people who can look at things logically, and those who take things to the next level, right? In any fandom, whether that's you're talking about Phil, Marvel, or the Dallas Mavericks, right? Like there are people who can look at things logically, and then there's some people who just take it a step too far.
This is absolute facts, and this is why Craig is the GOAT.
There's gonna be people in our community that do that. There's gonna be people in every community.
All right,
So
well, this is boring.
This is boring. This is boring. Why does Phil think it's boring? Because Craig points out that, hey, some detractors are pretty reasonable. They're asking the right questions. And some of them, they're pretty crazy, which is something I can agree with. But now we get a board skip, a board quit. This is boring. Why? Because it doesn't go against what you want to believe? It doesn't validate your beliefs and you have nothing to say against it because it's true? Because it's true?
You weren't letting him slide either, and I don't think you're getting enough credit for the work that you put in for that interview. So I think our combination of you being prepared with really good questions and me just like soaking in what was happening and just, you know, calling it as I see it, you know.
You knew just enough. You knew just enough to where you could say like, well, that's not right. And I knew way too much.
Yeah.
There you go. I knew way too much. No, you didn't know. Craig, you didn't know. You were told things that were supposed to be considered circumstantial evidence, and you were supposed to formulate an opinion. You didn't know anything. All you knew was what people had said about me. Now, they have evidence, just what they said about me and all their circumstantial bullshit. You didn't know anything.
This is fantastic. This is fantastic because it encapsulates the way DSP sees people. That they are not capable of creating their own opinions about stuff, just like Rambo wasn't. Because you remember when Howard poisoned the well? Rambo was not able to objectively, personally come to the opinion that DSP is not a good friend and not a good person. He was not able to do that. It was Howard's fault. And in this case, it was everybody else's fault for telling Craig to believe those things. And he blindly went with them because he's an NPC, I guess. I guess he is.
I think the DDoS was Cat pulling the plug on the modem caused DSP was getting roasted.
Oh yeah, this is something I talked to the Decepticon about. He told me about this being like a possibility, and we laughed about it. I don't think it's real, of course. I don't think Cat pulled the plug. I think it's just like a network outage. Just like what happened to me earlier in this stream. It's just like sometimes it goes down for a minute, and then it's bad, and we refresh the page, and we move on.
That's the problem. He went in to this interview, I know everything. So now we're going to ask, and hopefully we get the confession. Instead of, I'm going in, here's what I heard from this side. I actually did research on this side, and now we're going to meet in the middle, and we're going to have the interview. It was 1,000,000%. I listened only to the detractor side, and then asked me about one documentary, and that was it. That's completely different, right?
Bro, he didn't ask you about one documentary. He asked you, what would you like me to look up? And you sent him one documentary. You could have sent him more. You could have sent him all the proof you've got. You didn't. And so other people did. And he saw them and he thought it was reasonable. And then he talked to you and he didn't think you were reasonable. And he made his opinion that you are guilty of what you're being accused of with plenty of evidence. Okay? Can we get over this now? I guess not, because there's an hour and 10 minutes left.
Completely different.
To me, it seemed like Craig had the substance and Adam had the style of the interview, and that's just, you know what I mean. And not that you didn't have any substance either, but that's the way it.
Craig, you have no style.
Or that you don't have any style.
All right. Continue.
Did yesterday.
Oh, and now he saw that they got a super chat, so he skipped to that point. Let me read this $10 super chat. A little something for the great work Blabs and Trav did yesterday. What did they even do? They didn't even do anything. I was here for 5 hours. Where is my shout out? Oh, and the face he has right now. Oh, this is a great face. I want to pull that up on screen. This is such a beautiful face in like the worst ways a face can be beautiful. Fantastic, man. Fantastic. Look at this juicy face. Look at this little boy. A face only an Italian-style mother could love. Ah, he's not having a good time, is he, guys? I don't think he's having a good time. I don't think he's chilling, interacting at all. I think he looks like a little bit like a blobfish. A little bit. Maybe a little bit, right? With this, like, the mouth is naturally in a frowny face. Because, you know, that's just how we feel today. That's just the frowny face Phil. And the goatee makes him look like he's frowning even more. So even if his mouth is not actually frowning, and he's not making a sad face, the goatee makes it look so, because it's so, like, dripping down. So he ends up looking like this. It's just like, oh, I should probably just replace this with his face cam. I should put this on the overlay. Should I do this? Just, like, put a little bit of a blobfish where his face is.
The Pounder says, does it cost $5K a month for each?
So here we go. This stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Right? It's a joke.
Nope.
It does not. No.
It's like, that's a laughable.
A simple no.
Simple no. It costs time after the initial investment of getting your webcam.
All right. On to the next.
That's a long bike ride.
Dark side fail. Yeah, did you go on a 5-hour bike ride? That's insane. Lord.
He's like, I don't want this bike ride to end because I still got more to listen to.
Listen to on a bike. Okay.
Gamer 2 says,
Oh, here we go. I'm toxic on my own streams. I ban anyone who brings evidence that contradicts his narrative. He lied about literally everything yesterday. There you go. Look at all that. Look at all that corroborating evidence of that statement. But they're gonna keep reading it, right? Anything that's associated with money, they're gonna read.
Yes, because it's a super chat, Phil. You do that same thing, right? Right? That's it's literally reading a super chat. They don't have to agree with it. Just like I have a lot of them that I don't agree with. It's just I have to read it. I have to let the TTS read it and respond to it.
Evidence that contradicts his narrative. He lied about literally everything yesterday. There you go. Look at all that. Look at all that corroborating evidence of that statement. But they're gonna keep reading it, right? Anything that's associated with money, they're gonna read.
Toxic on his own
Yeah.
streams and ban
Anything.
anyone who brings evidence that contradicts the narrative. He lied about literally everything yesterday.
You don't have to tell me, Gamer.
Oh, you don't have to tell me again. Based Adam. Chatham. That's why he's the second GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Sophie says, thank you so much.
What is this mean? Phil looks like he's going through puberty backwards and sweat. I didn't sweat once.
He didn't sweat once.
I literally didn't sweat at all. Did you ever even see me like wipe my forehead? There was zero sweating, and I don't even know what that means.
Zero sweating.
But you see, they're reading everything.
Yes, they are, because they're... Bro.
Just read everything so that we can make fun of Phil. This is literally the Phil shit show.
What? How does this make sense? Make this make sense. Make this make sense, Phil. You do the same thing. I do the same thing. They send you a super chat, you read it. Bruh.
Craig and Adam,
Shit on Phil the entire show.
Shit on Phil. The Shit on Phil show. That actually has a good name for it. I should make a podcast that's called Shit on Phil show.
Through puberty backwards.
I didn't sweat. I wasn't sweating at all. Frankly, it was nice and cool yesterday. Today, it was hot in this office. But yesterday, I was sweating. I was in here for 5.5 hours. Right? What are you talking about?
Never know.
Almond John says, is it technically the third time Side Scroll Show has been brought back to life?
Yes, it was. Okay.
Yes, it was, because it got fucking canceled before, you fucking idiots. They can't even run a podcast.
Well, I think that if I was to change the intro, people would riot. But yeah, it's very similar to it, and that's mainly a mistake.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's skip to the next super chat. So look, the thing this dude does, he skips to all the super chats, and then it's like, why are they reading the super chats? How does this make sense?
Good point. That's true.
The problem is it's too long. Like, we can sit here and react to the whole show, but it's way too long. I'm not going to stick around for all night. So I have to skip a lot. There's not a lot going on here. right?
Yeah, because you talked for an hour. You were giving the pre-show for an hour, dude. You ate your own time. Dummy.
So let me triple check.
Mr. Knox says, was DSP stupid or desperate for any form of clout?
You tell me, what clout did I get out of the interview? Zero clout. What benefit did I get? Did I make a lot of money? No, they didn't pay me any of that money that they made. Did I get any positive press from the interview? No, not at all, right? Nothing.
No positive press. Yeah, you could have, but you were full of shit. You could have. Dude, do you realize if Phil went there and debunked everything, people wouldn't even turn on him. They would turn on Craig and Adam. Because that means that Phil got redeemed. Phil proved to all the haters that he was wrong. And people would turn on Adam and Craig. And Phil would be innocent. He would be innocent. We did it, you guys. It would be innocent Phil. And he would come back to the podcast and he would be like, yeah, that's called fucking bars.
Called motherfucking bars.
It was supposed to be me being a guest on their show. It wasn't supposed to be an interview to begin with. I was doing them a favor.
He was doing him a favor.
A favor.
A favor. And they were nasty to him. When somebody does you a favor, you should be nice to him always.
Either way, this is freaking gold. Yeah, that, I don't know. I think that he likes our show. He said he watches our show. And we have a lot of fun on this show. And I think he desperately wants to be relevant and desperately wants to be successful. And just...
He desperately wants to be relevant. That is awesome. I love that.
Does not know how to do it properly.
Despite the fact that I literally said on the show, I have no aspirations to be a big YouTuber. I have no aspirations to be successful. All I want to do is put out content for my audience and make a living doing it. Meaningful content for a small group is what I want. That's what I actually...
Okay, let's put things into perspective. Phil wants to make content and make a living doing it. Him making a living means he needs to make over $100,000 a year, which means he needs to be at least somewhat relevant and somewhat successful. Okay? Okay? Can we come to that conclusion? That in order to make $100,000 a year so you could pay your bills, so you could keep your house and you can keep your wife and you can pay your taxes, you need to be somewhat relevant. So yes, you do by definition have to be relevant and you have to be somewhat successful and you have to have those aspirations. Okay? Sounds good.
like more. I literally said this on the show and he thinks the opposite. Well, maybe if you would take that fucking hat off and take the cotton out of your ears, you hear what I actually said in your own interview.
Oh, wow. He fucking hates him so much. People were right. He is the Howard of this thing. Because Craig is the Rambo because they used to be friends. They have a relationship that lasted 10 years. And Adam is the guy who just inserted himself. He has nothing to do with Phil. He wasn't even supposed to be there. Adam? Why are you talking, Adam? Why are you talking?
In this world. And, I mean, you got if you've done the amount of shit that he's done without being honest.
Take a shot every time he says meaningful content.
I can't. I can't do that. I only do it for likes, dude. I can't. Physically, nobody is able to withstand this level of intoxication.
Holding yourself accountable, he's never going to be able to shed that stigma that he has.
How was I never honest or held myself accountable? Did you not see me react to my own Down the Rabbit Hole, react to the John Rambo and Howard video from last year, and literally fess up to so many mistakes?
Yeah, that's literally from like 2015, dude. That's from a long time ago. That's not relevant anymore. That doesn't mean anything anymore. Your success does not depend on that. And it was all bullshit in copes, just like it is now.
That I have made, right? Like, what are you talking of?
What are you talking about?
Here's what he's talking about. WWE champions. Like, literally, that's what he's talking about. That's it. It's like they took one issue out of the entire history of everything. They took one fucking thing, right?
Phil, you admitted your spending habits are bad, and that's why you can't save up money. You admitted this.
They took one joke from a stream last summer. It's a joke that's completely out of context to my normal content. I don't usually joke like that. It was a joke that was misinterpreted by a lot of negative people being negatively saying it was a racist joke. Wasn't intended that way. It's still a dark joke. It's definitely still too dark. It's not in my normal style. Well, that's him every stream then.
No, nobody said this. Nobody said that's you every stream. That's you misinterpreting on purpose to make your point sound more convincing than it actually is.
Like, what are you talking about? Right? What do you speak? What? None of what they're saying makes sense. It's like they weren't paying any attention.
It's impossible. Right now, unless he owns up to it, it'll never happen.
Own up to what? To the one thing? You're literally harping on one fucking thing. You ignored everything else.
I'm actually very excited for the stream where Doody was there and Gundam was there. I'm so excited to see that.
Hold that against him.
That was gonna be so hot.
and you know, he just wants to like pretend like all of it. Oh no, it's all in my past. Like let me just start fresh, and it's never gonna happen, dude. You can't start fresh because the internet is forever, and all your shit's on the internet.
Yeah, but so because people have done things in the past that are bad,
Trolls.
you can never forgive them and never believe that they ever got better. That's what he's saying.
No, that's not what he's saying, dude. He's terrible at like actually comprehending what people are talking because he's delusional, of course. He can never take something at face value and understand it for what it was meant to be and meant to represent. He just takes things in bias. That's delusion. It's like being inherently biased about everything.
Awesome person, Adam. Like, really.
So somebody can tell you, Phil, your videos are bad because they're too quiet. And you're going to take this as, you know, my videos, he thinks, you know, my videos are pretty good, but they're a little bit quiet. So maybe I'll boost the volume a little bit and my videos are going to get great.
Be sure to not look at your
that was a bad analogy, but maybe make it make sense, chat. Make it make sense.
That's called motherfucking bars.
Find anything you've ever done, man. Holy shit. No one drudge up his past, right?
What?
Like, what are you talking about? You're not supposed to fucking ever improve and be better from your past, according to this guy. You can never, like, wow.
Yes, that's exactly what he's saying.
It's just gonna keep piling on you.
Right. I think the closest he was going to get would have been after the show.
Yesterday.
Right.
This was the closest he ever had to finally resetting, and he chose not to confirm with you, Craig, and he chose to fucking talk shit on Keemstar after the show. And it's like, bro, what the?
Because Keemstar's a piece of shit. We said we were going to do it on the show. It doesn't mean shit. Keemstar is a piece of shit. No one likes him. All right? People deal with Keemstar because they want clout or they want money. All right? That's why.
Awesome. This is what I'm in this for. This kind of gold dust. And they literally told him, like, Phil, you stayed for the post show. That was your chance, man. And you chose to talk shit about Keemstar. That's what you decided to do. You decided to shit on Keemstar. Fucking piece of trash.
Shit.
This was the closest he ever had to finally resetting, and he chose not to confirm with you, Craig, and he chose to fucking talk shit on Keemstar after the show. And it's like, bro, what the?
Because Keemstar's a piece of shit. We said we were going to do it on the show. It doesn't mean shit. Keemstar is a piece of shit. No one likes him.
No one likes him. No one likes him. They like him more than they like you, though. People like Keemstar more than they like Phil. Do you realize this? They like Keemstar more.
Deal with Keemstar?
And I'm not even talking about his trolls. Talking about everybody in general. If nobody likes Keemstar, then like 0% of 0% like Phil.
Because they want clout or they want money. Right? That's why. I can say whatever I want about him. I talk shit. He talks shit about me too. Way more than I've ever talked shit about him. You're out of your mind. I'm supposed to kiss his butt because I was happy. I want nothing to do with the guy. I already said this multiple times. I want absolutely nothing to do with that man at all. Like I said, if I ever had a business arrangement with Keemstar, he would literally try to control me for the rest of my life. He would literally like a puppeteer with strings.
How do you know though?
Fill out that one time.
DSP equals dark side of psychology.
Oh, is this like, yeah, big ups 110 and 09, the dark side of psychology. We're diving right in. Is this kind of sounds like projection to me? Because that sounds like something Phil would do. I did you a favor once, so now I'm gonna dangle that in front of your face. Hey, you guys, I stayed on your post show. Why are you mean to me? I did you guys a favor. I gave you 5 hours of my time, and you were unfair to me because you made the objective decision not to trust me. Because I didn't provide any kind of reasoning or explanations to anything that I wanted to do. Bruh. Make this make sense.
He's beholden to me for the rest of the life, right? That's the kind of guy he is. He's ultra controlling. Why do you think when he tried to control me with getting me to do this show and I would not play by his rules, right? I would not just do exactly what he wanted, right? Drop my entire stream to answer the phone for him when I didn't even know it was him, correct? He's so upset. Because he wants to be in control of everything at all times. Why in the fuck would I ever want to go be in business with someone like that? Why do they like him so much? Are you stupid?
Bro, there are plenty of people who have been in business with Keemstar. I haven't heard really any of those stories. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm not saying so, but I haven't heard any of them. And if they existed, they would be kind of a big deal. If Keemstar was this controlling maniac to people that did business with you. Because he does business with a lot of people. And just because he does business with a lot of people leads me to believe that people are satisfied to do business with him. And he's successful at it.
you not done any kind of research on this man on the internet that's factual? And that's the difference. They'll say, oh, Keemstar and Phil are the same. They both get the hate. No, the things Keemstar has done are well publicly documented, and they're not circumstantial evidence. He fucking talked shit about mental illness to people like, people like Etika and what happened there. He's falsely accused people on the internet and he literally factually proven he's orchestrated events, dramatic events that weren't real to get stuff, popularity for his content. It's factually proven.
Phil, you know, when you brought this, when you were talking to Keemstar, and he called you out on your bullshit, and all the rest of the guys called you out, yeah, you know, they didn't agree with that. He did bring this up. There was this little segment where he was like, well, Keem, you knew about this? You didn't say anything? And then it's like Keemstar was clapping back on that, and the guys also clapped back on that. He was full of shit, man. But of course, he can talk all that trash on his own stream. He's great at that. He's phenomenal.
The stuff you're accusing me of is not factually proven. It's bullshit. Bullshit. There's a difference. Hated for bullshit, hated for facts. It's not rocket science unless you like the guy because you want to kiss his butt, because you like riding on the clout that you have having him on your show. Let's be honest here.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, I know you got some more.
Well,
I got more to say. I'm just.
Say, just so you know, Flash will be.
The funny part again is that none of this was said when I was there. Do you understand? Why do you say this behind my back? Right? Why is this said? Where I was there. I was fucking there. If you have things to say to me, say it to my face. Why did you wait till the next day? You know? It doesn't make any sense at all. None. Except we wanted to profit.
And money. We're back to money.
Profit.
On the show April 7th. So,
Etika's ex and mom said stop blaming Keem.
Oh yeah. I'm at this point I'm sure Keem is not to blame for that. Come on. That's ridiculous.
All right, nice.
Happy birthday.
In a private Discord. Yeah, that viewer actually came in yesterday and last night when I was talking about this a little bit, and I was actually going to bring them up.
Phil denied all his detractors the interview only to accept it from the GOAT detractor. Lol. So great.
This was so great because he genuinely wanted to have an objective interview, and it genuinely was one. 100%. They knew some stuff about him, of course, that made him look like an asshole. And they questioned him, trying to clear up those, the confusion in their opinions. And he just couldn't. He couldn't. So what they came out of this with was thinking that he's an asshole, because he is. And there we go. It was fair as hell. It was much more fair than any detractor ever could do. 100%. Because we're inherently biased. Inherently. So there you go. This was the best that could have happened. And it did. And he's still crying. And he's going to cry today. And he's probably even going to cry tomorrow.
An opportunity, so.
Yeah. Craig is aware of, and Adam's aware of, like, 90% of all of this stuff.
Hey, big ups to Dabby for the super chat. They're probably going to read it. This is nothing. Way too
much.
This is just, again, they took every super chat, read it out, and just, yes, it's all true, 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 yes, it's all true. That's not professional.
They didn't say that, though. They read that's not what happened, man.
I'm not there. On the show.
And streaming, they can't finish it. Like a show that goes like horribly wrong after like 6 seasons, but you have to keep watching because you want to know how it ends.
I think it's more like I think it's more like why Jersey.
Anyway, no.
Wait.
Me on the show.
That was very correct.
Streaming, they can't finish it. Like a show that goes like horribly wrong after like 6 seasons, but you have to keep watching because you want to know how it ends.
I think it's more like
that's exactly what it is, and that's why he skipped it, because he realized this is his life. A show that went terribly wrong, but people can't stop watching it because they want to see how it's gonna end. And then he panicked. He panics. He has to skip it.
I think it's more like why Jersey.
Anyway, no one's watching me because it's like Jersey Shore, you fucking moron. Good lord.
Congrats on that home ownership, dude.
Sounds smart.
But you'd probably watch Jersey Shore. It's probably your favorite show.
Oh, it's probably your favorite show because you're stupid.
Oh.
Mega Salt. He hates this dude. This dude is going on the shit list.
Get a good ROI on your house.
It absolutely eviscerated, man. It's so good to see this because for years, decades even, not decades, but a decade since like 2012 was this is how we don't play. Detractors were like the literal like filth scum of the earth. And now some dude who is not into this, he didn't know what he was talking about, talked to a bunch of them. And he was like, hey, you know, they kind of make a good point. I'm going to take this into consideration when I talk to the guy. And then he talked to the guy. And then he came out of this and was like, you know what? Yeah, they're right. They make some good points. Some of them are crazy. I agree to that. Some of them are fucking crazy. They make up some crazy shit happen. That's not true. But some of them are not. They're pretty reasonable. More than Phil is. And that's why he keeps rocking.
They're never going to end. This is their whole show, is just reading negative super chats about
This is their whole show.
Mr. Doctor Inspector.
Okay, one actually had nothing to do with me. I can't believe it.
How did it have nothing to do with you?
Pay taxes on it first before you spend it.
How did it have nothing to do with you? This is literally a detractor.
They're never going to end. This is their whole show, is just reading negative super chats.
This is their whole show, is just getting money. Thought I was gonna get a nothing burger, then ended up with it.
Why am I toxic?
I don't know. Why are you toxic, Geist-chan? Huh? Why are you toxic?
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. Yeah, great work. This is an actual detractor. Mr. Dr. Inspector Larry.
It's about me.
This is an actual troll.
Okay, one actually had nothing to do with me. I can't believe it, right?
Yes, it does.
Pay taxes on it first before you spend it.
Inside joke with Rise FN says Adam.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Just keep going. Let me just, for the sake of it, let me fast forward a bit. Let's go like 20 minutes forward and let's see what they're talking about. Okay?
Inner peace or whatever, you know.
Right. I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Me too. Yeah, I hope so.
Here we go.
Dark Seed of Flow
This
says,
is 20.
Hey, there we go. There we go. This is hot. This is hot. We get a TBS shout out. Yeah!
That's called motherfucking bars.
That's why he's the GOAT.
20 minutes later, it continues.
Play it, Phil. Play it. Play it. This at 43:24. I'm gonna keep this here. 23:24, right?
anytime there's a big announcement,
20 minutes later, this is the whole show. The whole show is just about me.
Yeah, this is the Dark Side Phil aftermath, you fucking drooler.
Everyone wants to know, what are the chances you'll appear on That Being Said or other distractor streams? I've told, I've been in talks with That Being Said. I'll definitely appear on their show, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I just gotta lock down a time. Coming up, I'm gonna be on Tuesday Night Main Event on Tuesday, coming up as well. So that's
Great
gonna be
show.
really cool.
Great show.
Talking to me about that.
Don't know what that is. Anyway.
Don't know what that is.
Start fresh if you don't hold your. It's impossible. to start
Here we
fresh
go.
if you don't hold yourself accountable in any way. Congrats for the great work, Isaac.
Oh, there you go. Oh, he is so mad. I've never seen him this mad. He is so butthurt, man. Let me remove the blobfish so you guys can see. He is so pissed. No.
I think that's why he's still sitting at like World 1-1. So.
Well, and he
World 1. Man, this is a violation, man. This is criminal. We're seeing, how is this allowed on YouTube? This is murder.
I'm gonna skip ahead even
Stop, he's dead. Stop stabbing him.
further. Here we go.
Agile.
Jade, have a good night.
I think that's why he's still sitting at like World 1-1. So.
World 1-1. This is the new song. It's World 1-1.
And he has such a high view of himself. You know, I said it to him, illusion of grandeur, man. Like, you really think that you're this freaking king on this pedestal that everyone needs to worship you. And give
What
you
the fuck are you talking about? I'm a king on a pedestal that needs to be worshipped. We explained what the King of Hate moniker meant, right? We did.
You still call yourself the king, though. So you do have this delusion of grandeur. You get like 500 views a video, dude. You're no king. You're not a king of your own household, even. Because your house is 2 weeks away from being taken if you stop streaming. You're not a king of anything. You're a court jester. Not even a court jester. He's like a street jester. He's like a busker on the street. But instead of playing music, he just like pick his ears and people throw tomatoes at him. That's all he is.
We actually went through it on the show. That has nothing to do with anything like that whatsoever, right? I said I'm a small-time guy. I'm a flawed. Everything I
Check
said on the show
Discord DM
was
for an
to explain
epic group ACK moment.
Oh, okay. I'll see that. Let me see what this is. There we go. Ack. There we go. I'm sure he's gonna get to it at some point. Maybe he won't because he's skipping everything because he's being a bitch.
I have absolutely no big thoughts or aspirations about myself or my content. You see, it's a giant king and everyone should kiss his butt. Yes, you're right. That's why I take it every opportunity to always be on top of everything, right? I totally don't. What a real wow.
What a what?
If you want to talk about people who unprepared, this guy knows absolutely nothing about me whatsoever. Zero. Zero besides the hate that's come in. That's what he hears. He knows nothing about me or my content whatsoever.
You had it really well for a long time because there was no competition. You got into YouTube
This is
early,
correct,
man. Like good shit. But you didn't continue to evolve with the
This is
internet.
all correct.
You stayed stagnant, like thinking that you were worth people's attention.
Correct. I've talked about all this publicly in the Down the Rabbit Hole and other places. 100% correct. I've admitted to this.
And you weren't.
Correct.
You have to adjust and cater to your audience, and he didn't.
Correct.
His audience slowly grew in the wrong direction by people making fun of him, and instead of owning it and using it, like Keem talked about. That's
Correct.
Like I got the most detractors, and I use them. They're my fans. They make me more money because of the hate. And
But he makes shit content that's harmful to others. That's how he got over. He doesn't make gameplay videos, Adam. He doesn't interact with his audience in a nice, positive way. He's a jerk. He hurts people to make money. Everything he does is deriding others, making fun of others, bringing others down, and then making money off of it. He's like, he has a giant chessboard of what he considers the world of lolcows, right? He's having a problem, and he moves the pieces around the chessboard, and he watches money fly off the chessboard into his pockets. That's how he made his money. How are you okay with that?
Bitter.
Tell me, and again,
Who's gonna tell this guy that that's how reality shows work? Who's gonna tell this guy this is how Jersey Shore is and how the other reality shows are? Who's gonna tell this guy this is how Jerry Springer is, how Dr. Phil works? Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? This is nothing new. This has existed since the dawn of humanity. But you can be the moral side, Phil. You can be as moral as you want. Keep rocking.
What I said is the difference between me and Keem. I've never hurt anyone with my content. Who did I hurt by making a bad Let's Play? Who did I hurt, right? With these stuff? Nothing.
You're hurting my liver, Phil. You're hurting my liver. That's who you're hurting. And my liver is screaming for help.
This guy's constantly hurting people.
Scat jokes with morality, dude. Poop. Folded hands.
They are, dude. Big ups to scat jokes. They are pretty morally correct. You can't be offended by scat jokes unless you're born without an anus or something. Then you can't. You can't literally.
Audience when they didn't
You know.
support him anymore, and it was just like he just got worse and worse and worse. It's just like, bro, it's so obvious, like, but he can't see it.
What are you talking? What?
Liver.
What? R.I.P. liver, says the Decepticon. I guess he woke up. There we go. It's the boy. And I think he can feel the R.I.P. to the liver. I'm sure he can. But let's see the Elmo voice crack. Let's see the Bob Ross sound.
They didn't support him anymore, and it was just like he just got worse and worse and worse. It's just like, bro, it's so obvious, like, but he can't see it.
What are you talking? What? Dude, this guy is a fucking dunce. He did nothing. He literally didn't do any research at all. But what are you talking about? I outright admitted it. We outright talked about it on streams in React events. You fucking tremendous black hole of emptiness in your brain. It's documented that I fucking talked about it. Why is no one
so good, man?
Actually, fair enough, he did say this because no one did the research. No one here did the research. It was just, we only listened to what the detractors said. And according to the detractors, he never grew, he never admitted nothing. They only listened to the detractors. What a bunch of fucking idiots.
I love this, man. I love this. I'm not even gonna add any more commentary. I have nothing to say about this. You guys all know this is bullshit. And I agree with the Sidescrollers guys, so yeah.
Point, and I think what Keem
Wow.
was right too. It's one of them things. Like, I think if he would have owned up to his mistakes as they happened, as they came along, it would have been way different.
Correct.
But instead, he got to a point where he denied, and it's so much now. It's just a mountain.
Well, it depends. 'Cause out of all these people, I think Travis is the most, I hate to say it, the guy who thinks the best about this shit.
Because he knows absolutely nothing about you, dude. He knows absolutely nothing about you.
Give Adam another kiss.
All right, just for you, because you're my guy. You're my other boyfriend. There we go. This time I'm gonna give it from the front, okay? There we go. Enjoy. Put this on Twitter, you clippers.
And he probably, you know what I mean? Like, what he's saying kind of makes sense, except yes and no, because yeah, he's absolutely right. When I made mistakes and things went wrong, I was always like a pig-headed idiot, and I wouldn't admit that I did anything wrong.
He was a pig-headed idiot. I agree. He's very dedicated to being one.
That was old Phil. Today,
old Phil.
Guys call me out on stuff, and all the time. So, you know, you're right. Let's change it. You know what I'm saying? Like, Travis, I think out of all these people, is the voice of reason.
Because he knows nothing about you, dude. And people tend to give other people the benefit of the doubt when they know nothing about them. That's just how people work in general. Because people, I believe, are generally good. Like, the nature of humans is generally good. They're good-spirited people in general. So if you don't know somebody talks trash about them, hey, I don't know, man. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true.
a lot of the time. Craig is just kind of the host, but it's kind of like the figurehead. But when you listen to all of them talk, Travis has some good takes, in my opinion.
He ever let it go? How could he admit? Because he has to admit to so much all at once. You know what I'm saying? It's just ridiculous now. It's so much.
Oh!
None of his fans sent them anything. Weird, huh?
This is something that ALT mentioned when he talked to Craig, was that Craig was confused as to why there are no DSP fans that reached out to defend him. It was all trolls. It was all trolls, and he was confused about it. He was like, wait, how does this work? Okay, is he like really that bad? And I guess we found out.
That's called motherfucking bars.
Shout out to the old man. A lot of credit. Give him a lot of credit. Give him his flowers before he's dead, dude. He's an old guy. You never know what it's gonna happen. Show up on Sunday, because he might not be alive next week.
Yes, everyone, yes.
You know, I've been doing this longer than Phil. And
I'm joking, of course.
By the way, guys, there's a lot of tips and things
I'm not joking about him being old. He is.
coming in.
He now has his radio show. Have you seen this? It's great.
I'm absolutely going to shout them out before the end of the stream, which is probably in about half an hour. So we're not watching this whole show. This is 2.5 hours of just ragging on me.
Then why bothering? Why bother? It's almost like this is a pity party so you can convince yourself they're wrong and not actually respond to anything that they said. Because we're just skipping through it and nitpicking and cherry picking stuff to respond to.
I can't watch 2.5 hours of this shit.
We can't watch 2.5 hours.
How unfair this was.
Where you need to eat humble pie. Where you need
delicious. Can you DoorDash that?
Look, Screw Attack was a very big deal in its time.
Correct.
Right? During its time, it was a big deal. We did billions of views on the internet.
Yep.
Right? Like, it was insane. But that was it.
Right.
That was long gone.
And whenever do I say today I'm big or I'm popular or I'm you know what? Never. Never.
You say you're successful though. That implies that you have some level of popularity if you're successful making gameplay videos on the internet. Right? That's what you say. That is what you say. It's what you say.
Never at all. It's completely the opposite.
Relevant online. I'm a piece of sand in this giant vast ocean.
Right.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's important to understand and for you know to be humbled at a point. And that happened to me. That's happened to me where and I don't think that's happened to Phil.
What are you talking about? Oh my! Again, they watch nothing. They literally watch nothing. They watch no content of mine. Anything within the last few years, they only watch the Tractor highlights. There's no way they could say shit like this and actually watched my content. It's not possible. It's just not possible. And they're supposed to be objective interviewers. They watched nothing. They did not. They did.
This is so good. This is so good. It's so good. So good.
And none of the positive.
Yes.
Again, did they ask a certain person, any one person who's a fan of my content, what do you like about Phil? What's the positives about him? Why do you watch him if he has all this hate again?
Yeah, that's I said this earlier. So DSP is allowed to have a decompression stream and make money, but they're not? And people telling him they did a good job and send him super chats? When they're not allowed.
They fucking just went and watched every day. They talked to. It's a Gundam. Yeah, you're really gonna get an intelligent discussion out of that guy. I'm sure.
Yeah, he knows more about you than most of your fans. That's why he doesn't like you.
Yeah, they're literally every word they're saying is wrong right now.
And I hope that yesterday was an opportunity for him, but I don't think he's gonna take that.
It was an opportunity, but
Right,
he's so stubborn that he probably is.
Guys, watch a year of content to interview me. Okay, sound good.
Even more than a year. You should watch actual years of content from him to be able to be objective and see how he has changed over the years. So you should watch everything. And then say, well, Phil, yeah, he did put out 3,000 videos that didn't have any hateful slurs, but then he had 5 videos that did. So I guess Phil is good? Okay. He's good. I believe so. Big ups Rodrigo for the super chat.
Sitting there thinking that we fucked him over. Like, we totally fucked him.
No, the interview didn't fuck me. This is what fucked me. Right here. This is what fucked me, you idiot. Not the interview. The interview was fine. The interview was exactly as I expected it to go. But the day when you decided I'm just going to do a second profitable stream, shitting on the guy that's not there to stick up for himself, that's where you fucked me over.
We were giving you the realest opportunity you have ever had to win back your audience.
Again, how? By saying I did something I didn't do. You came into the interview.
Okay. Shut the fuck up, DSP. We want to hear what Adam has to say on this, right? We don't want to hear the DSP delusion fest. I want to hear this segment by Adam because he's talking facts, and I agree with it. And I want to hear it without this dude skipping through the whole thing. So this is at the 50-minute mark, 53, right? So we got it here somewhere. And now the audio is going to be good.
Yesterday,
There we go. The audio is good.
Yeah.
It's almost like they run a professional type of podcast. It's almost like that works.
opportunity for him, but I don't think he's going to take that.
It was an opportunity, but
Right, but
he's
he's-
so stubborn that he probably is sitting there thinking that we fucked him over. Like we totally fucked him. When it's like, nah, dude, we were giving you the realest opportunity you have ever had to win back your audience, to actually evolve and level up. But he didn't do it because he's so stubborn.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, all right, well, there it is.
Wet Floor says it was a train wreck that keeps rewinding after a terrible fiery crash for the past 14 years. That is of Phil's streams. Rather mesmerizing, to be honest. Thank you so much, Wet Floor. Appreciate that. You guys, once again, your generosity today is spectacular. Cookie Boy says the roast continues. I love it. Thank you for conducting a proper expose. I have not considered it as an expose, but
It wasn't. It was more of a self expose. If you have somebody there who is supposed to be there to like prove that a bunch of things said about him are false, and he doesn't, then he exposes himself. They didn't even try to expose him. They just gave him the rope, and he hung himself in Minecraft, and then in real life.
Interview 100% believing I was guilty. That's not an interview. It's not a legit interview. You fucked up. You told me one thing. I came in with the notion of what you told me. You completely lied to me. You just proved it with that statement. Well, yesterday was we gave him that opportunity. You can't give someone an opportunity unless you already think they're guilty. You see what I'm saying? Like, you fucked up horribly with this interview. You don't understand that now all of your integrity.
He's like, what are you talking about, Craig? I'm humble. Then on the same breath, I did you a favor appearing on your show.
Yeah.
You're famous now.
Yeah, he did him a favor, not just appearing and giving 5 hours of his life. He stayed for the post show as a favor. He did them a favor. And now what he's talking about is this interview. Let me hear this, because this is legendary.
I was guilty. That's not an interview. It's not a legit interview.
It's not a legit interview. Multiple times we already said. He said a minute ago that the interview itself was good. The interview itself was good. It was exactly what he thought it would be. It was exactly what it was supposed to be. And he came out of it feeling good. Right? And now it's not legitimate. Now it's fake. It was fake the whole time because he didn't like it. He realizes now he didn't like it.
You fucked up.
You fucked up.
I came in with the notion of what you told me. You completely lied to me. You just proved it with that statement. Well, yesterday was we gave him that opportunity. You can't give someone an opportunity unless you already think they're guilty. You see what I'm saying? Like, you fucked up horribly with this interview. You don't understand that now all of your integrity is gone. Anyone who goes on your show, anything for an interview like this could never trust you ever again. Really?
No, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. If anything, they should do more of these interviews. They should do way more of them. They should have Wings on. They should have Rich on. They should have all of these people because they proved that they could do this. They could do this. Faced with a bunch of fucking trolls, and a lot of them were just hating on him for just like by default because they thought that DSP had pignotized them, which is good reason because he did that to fucking Quartering, who didn't give a shit. He might as well have been sitting there picking his nose the whole time and scratching his gout-ridden foot. Yeah, faced with all of this, they managed. They pulled through.
God, I didn't send them anything. Really? Like, what the fuck?
And now it's thank God I didn't send them anything because I couldn't trust them the whole time. You see, what Phil did was actually good. And in the end of the day, Phil actually did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Except, say, a couple of, like, mean-spirited jokes over the ages. But he's changed. He's changed. He's a different dude now. The one thing is persistent is that he keeps rocking.
To actually evolve and level up. But he
Level
didn't do it
up?
because he's so stubborn.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, all right, well, there it is.
Wet Floor says it was a train wreck.
Same.
Oh, this is crazy. This is good seeing him react to this and how just like his whole fucking ego just crumbles and he tries to keep it all together. You're right, Ludwig. I honestly, in the long run, it was worth it having the Quartering thing because it set up DSP with having so much confidence. And I said a couple of days ago before the interview, he is going into this so confident that he has all the answers. And they're all going to believe everything he says. And they're all going to be like...
Is Craig gonna be the new Tevin with this drama?
Well, he's like the hero we didn't asked for, but we needed. Because it had to be an outsider. DSP was never going to have an interview with Tevin. He was never going to have an interview with GTG or Ludwig or Ann Lead or Piece of Peace. He was never going to have an interview with anybody else, but somebody who he believes is a external and objective person. And I definitely 100% believe that Craig and Adam tried and managed to be that. So there we go.
Here we go. Let's skip ahead again. All right, let's try here.
Have you noticed this, Blabs? And I ordered no-show socks.
No. Are they finally done? Was that it?
Bro, this is the Dark Side Phil post show, dude. What did you expect? Of course they're gonna talk about you. It was a 5-hour stream. Of course they have a lot to say. This is their own show.
I got them all written right here. Trav, you know the funny thing is there, you know that paper.
Because DSP, like, okay, let me tell you this. DSP's the type of dude to go on Twitter and shit on somebody and then make a debunk stream because his tweet went viral. This is this type of dude. And he's criticizing people who fucking made fun of him after having a 5-hour stream and had something to say about it. How dare they? Oh, now we have something. Okay, I want to get this in context.
Right, let's try here.
Have you noticed?
Oh, we're just skipping everything at this point.
And I ordered no-show socks.
No. Are they finally done? Was that it?
Right. I got them all written right here. Trav, you know the funny thing is there, you know that paper was just blank. It was blank.
Oh no, now he's gonna go get it. He's gonna go get it. He is pissed. He is pissed. He is salty. This is so good, man. It's not blank, but everybody can fucking take a piece of paper, write some shit on it. How is this proof of anything, man? You're 40 years fucking old. Are you a fucking child, you moron?
Here with all my expenses written on it? Right here, motherfucker?
Right here, motherfucker. Right here, show it. I can't see it. It might as well be empty.
Here. Ready? It's literally still at my fucking desk, you idiot. God, these people, again, you want to talk about disingenuous. They didn't believe a word I said. Here, I just want to make sure that I don't have personal accounts on here. Right?
Why would you write them on a piece of paper, though? Mr. Chicken Scratch.
I don't want you to see what accounts I have, right? Obviously. Can I show you this paper? Not really. Right off the bat, there's like 2 accounts that are personal accounts, you know.
Of course, yeah. We have to hide it.
I wish I could have folded it.
I wish I could have folded it. You're such a stupid bitch, DSP. I'm so glad I'm watching his fucking downfall and is just burning into a ball of fire.
Of heavy pignosis on Adam and Craig by sucking up to them about how much he loved their podcast and it didn't work.
Dude, he tried to do this on the post show as well. The post show was just dick sucking for 20 minutes and it didn't work a bit. Cause like grown-ups, they can see through this shit. This shit just works on dysfunctional morons and people like Jade and Derek.
Yeah, already.
Big ups free 99. All my utility companies. We already know about it. You said, you remember when you admitted that people tried to cut off your internet and your electricity?
A certain way.
We all know about this, man.
Not that I should have to do this, right?
Not that I should have to do this. Why? Not that you had to do it during the show, because that didn't prove anything. You getting a piece of paper. No, that nobody asked for, by the way. Nobody asked for it. You just went to get a piece of paper.
Here, maybe if I do a crazy folding job. Right?
Crazy folding job. Let's see this.
Stupid.
Yeah, it is really stupid. You are really stupid.
Dumb they are. Okay.
To show how dumb those people are, I have to show you a piece of paper that has bills written on it. The word bills.
I'm literally just going to show you one tiny part. All right?
Show me. Show me.
Yeah. I'm not gonna cut it up, maybe.
You're such a stupid creature, Darkseid Phil. Such a stupid humanoid.
Okay. So Phil wants to prove what he's saying is true, but even just to show you this paper has personal shit on it that can expose me. You understand what I'm saying now?
But you wrote this piece of paper, you fucking lip-licking, stupid lobotomized son of a bitch moron. You made this.
About proving innocence?
And that was a hot pause. I hope I can get back to it. Wow, this was such a good pause. I want to go back to it. Fuck, we don't have this live? This is such a good pause. I need to go back. I'm sorry. Sorry for the derailment. Okay. What happened? And oh, now we have a recursive stream. Look at this. Wow, this is so cool. Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay.
Like literally, I'm like right here. Well, here's a utility company. Can't show you the name of the company, right?
Okay.
Here's this. Here's the account. I can't show you. If you see this, you're gonna do shit.
Okay. So what we have is a piece of paper that has the words bills. Then we put a colon, and then we say money on the other side. That's how you don't dox any of your information. So bills that you have to pay money for. There we go. That's amazing proof. I love it. I love it.
Literally, because I wrote all the names. Instead of putting like garbage removal, I put the name of the company. I can't show you that. So
it might as well be blank.
this is the fucking paper right here with all of it on it.
Okay, so it might as well be blank, right?
But I think you understand the point. Even that, I was gonna read it off one by one. Like the only thing I can show is website charging mortgage. Probably is the only thing on here that I can show you that doesn't.
Can you just show anything? Okay, so he fails to show proof again, even though it's a piece of paper that has words on it. This dude is crazy. He's actually insane. It's beautiful to watch, but nah, I don't feel bad about him. I honestly don't.
Yeah, taking a look.
Nah. He got it all coming.
Because everything else puts me in exposure, right? Two last instances, any earnest person would understand why you can't show it.
Oh yeah,
Fold it
yeah,
this
okay.
way, right?
Yeah, fold it all always.
And fucking like this.
Yeah. Fold it some more.
Right? Like this, it's like origami. I have to fold it 400 times.
So you can show us what? Show us what? What are you actually gonna show then?
Here, I'm gonna try this.
A number?
To show that I'm not full of shit, right? So.
Just to show I'm not full of shit. You sound pretty full of shit, dude.
What is that? What is that account? Okay, that's okay, I guess. That's okay. What is
That's
that?
okay.
Hulu. You can see Hulu.
Hulu, of course,
Here we
Hulu.
go.
Hey, big ups Dead EXO for 9 months, dude. Big ol' membership, baby. Proud boyfriend right here. Of course you are.
I need my boyfriend.
That's why he's the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT.
So, I'll pre-read it. It's the website that I have, my website, dspgaming.com.
Okay.
Mortgage payment.
Okay.
My phone bill, which I'm going to cover, the name of the company, and my car insurance. Okay.
This is so stupid. This is all you got. This is all you got. What is this? What is this?
Can I see the writing? Oh my
no.
God. The camera won't even yeah. Fuck. Well, you can't see it. You saw writing. You see writing. Okay, you can see writing. You see, I'm not full of it. There's fucking writing on the paper right there.
This is so stupid, man. This is so dumb. I can't believe he's actually done this. Look at this. Look, it says bills. Look. Bills? Can you see? It says bills on this.
You can't. Oh, there you go. Can you kind of see the writing? Oh my God, you can't see it. The camera won't even adjust. Yeah.
I admit I was wrong all along. I was wrong. I'm deleting my channel, dude. This proved me wrong.
Fuck. Well, you can't see it.
Well, it might as well be blank.
You can see writing.
You can see writing.
You see, I'm not full of it. There's fucking writing on the paper right there. I can't. The camera won't do it.
How is this proof, Phil? Look at him. Look. Oh, this dude is so worthless, man. He can't even show a piece of paper properly. He's just good for nothing. Why does he even exist? So we can laugh at him. That's why he exists. The whole point of his existence is just for people to laugh at him. And I'm very glad about it. That's why he's the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT.
Go. That's literally every month. Paper. My expenses.
Look, paper.
I'm going to read to them. And the point they're making, all right? Here's
the point they're making is that it's just a dude who wrote something on a piece of paper. It doesn't actually prove anything, and it doesn't actually supposed to be used for any piece of evidence.
Damn, he owned us.
We're absolutely owned, Jason Tran. We're absolutely destroyed, violated, and canceled.
We can address this, all right? I know, you can't see shit.
The point he was making is that it means nothing. I could write anything. I could write that I own Google on a piece of paper and just sign it by signed Susan Wojcicki, even though she doesn't own Google. She doesn't own anything, I guess.
Pack it up, everyone. We've been exposed.
I can write on a piece of paper I'm the president.
I wasn't going to prove nothing. The point they're making is, you know, they asked, what are $5,000 a month in business expenses? I don't even know where that comes from because I don't know what they're talking about.
Well, you should know what that's what they're talking about. There's a dude at your bankruptcy hearing who literally asked you about it, and you seem to know all about it. So you should know. That's your bankruptcy. Like, what are we talking about here? Come on. Who is supposed to know?
Well, I don't get it. I don't even know what they're talking about. All right.
How do Kiwi farmers know more about DSP's bankruptcy than DSP? How? How does this work?
I don't, you know.
How negligent is he? How irresponsible and stupid is he?
I have no clue what they're speaking of. Because I don't know if that's from the bankruptcy report, if that's a tax return, if that's data that was taken from a tax return and transferred to a bankruptcy report. I don't know what that entails because I don't know what's considered business income one way or another for taxes versus.
We don't know anything, basically.
I have no clue.
The trolls should know.
Legal expert on this shit. I would never be able to answer that question for anyone. So instead I said, here's what I can do. I can literally pull up my monthly expenses and read through this. So you guys can know exactly what I spend every month. Would you like to hear it now? Because they wouldn't let me do it. They cut me off.
Because it was stupid. And it's not proof of anything. It's just you saying some stuff.
Here's my monthly expenses. Are you ready for this?
I could do this right now. I could say, yeah, I spend $1 on internet, $1 on rent, and $1 on DoorDash. That's $3 a month. That are my business expenses. Prove me wrong. There we go. I was honest with you guys.
First of all, there's a reminder on here that at the beginning of every month I should, cash out what I make on Patreon and then send my Patreon private DMs for people who are owed their perks. We've got Hulu, Comcast, which is my internet. Everyone knows that. My monthly condo dues, my Game Pass subscription, YouTube Premium. I have a note on here to pay federal taxes every month.
He had to leave a note for himself. Hey, by the way, pay your taxes, Phil. Hey, big ups for the membership. Great White Hype. Welcome to the children-style membership.
My garbage removal, my water bill.
Hey, by the way, Phil, pay your taxes. Note to Phil, pay taxes.
The website charges, my mortgage, my phone bill, my car insurance. I still have monthly payments to Amazon for a few things I bought last year that are almost done. Payments to attorneys.
We're still paying the TV. We're paying the TV off.
Okay. Medical payments that I'm doing ongoing every month.
Okay.
My back tax payments that I do every month. My car payment that I do every month, my electric bill, my health insurance, and then I have notes at the bottom of things that are important. And for example, be sure to prepare for your dues next month or whatever. Like that's it. And then I have
and the notes are make sure to pay your bills next month too. This is not just for this month and then it's over. This is every month, Phil. This is in case he was too drunk and couldn't remember. By the way, pay your bills next month. Note to Phil: pay next month's bills.
At the top, every quarterly, I have to do business taxes for the state.
Okay.
Quarterly, so I have a note of what month that I have to pay those. Okay, like literally, that's it. That's what I pay every month. And of course, not on there would be, for example, if I have to buy a specific game, stuff like that, something comes up that I have to spend on. Of course, there's nothing on there like groceries. That's weekly. That's normal stuff. But this is my list of expenses every month, right? So I don't know where the numbers come from. How the fuck would I know? Why am I expected to know that? That information.
Why are you expected to know that? That was on your personal bankruptcy, my guy. You are expected to know that. You definitely are.
I've seen a lot of psychotic episodes on YouTube, but this is the worst I've ever seen.
This one is particularly great because he's supposed to be perfectly fine, right? There's nothing wrong with this guy. Nothing. Everybody else is wrong, and they're all crazy. Everyone else is crazy, not him. He is the only sane person in the room, including those two guys on the podcast that were dishonest to him. Is he gonna lick his lips?
On that bankruptcy report.
Oh yes, he did.
It's supposed to be something that's supposed to be public. You know what I mean? No one goes into that shit. You know, like I said, that was the most ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous bankruptcy ever. Even the judge admitted it. Said, "I've never seen anything like this before." This circus that it became, right?
This was like the WrestleMania of bankruptcies.
Taxes every month.
I legit don't know. Him and his taxes is a love story that I would never understand. It's so complicated. It's like a Spanish telenovela. Nobody knows how he does his taxes. Nobody knows. Not even his tax guy. Not even him. No one knows. Not even the IRS knows how his taxes work. They're like transcending the laws of reality and physics. And then he got to go back and put that piece of paper back in his place. And now we get this. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
But you see what I mean? Like, even something as easy as that. You think, oh, that's easy. That's, it's not a big deal. It is. That's exposure. Right now, if I showed you the name of companies that I'm paying, utility companies and shit, that could hurt me. They've done it before. Years ago, they called my electric company, tried to turn on my electricity. Right? Right in the middle of my work week. Like, that would have been terrible if I didn't have the notification that was going to happen. Right? So. Oh, Stuttering Craig wrote me an email. That's nice. Craig, apparently right now you're ripping us a new asshole. What do you think I was going to do? Do you think I was going to be happy of what you did today? Your actions are heinous, dude. You literally came at the interview completely unfairly. You didn't approach it objectively. You admitted it in your email to me. All you did was sit and listen to detractors. Then you sat and took money from detractors. And then you sat and took money from detractors again. This is not an interview. This is not professional. This is not what a professional would want to do. You literally are happy, right? You are happy, very happy that you got this. Don't lie now. Come on. I mean, seriously, dude. You're so excited that this has happened for you, right? Anyway. Yes, the paper was blank.
Tickle Bruno came in on the $55.
See? So keep reading the negative stuff because he keeps doing it, right?
I want to see this super chat though.
Yes, the paper was blank.
So I started watching Phil 2 months ago because I didn't believe he could be this bad. And he's even worse. He does the things he criticizes others for. He gaslights his audience, dunks on people more successful than him, always blames everyone else. ... Shame.
That's why he's the GOAT!
Blank.
Tickle Bruno came in on the $55.
See? So keep reading the negative stuff because he keeps doing it, right?
Rewind? Really? What happened? What was that bad? I was gone for like a minute, dude. What happened?
Craig. Apparently right now you're ripping us a new asshole. What do you think I was going to do?
Oh, Craig is there.
You think I was going to be happy of what you did today? Your actions are heinous, dude. You literally came at the interview completely unfairly. You didn't approach it objectively. You admitted it in your email to me.
He did not admit that. That was not what he said.
All you did was sit and
not
listen
at
to
all.
detractors. Then you sat and took money from detractors. And then you sat and took money from detractors again. This is not an interview. This is not professional. This is not what an objective would want to do. You literally are happy, right? You are happy, very happy that you got this. Don't lie now. Come on. I mean, seriously, dude. You're so excited that this is happening, right?
This is so good, man. I love this. I love this. I'm so happy about this.
He says, goes without saying, great job, the interview. You really brought up a good point about DSP's mental health. I think we're dealing with that's a few sandwiches short of the picnic. Normal thought process goes from A to B to C. Instead, his process goes from G to hey to blue to hey Macarena. I think he needs to get help first before he tries to fix relationships around him. There's only so much someone can take before it sends them to a dark place. Hopefully, he finds clarity.
If it were true that my mental health was bad, right? Why do you think that is, Craig? Maybe it's because when I have an opportunity that I actually think I'm going to be treated nicely or fairly, I still don't get treated nicely or fairly. Right? Again, if you had left it at that interview, and that was the end of it,
dude.
right? It would have been done,
Cracker.
and it would have been over with. Instead,
It's
you did this.
tweaking.
Dishonest, shooting gallery, attack Phil, take money to shit on him constantly. This is wrong, what you're doing here.
And I think that's probably one of the biggest things from yesterday is I know personally, and I know.
Not even yesterday it was okay. It was okay in the very beginning of this stream that I'm watching right now. This video that he recorded, in the very beginning, he mentions that the interview was actually great. It was good. It was exactly what he thought it would be.
Wants what's best for him as a human.
So what are you doing? So what's best for me is to sit here for 2.5 hours and take payments from my detractors and literally regurgitate the negative memes about me. This is the best thing for me?
Nobody cares at this point what's good for you. You can go fuck off. That's what good for you is, for you to get off the internet and go and fuck off. That's the best thing for you to do. That is the best.
This is what's best for you, bro.
Because the advice did not help. Nobody is trying now. Just like, that's a pattern with DSP, right? People trying to help him. Some of them spend a lot of money thinking they're helping him. Eventually they realize, nah, this is not actually helping him. He can go and fuck off.
Bro, let's be honest here. This whole thing was all about you. You reached out for a fun guest on your show. You hit the gold mine with the amount of drama, and you capitalized on it. You've banked on it, right? Or else this would have been Mario Kart, Craig. This was Mario Kart. See the four of you playing Mario Kart right now? Isn't this a great stream that you planned on? No.
Hey, Phil, this stream was supposed to be you playing video games. Why are you not playing video games? Instead, you're on your backup channel. You're trying to kickstart your backup channel by getting a couple extra cheap views, by reacting to this. Huh?
No, you literally are capitalizing on the pain of others. 1,000,000%. It's fucked up, dude.
I want Phil to be in a good place. And I think that's the hardest thing about it is like, how do you say that to somebody? Like, dude, listen.
All right, enough of this. I'm just curious if we go like another 20 minutes, are they still doing it? Let's go to this nice big super chat.
Nice big super chat. Oh, he is so jealous. I love him.
Let me. I'm literally 45 minutes behind on the super chats. I want to give you, Adam, an opportunity, and we will read all these super chats, all direct donations. We'll read
Here we
all
go. Adam's gonna go off. This will be hilarious.
Adam, the opportunity to.
How it would be hilarious.
Overall thoughts about the interview, because you're the one person that we haven't really heard from after yesterday, and I think you're the person people probably want to hear from most.
Please listen to Adam's rant.
I don't even know how to start. Like, to really, I'm almost. That's fine.
No, I did not pre-watch this. I don't know what he's about to say.
I'm going to scroll the super chats on the bottom so they get acknowledged while you're talking.
I think he definitely seen this. He saw some of this, but then he was like, you know what? I'm actually going to watch this live so I can at least get some views out of it.
And just know that we see them and we're reading them and we acknowledge them and we thank you. So the floor is yours, though, Adam. So.
Okay, so I've traveled around a lot in the world. I've met a lot of people in my life, a lot of people that use and lie to get ahead, and it feels like that's kind of the world we live in right now. You know, people don't want to work hard for easy living. People want the easy path to easy living.
I've definitely had the easiest path to an easy living, guys. Let me tell you, this has been the easiest, least bumpy ride. I've had no hurdles and no problems. It's just been easy street all along the way. Right.
Bro, how fucking delusional and sheltered are you? This dude used to have a job. He started playing video games, getting a ton of money for it, stopped having a job, kept making a lot of money for it, made a living off of it, just sitting on his ass playing video games, eating burgers. That is pretty fucking easy compared to people that work at gas stations, people that work at warehouses, people that work in offices, people that have to get dressed and go to work, do more than fucking DSP. So honestly, if you don't think this is an easy way out and an easy ride, you're just more delusional than anybody else could think. Just because you're getting trolled because you're a shitty fucking person doesn't make it any much of an excuse. Just be better. Stop being such a pile of shit.
Is a challenge. You know, you have to work to be successful. The most successful people work their ass off to become successful. And I feel like most of these internet personalities, they try to get the easy path. And a lot of the people that are successful in this world work their ass off. Like, say what you will about Tim Pool, that dude works his fucking ass off and deserves the success that he's made, right? I mean, it doesn't matter what happened between him and I. That's irrelevant. Like, he works his ass off, is very knowledgeable about what he does, and earned his success. That's
what does that have to do with me?
Right? Someone like DSP, he just wants that success without any of the hard work.
I want all that success without any of the hard work. I haven't worked hard.
No.
DSP puts his PJ pants on one leg at a time.
And that's even too hard for him. I mean, of course he has because his back hurts. Putting pants on, difficult. DSP has not worked hard because when you work hard, you improve in your skill set. He has not. He has got worse. He used to make things that were better quality than what he produces nowadays. That is a fact. Okay? Okay. Yes, he does not work hard. 672, you stupid fucking retard cuck. He does not have good work ethic. He has terrible work ethic. Okay? Okay.
I'm one of the most. I won't say I'm the most. I'm one of the most prolific gaming content creators.
Means nothing. Means nothing. I can chop up every single one of my streams into 5-minute segments and upload 10,000 videos and be the most prolific detractor channel ever. Does that make it any better? Did that make it more quality? No, it doesn't.
History. Over 100,000 videos, 15 years of almost every day full-time putting out gameplay videos. Set schedules, right? This guy has absolutely, positively no knowledge of me whatsoever. Zero. And they're giving him an avenue to just spout nonsense.
Isn't that, like, actually impressive then? If you don't even have to know DSP to look at him and say he's a piece of garbage? It's pretty impressive.
Literally knows nothing. Nothing about me. I lost friendships and relationships because I was addicted to work. I was addicted to putting out so many videos in a day.
No, you lost friendships and relationships because you wanted to make money off of them for your work. Right? That's why you lost them. Not because he was addicted to work. Oh, I don't even have time for these relationships. No, he was looking at the fucking money. Just like he's watching these guys' streams and is looking at how many super chats they got.
Right?
Addicted to work.
Why I actually got the popularity I did early was because I was the guy who was beating games so fast and immediately getting those playthroughs out within 2-3 days. Like, what are you speaking of? You have absolutely no concept of anything. You went into the interview with zero knowledge, and you walked out with all the negative association. All you listened to were the bad things about me. What you're saying is factually disproven, but you don't care.
Or he thinks that he's working hard. I work 6 days a week he tried to lay out this whole thing that he works all day and 12 hours. He only gets an hour.
Bro, the moment that he unpaused, he got violated. He paused at the perfect spot. I've never said this before, but he did this. He paused at the perfect spot, and then Adam clapped back immediately. Oh yeah, he just thinks he works hard. Let's rewind 10 seconds ago.
You don't care.
Or he thinks that he's working hard. I work 6 days a week he tried to lay out this whole thing that he works all day and 12 hours. He only gets an hour with his wife. Like, bro, that's a fucking problem.
Yeah.
You should spend more time with your wife.
You're right.
Spend more time doing other things.
You're right.
And then
I want
making
to.
yourself right. I turned into a fucking therapist yesterday, and I'm not a therapist. I'm just a logical based person that I'm a straight shooter. I call it as I see it. I said it yesterday. My friends call me honest asshole because I'm always honest with them. But they appreciate that with me because I'm going to be honest with, like, if you're doing some shit that I think is stupid, I'm going to call you out on it. I'm going to tell you, like, you're being a fucking idiot. Be smart with your money. Stop.
Again, I had no issue with the interview. The interview was fine. When I got out of that interview, I defended these guys and said I thought the interview was fine. This segment, this whole show is fucked up and wrong.
$1.
But isn't this something that people would watch after the interview? So the interview is still by itself. It makes you look bad. So this is not really doing anything like one way or the other. It's like, it's just them admitting what they feel about you, man. If you actually think that you did a good job at the interview, then this segment would have been a lot different.
Freaking mobile game, $1 is too much. If you can't afford to fucking eat or pay your rent,
No shit.
or pay
Correct.
fucking electricity bills, what the fuck are you wasting money?
I'm not spending $1 on it when I can't pay my bills. What are you talking about? Where's the evidence of that? Right? When did I ever say the question they had asked me was,
Bro,
what did you spend on games this month? I said, like, probably $15.
Bro, he was saying, like, what, 2 weeks ago he said he had to penny pinch for his day off. 2 weeks ago he was talking about two big bills. 2 big bills. For real. And now we're like, yeah, I spent $15 on the video game. And Adam is saying, yeah, when you have to penny pinch, spending money on mobile games is not a good idea. You shouldn't be doing it. And now we're like, oh, when did I even say that?
You know, they said, and I said it wasn't even on WWE Champions. It was on the new, the new Street Fighter game.
Okay, congratulations. You wasted money on a different mobile game. Big ups, Phil, 40-year-old mature adult. Shout out to you.
$1 or whatever, right? This month this didn't happen. I have no money. Like, what are you talking about, right?
You shouldn't spend a cent. So it's like, even that he admitted that he's spending any amount of money on that shit was too much. It's like, come on, dude. Be smart about your money. It was so clear throughout yesterday that he's a fucking idiot when it comes to spending money. Yeah, I said it, Phil. I'm not.
I don't care.
I'm just being brutally
Say
honest.
what you want about that.
Asshole, all right, you get what you get when you're talking to me. All right, you came and clearly, fuck, that was a bad pun too. Jeez. You know what I mean? Like, you came on our show, and things happened, right? So
don't care about what happened on the show.
You're hiding something, and people are making really good points that you're probably scared you're going to get in trouble from going through that bankruptcy. You said yesterday the bankruptcy saved you. Like, everything was going to be good from now on. Twitch was paying you well, and these fucking assholes ruined your shit on Twitch because you say racist shit. And it's like, all right, you do. Like, all right.
No, that's not what happened at all. I didn't get banned from Twitch because I say racist shit. I never said racist shit on Twitch. It never happened. They banned me for things that happened a decade ago. Completely out of context. It's like something you did from your past when you were young and you were an immature idiot. And by the way, it was allowed back then. And now you're getting banned from things today for it. Like, what are you talking about? When do I say this stuff constantly? What are you this guy has no idea what he's speaking of. None.
Those fucking jokes. But don't be surprised when you get booted off the platform, who are very clearly in the woke, man. Twitch is, I don't like Twitch. I don't like they fucked over the partner program. It's not even worth being a partner anymore. And they have the freaking a deer on their freaking head of their, I don't know what the hell it's called. Like, who gets to be on? Like, I think it's a they. No, it's a deer. It's a deer self. I don't know what the fuck.
By the way, we have a lot of contributions that we'll be shouting out soon, just so you know, because I can't keep going all night. I just wanted to hear what he had to say, and he doesn't have much to say. So it's all lack of knowledge, talking out of the ass, don't even know what I'm talking about. Same shit detractors say, because that's all he had. The knowledge he has is what the detractors told him. He hasn't watched content. He doesn't know anything about me. It's pretty sad, actually.
That shit is crazy.
I love this.
So what, are you surprised that you're...
This is cinema. I would rather watch this than many, many, many movies. Because this is real. This is a real 40-year-old man who claims everything is okay. He's mentally all there, man. He's not disabled. He's not stupid. He's much smarter than everybody else. This is reality. This is his world. And he's going to wake up in like 2 hours from now and has to sit on stream and convince himself that he's all good and that everybody else is wrong. 2 hours from now.
Your whole Twitch career just got flopped because some people called you out for making some racist jokes?
I was on Twitch for 4.5 years. And then it happened. It wasn't like I started on Twitch and I got banned. I was on there for 4.5 years. And I never did a damn thing on there to get banned. And then they removed me from the partner program. How do you know the difference? Don't you understand the difference? It was a concerted effort. How is it that it also happened at Twitch and other places all at the same time? I told him this on the show, but they don't listen. God.
Fine. Make some racist jokes. Do it. Be you. Don't fucking try to act like you've changed. Own who you are.
Don't make racist
be a
jokes,
fucking
you idiot.
bitch. Fucking be the person you want to be and fucking own it. Find a platform that's going to allow you to be that person. All right. I gave you 2 great ideas for a show, right? This is how you don't game. Use it to your
way too old for too late.
We got a shout out.
Be and fucking own it. Find a platform that's going to allow you to be that.
But it's not gonna get read. But we already got the skinny on TBS.
Great ideas for a show, right? This is
at Dabby. Shout out to Dabby. I know Dabby's been around. Dabby is an OG. Detractor et. That being said, is a fair and robust podcast. You are correct.
How you don't game. Use it to your
way too old for too late for that. That would have worked when the This Is How You Don't Play movement started, a decade ago. That definitely would have worked. But then I admit, 100%.
Phil's matrix is starting to break around him now.
I'm afraid it never will, because he's in such a deep delusion. He's literally like living in his own world, and it's gonna take nothing. Nothing is gonna take for it to be destroyed, but it's gonna get thinner and thinner, and he's gonna have more meltdowns like this, because this is completely like insane. This is like actually crazy,
stupid. I was absolutely.
It's like actually any human being watching this is gonna go like, what is wrong with this man?
Dumb, and did not capitalize on it like I should have. Instead, I got angry. That is my fault. But again, I've already publicly admitted this. He doesn't know that because he didn't do any research.
Advantage. Own who you are. All right. Put that fucking box of tissues behind you, because you did wank on screen. All right, fucking own it.
I did.
You're never gonna catch me fucking pulling my dick out live, because I'm not a fucking idiot. All right?
I would like to.
The mistake. You
This is hilarious because this guy done dumb shit. Probably not that bad, but he's probably done some really dumb shit. Like, you got to really think, like, what are you doing? You're just setting yourself up for the fall, dude. Because everyone who said shit about shit like this to me, then they get exposed years later. It's not me that does it, but then they get exposed years later. It's way worse. Remember Pro Jared?
Oh, Pro Jared. Remember Pro Jared? What did Pro Jared say? He just laughed at you on Twitter, Phil, and he's still not over it. And this is the fucking face he gives you. This is the fucking smug-ass face. This is why you get hate, Phil. This is why people fucking despise your stupid ass. Because you are always smug. Even at the lowest of the low. On level 1 and under level 1. This is the face you get. Arrogance, smugness. This is him. This is Phil. To the bottom of his core. Is just arrogance personified. Despite everything, he just got 4 fucking people telling him he's a piece of shit, and he's trash, and he's a 40-year-old fucking baby, and this is the face he gets.
He'll need tons of red pill to break the conditioning.
No pills. They don't make pills like that. They don't make them, and if they make them, they're definitely expensive and addictive, and I would like some.
Remember when he tweeted about me for no good reason?
Remember?
What happened to him?
What happened to him, huh? What happened to him? What happened to Jared? What happened to Jared, you guys?
I mean, dude, you can't be fucking saying shit like that. That was just dumb.
Own it.
After going trough, the Projad Butterfly Projad was not the bad one in the drama.
I guess the only point he had to make was about other person relationship being open, which I don't know how is any of his business or matters at all if somebody is in an open relationship, because it's their relationship. You're not actually a part of it. So I guess that was the only thing he had to say about it. And of course, my beef with Pro Jared is that I saw him dressed up as Sailor Moon and his cock was out. So this is not, I don't agree with this. I'm against this. And I had to see this. I didn't have to see this, but I saw this. And I will never be able to unsee this.
All right, I'm sick of people that are just like, I'm a victim. Yes, being a victim happens.
Molo Viking says, actually, he's already done worse. He was booted off of one of the most popular shows on YouTube.
Why was he booted off?
Really? I know nothing about this man.
I know nothing about this, but if you say something in my chat, I'll just take it as fact because I don't like the guy.
I know absolutely nothing about him.
But if you say so, Oh, you guys in chat, you guys are saying that Phil is like the worst of the worst and he should be crucified. I don't know anything about him, but I guess so. I guess so.
So you're saying he was on a popular YouTube show, he got kicked off, and now he's on this show, but he's gonna laugh at me and make fun of me.
You see? You see? We take just some dude in chat. Some dude in chat.
Choosing to remain a victim and using it to milk your subscribers, the people that support you. You know what? I have no respect for people who take advantage of the people who support them. I love my chat. My chat.
And I love my chat. I love the great conversations that we have.
The great conversations.
That's why I come to stream every day.
He is so insane. He's wild.
I spend time with all day long, right?
The reason why I'm successful and I'm able to sit in my house and talk about my opinions on live online.
Me too.
It's not that hard of a job. It's fun. I fucking love it.
Me too.
I get to play video games and people watch me and pay me. Play video games.
Correct.
You get to do the same. You lucky fucking asshole.
You're right.
How dare you fucking bitch about it?
Who's bitching about it? I'm not bitching about the content I put out. I'm bitching about all the shit around it that I have nothing to do with.
I have nothing to do with, even though it's all about me criticizing me. I have nothing to do with it.
That's what I'm bitching about.
The more people hate Phil, the more his delusions must grow to make his mind happy.
That is very true. That is very true. The more heat he gets, especially from people like this who are impartial, right? These dudes just wanted to get the best interview possible. I'm sure about it. And the more people like this look at him and see him for who he is, the more he has to be delusional.
Snort Hogan, Doody, and other detractors need to take a vacation. Beach. This has been an eventful weekend. Popcorn, 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 cool face.
Yeah, this is definitely true. This is definitely true. I think after this weekend, hopefully this dude's just gonna have a little bit of a break himself and he's gonna calm down so we can just calm down as well. Because of course I know that people want us to fucking talk about it. They're looking forward to the podcast tomorrow, so I'm doing my best to sit through as much stuff as possible. I'm gonna do that tomorrow as well before the podcast. We're gonna take some notes and all that stuff so we can be prepared to put out a entertaining podcast and quote unquote meaningful. So of course, but after that we're gonna need some decompression, right? I'm gonna go play some FIFA. ALT is gonna go and make some songs that are not about Phil. Sam is gonna go and make some fillings for some dentist patients, and Steve is gonna go and look at some true crime documentaries that are not about Phil. So we're all gonna take a chill and interactive, fun, meaningful detox
that people have made up about me.
Even though this is awesome. I mean, this is great.
Right? Who's complaining about? I love my job. I love the games I play. I love my audience. What are you speaking of?
All right, I'm sick of it. Stop being a fucking victim.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not a victim.
I'm not a victim.
Should be contributing to me because they feel bad because people are hating on me. No one. I don't want no pity party on the internet. If you're supporting me, support me because you like my content and you like me. That's it. I don't want people coming in. We don't have pity party streams and shit. We don't. So what are you talking about? You're lecturing the wrong person.
You're shit. All right, I'm
You
done.
lectured the wrong person. Literally every point you made was wrong.
man.
Congratulations, Adam. Adam. With the most uninformed rant of the year award. Yes, Adam. Everyone. Applaud this man. Most uninformed man I've ever heard talk about me.
I hope Pigo's manic episode continues.
Nice, me too. I hope it keeps on going today, but today it's probably going to be just a repeat of yesterday. But hold on. Craig was on the thing that we're about to watch, so I guess it's going to be related to that. He might even react to it, even though he won't. He's not going to do that.
My detractors intentionally are uninformed and say wrong things. This man just made no effort
The
to be...
pig roach will always tell you what happened to him, but he'll never tell you why Adolf Craigler.
Ah, there we go. Adolf Craigler. But he is the GOAT, though.
The goat! That's what I'm talking about!
informed whatsoever before he went off. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
That is pretty impressive.
I don't think I've ever really seen someone as misinformed about me and then actually pretend like they knew what they were talking about.
Like who?
Wow. But again,
Bro, the thing is, the truth is that you are transparent as fuck. He is the how can I say this? The least complex 40-year-old that I've ever seen in my life. You look at him, you sit through 5 minutes of what he has to say. He's an open book. You can tell everything about him. He's so fucking simple to read. He's like Cat in the Hat, except if it didn't rhyme, because rhyming is a little bit too hard for him. So you just look at him, you can tell exactly what's going on. You can tell exactly what he's trying to do. When he's trying to squeeze some super chats and tips from his dents, you can tell exactly what he's doing. He is so transparent. He's so simple. I guess that's the proper word, simple. That people can just gather around and look at him and all kind of just see exactly what's going on. And these dudes did the same thing. And he is salty. He is fucking salty.
Get on the show that I'm not on, so I can't counter it. That's pretty impressively.
Your counters were worthless. You tried to, it didn't work, they didn't trust you. Why bother having you on again?
Amazing, isn't it?
Get it out. Get it out. I love it. I love it. Like, I think that at the end of the day, look, there are common themes on this show, right? Common sense and responsibility. Right? Those have been a common theme from the start. And everything you said rings true with those. Like, we are so freaking lucky to be able to do that.
Correct?
Dude.
We all are. Anyone
So
making content
fucking-
on the internet is insanely lucky. I've said this a million times. The only reason I'm popular is because I started when I did. If I had started later, I never would have had absolutely anyone at all who would have watched me.
Lucky.
Right?
I love my life. I love doing what I do.
This guy sounds just like me with what he's saying.
Yeah, but he actually means it, I'm pretty sure, because he has a podcast that is going on. He has a channel that actually gets engagement, and he gets to talk to these people that seem to be pretty nice to talk about. I mean, of course, I'm biased on my girlfriend here, potential girlfriend, of course. If I didn't have a girlfriend already, Blab, my girl. But and Trav is cool. Trav looks like the resident stoner, so you can always like talk some cool stuff about with him. And Craig is Craig, so it seems like he actually seems like he means it, Phil. And when Phil says it, it seems like a cope. Hey, big ups for the 5 gifts, Mind of the North Star. And if I have to be honest with you, I think I'm getting close to reaching the same amount of members as Phil. Even though mine are literally 4 times cheaper. I gotta say I appreciate them. And thank you guys for becoming members or gifting members, which is pretty great. Yeah, we are at 323. So that's pretty fucking crazy. I don't even have to sit here and dwell on it, do I? That's awesome. That's why you guys are the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT!
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about!
We're different. We're literally like kindred spirits in this regard with how much we love what we do. But he just wants to insult me because everyone else says I'm a shithead. Good job,
my
Adam.
Fucking house. I love my house, and it's all thanks to you guys. Like
This sounds exactly like me every day.
all around the globe. I got people all in different countries that are.
Yeah, but you know, when he says it, I kind of tend to believe it because he seems like he can back it up. And when you say it, it seems pathetic because you don't back it up.
Like, man, you're fucking
You just say it to make yourself feel comfortable.
great. Thank you for doing what you do. Shout out from Panama. Shout out from Ireland. Shout out from fucking wherever. And it's like, this is fucking awesome.
Oh!
Phil would like to be right for the wrong reasons.
He would like to be right for the wrong reasons. He would like to be right regardless. He doesn't even need any reasons. He just needs somebody in chat that tells him something he agrees with. Just like confirm his biases. That's all he needs. Oh my god, my camera got dark because it's almost getting dark in here. We've been live for almost 4 hours, and there's a lot more to go, man. I have so much shit to get through. Big ups.
Next big event is the Jenna interview.
I don't know about that. I don't know what we think about that. That probably not gonna happen. Jenna is not really reliable. What is she gonna tell us? That they had a tough upbringing? That there was an exorcism performed on them? We know this already. What is she gonna tell us? We don't know. And she's also not very reliable. I mean, she's not like she's not that great.
Like, I got people all around the globe.
I mean, Blab is so much better. I would love to have an interview with Blab. She's the GOAT. She's a social media GOAT. I would hire her to do the that being said, social media in a split second. I'm sorry, LT. You don't have to do this. We're hiring Blab. And I'm gonna hit her up in the DMs.
Trying to support me, and it's like, I will never look at them like a dollar sign. I've
Correct,
met
and I
people
don't
that
either.
do that.
Right.
And I have zero respect for it. There's many people in this circle that do that, and it's like, man, as soon as you do that, the audience knows.
Mm-hmm. That's why I need to change for the better. I need to stop with the e-begging shit. I know that. I'm trying my best. That's why when I fall back on my old ways and when I have my fans,
He's been trying for months to stop e-begging.
appreciate that.
For months.
And it's happened recently, and
I need to stop with the e-begging shit.
it pisses me off. It does.
It pisses him off when he begs.
You know what?
He wishes he could just get the money so he doesn't have to beg. This is so good. I love this.
I mean, it really pisses me off.
It pisses him off.
I gotta get better at it because I'm in a situation, unlike him, who probably, you know, he's not financially tight.
Oh, we're talking about money again. Oh no, Adam, he has a lot of money. Why? Why do you think he has a lot of money, Phil? Why?
Incredibly financially tight.
Is he more sociable than you are? Is he more hardworking? I think he is. He comes across as more hardworking.
All the shit I've been through over the years. That's something I absolutely need to get better. I don't see my viewers as dollar signs. I don't say, oh, time to turn on that stream and let the dough start rolling. It's like, no, I want to turn on my stream and have fun, play a game. You know.
Correct. Correct.
Yes, everyone. Yes.
Yes, everyone. That's correct. Correct, Vikes.
A conversation. Do a fun podcast.
This has been correct.
And then the money comes along with that. But again, this is something I've reiterated a million times in my own content. This guy knows nothing about me. He's lecturing no one.
You know what? Since he wants people that know a lot about him to talk to him, why doesn't he come on that being said? Let's have a talk with Phil. We're going to be objective and transparent. Because we know a lot about him. I think we can all agree on that. We know a lot about him because we watch a lot of his stuff. A lot of it is raw, right? Why doesn't he come and have a talk with us? Or anybody else? Cool, go have a talk with Ann Leet. Go have a talk with Piece of Peace. Go have a talk with Tevin. They know the most about you. They know more about you than your fucking fans. And they definitely care more because they're here to laugh at you and they bother to remember a lot of stuff.
Lecturing the wall at this point, right?
Feel it. They could sense it when you don't give a shit about them anymore, and then you start guilting them. Like, dude, you can't guilt your audience. They're gonna support you if you're worth supporting. Okay? And you see
Literally has a dollar counter on stream.
Yeah. I mean, well, that is because they need to keep the stream going. They need to keep the business going. Of course they do.
Worthy of their support.
By the way, there are so many streams that exist that are streamers doing this for a living that don't have to have a tips total or a members total or something total on the stream.
When you see them as dollar signs instead of people.
Who is he ranting to?
That's life. As I said, life is tough. All right, they're choosing to.
I'm not even gonna listen to the rest of it, dude.
We're not even gonna sit through the Adam rant.
I don't even know what he's talking about. He doesn't know me. I mean, it's so bad. Like, you're yelling at someone who agrees with you. It's like you walked into a church and you yelled out, "God is great." Yes, Adam. Anyway.
Like many skeptical detractors on Twitter, you guys shut me the F up and got me hat in hand. You guys crushed it. This is a great intro to Sidescrollers and want to see what's
Oh, and that was a positive. It was a compliment for them, so he skipped it. And big ups Mind of the North Star. You're definitely correct on that. I was kind of on the fence. And I don't know what I've said on streams. Maybe you can find clips of me being skeptical about it or me giving it the benefit of the doubt. I would say I was kind of on the fence. I was like, let's wait and see. It might be good, it might be bad, but don't set your expectations on any level. So you can look at it in an objective way. I think they crushed it. Honestly, it was fantastic. So good job to the guys. They deserve all the money that you want to send them. If you think they deserve it, give them the money. If you think Phil deserves it, give them the fucking money. That's up to you. I can't stop you. I can't convince you otherwise.
Echidna says DSP said he promised his wife he would quit mobile games. Admitted he sank money into WWE. Might cause a lot more trouble than just embarrassment.
What? Well, that would actually make sense.
Yeah, he said that he told Kat he would quit playing mobile games. He said this in the past. Like a few years ago, he did admit that.
Oh.
Another big super chat.
Oh, it's another big super chat. Oh, I got a tip.
Why he can't let his username get out because he said that it would harm his family if his username got out. It's like that actually. So he could be being honest.
They're making new conspiracies up now. Oh my god.
What new conspiracies? What are they?
I got a fucking headache, dude.
What are they though?
I got a serious headache. Yes, what I said, just to clarify, because now people want me to clarify on that statement, what I said was I stopped playing mobile games like I used to. Remember, I admitted I used to play WWE Supercard, I used to play Dokkan Battle, I used to spend insane amounts of money on them. I know, I admitted it. When I got with Kat, that was the end of that. When I got with Kat, that was it.
The entire
More
time.
important things.
The entire point of the show.
Okay, so they were wrong then. They were right then. Okay? Big ups Shantak for the membership. He can't keep up with his own lies. He can, man. Like, when you're living a lie, it's hard to justify all the lies and explain them, because everything is a lie. Everything. And at some point, it began sounding like the truth, because you forget about all the lies. So, Lion Robot says, I was wrong. The Sidescrollers crushed it yesterday and also gave us one hell of an entertaining interview with a lot of surprises and engaging moments. That's facts. That's absolutely bars.
Motherfucking bars.
Lion Robot says, I was wrong. The Sidescrollers crushed it yesterday and also gave us one help.
All right, well, there's really nothing else to say. This is the whole thing, right? There's literally nothing else to address,
Man, they
correct?
get help, right? For sure. And I think that when you have any sort of family member or community member or even friend, you just, you can be harsh to them while spouting the truth.
Well, it's like the problem.
All right, because I got to start wrapping up with my own shit. My stream usually ends around this time. So,
And we keep going for 20 more minutes.
because I need to come to a conclusion here, and I actually have something to say. All right, here's how this all ends. Okay. All right, here's how all this ends. It's this simple. Okay, because I'm done with this now. All right.
He is done with this now, guys. Keep in mind for today's pre-stream, he is done with this. He is done. Remember this for today when he comes on stream. God damn it, I'm so dark. If I restart my camera, I think it's gonna be better. I'm gonna try this.
Doody stream can kiss my ass. Okay.
Oh no.
Here's the deal. All right. Here's how we end it. You gave me you promised me one thing.
Oh yeah, it's much better.
Right.
There we go.
Thought from what I was doing when I was sitting there that it actually was legit. It was not. It was 100% coming from the wrong direction. Only talk to detractors. It was really, really
Adam,
disingenuous.
what are you doing, Adam? Adam, this is between me and Craig. Stop putting yourself in these situations you had nothing to do with.
That's called motherfucking bars.
Adam was not even supposed to be there. Why was Adam there? I have a relationship with Craig. We have a 10-year-long relationship. Dude. This is so good, man.
Oh.
Ends? It will just keep going.
Oh yeah, it will. It will. I can't guarantee this, but he's gonna talk about this today. That's something I'm pretty sure about.
And the thing is, I'll be honest with you guys. Do you want to know the truth? This was all expected. 100%. It was. Basically what I want.
Oh, and you see the Clark Dent little piece of hair on his face? This is what happens when he has a tough night stream. It's just a thing that happens. It's just something that happens. I can't explain it.
Wanted to do. This is similar to last year, which we didn't talk about, which I said I wanted to talk about on that interview, and they never brought it up. This is incredibly similar to the situation where I had car repairs last year, and I wanted to test the waters and see, depending on what I mentioned to you guys publicly, what would happen, correct?
Blah, 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 blah. Victim, 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 victim. We know this story.
These guys were supposed to be neutral. They told me they were neutral. Like, that was the thing. That was crazy, coming in from neutral perspective, fair interview, and that's definitely not what it was. But I believed them. I was like, let's give this a shot, right?
But you said it was neutral, though. You admitted it several times.
Right? Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. I told you, I went in, did I trust Craig? Yeah, probably about 98%, but I always had this inkling in the back of my head that this is what it was going to be. I did. I had this inkling in the back of my head that that's exactly what it was going to be. All right? And that's exactly what it ended up being. It ended up being, we're going to do an interview, but then immediately benefit. And then what we're going to do, we're going to the next day crap on him for an entire stream. And just benefit again. Just to let the money keep rolling in. Literally, not knowing you got people on your show crapping on me, know nothing about me, did zero research, right? But that's okay. As long as you make money, as long as the money's rolling in. Keep reading the super chats, right? So congratulations to Craig, right? You proved who you really are, along with your group there. Disingenuous, and it's messed up. It's pretty messed up, all right? Not once, you did not go into that interview even thinking that I was going to be innocent at any moment. You actually went in with all the preconceived notions from the detractors, all right? So it's fucked up. It is what it is, but you know what? You live and you learn, right? And this was a test for me. What it really was a test to see what would happen if I did something like this. It went pretty much the worst that you could expect, right? Let's be honest here.
It was the worst you could expect, and he gives you the blobfish face. This is so good. He gives you the little blobfish face. It's what you can expect. Look at this side by side. How is this not a blobfish face? I mean, I'm being honest and transparent and truthful to the best of my abilities without putting my family at risk right here. It's a blobfish face. It definitely is. It definitely is. Come on, it's the blob face.
Pretty much, but that's to be expected when it comes to me. No one giving me a fair shake or anything, right? So, it's this simple, all right? Because we're going to do a few shout-outs here.
Let's do some shout-outs.
Moving forward.
Let's see the valid super chats that validate what my opinion actually is. Except the ones that get leaned in, and they don't get a shout-out because they got deleted.
Excuse me. All right? I have no aspirations to be in anyone's interview or anything like this.
It's uncanny.
It really is, dude. It really is. Like, it just looks like that. With the big swollen nose and like the frowny face and the little pathetic like eyes. It just is. And I can pause him at almost any moment and he's gonna look like this.
The shit, all right, at all, zero.
Again, I paused him again, he kind of looks like
I don't
this.
trust anyone. If these guys are supposed to be neutral, how
Another
could I
pause.
possibly trust anyone moving forward, right? It's just, it's crazy.
How can I trust anybody? You can't. You can't. They're just telling you facts, dude. You can't trust anybody telling you the truth. You need to only trust people that are feeding into your delusions and making them worse. You can only trust them.
I think how it turned out after the fact, right? But I don't know. How could you trust anyone? It just seems everyone out there is just
How can you trust anyone? You can't trust anyone. Lick your lips.
to get a rise, to get popularity, right? That's 1,000,000% that's what this is. And I've had it. I'm not going to let other people use me in their shit like this. You want to make content about me, then, do it in your own content, your own streams or whatever. Crap on me nonstop. Profit, profit, profit is what it's all about, right? My misery is your benefit. I can't stop you from doing that. I can't. But I'm going to take the moral high ground. I'm going to make better content than that. I'm not going to be that, all right? Moving forward. I haven't really focused on that to begin with. I'm not going to make my misery, your misery my benefit, right? Moving forward, if I want to talk to someone, they're going to be on my show. You understand? So if someone...
So he can have all the control.
Actually, I have something interesting.
I want for him to have somebody on his show and them to call him out. I want that to happen. That would be epic.
Oh!
Sidescrollers became the new Keemstar.
They did. They're basically like Keemstar. Like he said earlier, they're trying to be Keemstar because they gave him a shout out and they said he was civil and objective. And then they're like, yeah, you're trying to help me level up? No, you're trying to make me be like Keemstar. I'm not.
Speak to, like, for example, I mentioned earlier, Review Tech USA is someone I would very much like to speak with. And
Why?
Have a whole conversation about
Why? He's gonna fucking rip you into shreds, dude. Come on.
like just talking with this guy back and forth about civilly about everything, about our history and the vitriol between us, and kind of squash the beef because I actually feel like that's something I need to do.
He's gonna squash you, dude. That's not gonna work out the way you think. Just like this one. I don't know what you led yourself into believing, but that's not gonna go that way. It's not gonna work like that.
That's important right now. I think that would be something very productive that would help. You know what I'm saying? I would 1,000,000% do it if it means that at least, at the very, very least, right? It's not going to be something that's then going to be turned into nonstop levels of profit for other people by exploiting me. And literally, it's what that was. This is exploitation. There's a difference between I did an interview and it was objective, and then the exploitation stream is the next day, where you make the money roll.
Oh, so he wants to exploit people.
Literally, everything you're saying.
So he can get the super chats. That's the actual thing. He wants to have people on his own podcast so he can be in control of everything and he can get the money. That's the thing.
Oh, this about Phil, that about Phil. Wrong, wrong. Oh, he had nothing on the page. Page is right there. Everything's written on my
Pages, everything is written on this piece of paper that I wrote, and there's no like fact checking going into it. It's just a piece of paper that has things written on it.
Like, everything you say is wrong, but that's fine because you're on your show. There's no one to counter you. That was the most wrong thing that could have possibly happened. Literally. That was one of the most wrong things that you could have done, is had that show with no opportunity for me to counter any of it. That's just, I can't believe it. That was so backhand. So that you want to talk about, I'm in a pit of snakes. That's, are you kidding me? Really? After I give you 5.5 hours of my time, that's how you thank me?
That's how you thank me. They should repay him by talking well about him. Because he spent a lot of time doing something he agreed to do in the first place. And he wanted it to go exactly that way. And he got out of it and admitted that it went exactly the way he wanted it to go. And now it's like, wait, this is how you repay me for giving you my time? You're supposed to nod and agree with everything that I said and not question any of it, even though I went there for questioning specifically, and I called it an interrogation.
Wow.
Wow.
All that money you made on that fucking show.
Money.
Right? The biggest show you've ever had, right? But that's how you do it. You have a whole show that's just crapping on me. Like, wow, amazing, right? Just stupendous. I defended them last night, saying that it was fair or whatever, right? Anyway,
you defended them this stream as well. Remember 2 hours ago what you said?
I'm done. This is the end
He
of
doesn't even remember because it's not in his best interest.
my stream. I'm gonna do shout outs and we're gonna get out of here. So by the way, yes, I will, like I already said, I'm planning to have people here on DSP Reacts to have conversations with people.
Yeah, they're having literally AVGN on. If he thinks he's like the biggest deal in life, he's not.
Right? I would love to have a conversation with Rich and maybe a few others. I already have a couple.
Like who? Boogie and Wings, the other victims, who are actually much better than he is.
Lined up, and that likely will happen. I don't know exactly when. With Rich, I'd actually like to do it soon, but I don't know, when that would happen. I'm sure he'll contact me. But,
He's gonna be so hungover today.
Oh yeah, today he's gonna look all sleepy and irritated because he was just coping all night yesterday. Because he went on Twitter and made some polls. I don't know if I showed this. Knitter.com. They call me DSP. I don't know if I showed this, but he made some polls on Twitter. Look at this. My thinking that appearing on a podcast would be a good idea was ... 14% said misguided. 17% said naive. 15% said stupid. And 54% said all of the above. Because that's what you are, Phil. You are naive, you're misguided, and you're stupid. What do you expect people to say? What do you expect them to say? Fucking moron. And there we go. There is this apparently. This is what he said in a tweet from 10 hours ago, which I guess he was sleeping. It was late, right?
Thanks to everyone who sent me nice messages in the last 24 hours. Way too many to directly respond to all of them, but I am reading them and I greatly appreciate it when stuff like this happens. Now I just need my headache to go away and get back to normal stuff tomorrow.
You should stop drinking then. You know what a hangover is like? I just want my headache to go away. My head hurts so much from reality hitting me in the face. My head hurts so much.
yeah, I mean, I'm done with this. This is the end of it. I'm happy now.
He is happy now.
Because again, the bait was set for this to happen.
The bait was set. This was bait. This was all a part of his plan.
Positivity today. What an epic turn of events for the Detractor Bull Bowl. Such an epic comeback from Craig and Chad Adam. Blessings all.
Of course, yeah. All the credit goes to them. Not all the credit, because there's a lot of people behind the scenes that reached out to them on Twitter because they were so receptive to actually being told about what DSP is like, so they can make a good plan and have some good questions. They addressed it in the best way. They didn't let this shit fly. And there you go. They got the W. Now people like them. So that's why they're the GOAT. There you go. It's pretty simple.
It happened. So now I know. I will never get a fair shake. It's never going to happen.
It's never going to happen.
Dark Side Phil. People see too much in the possibility of benefiting from making fun of me, right? Than the offset of, oh, just do it fairly. So since the benefit outweighs the morality part of the equation, I won't put myself into the position of risk. You understand? There's no point. So
no more risk.
Any further. I'm just going to
That's
my
it.
Content, and I'm going to have people on my show if they want to be, have conversations, and that's it.
But think about this. He could have gone on anybody else's interview, and even if it went remotely like this, it would have been them benefiting. You can always flip it into this. You can always pull out that excuse. Always.
Fair enough? Like, that's dumb. I'm just not going to do nothing else. I'm not wasting my time. This is it. This is the end all be all. I address the nonsense. You come on my stream, you bring up nonsense. You're out of here, right? I'm just done with it. I'm not going to anymore, okay? It's just, I can't.
I want to have people on my stream to talk about it, so if somebody says something I don't agree with, they're going to get banned, and then we can move on with the positive stuff, which happens to be all the things that I agree with, and show me in a positive light.
I can't entertain your narrative of bullshit anymore. I just can't. I'm not. It's not worth my time. I'm too old for this shit. I just want to make my content for my audience and move on. Now I had to waste another stream tonight to watch that, to watch them beat me up. For what? So, I'll do some tip shout outs here. I mean, 90% of the super chats tonight were pretty toxic. I didn't really pay attention to much of them because they were so toxic. I'll take a quick look at these tips here. I don't even know what that means. Someone did $1.50 saying,
be right back.
Are whales donating hundreds of dollars? I don't even know what that means.
Sure.
On their stream? So, someone to me $1.50 says, I'm not your biggest fan. I agree Adam was scummy today. Dude has a massive superiority complex. Like, who is he to fix someone's life with shitty advice? Oh! There you go.
So the quartering coming on DSP's podcast soon.
And by the way, I told you I'm done with this. I'm not retorting to anything. I'm not responding to anything further. I'm done. Tomorrow, we're back to standard content. No more drama shit on the internet. I'm done with it, man. Dollar tip. Troll again. Ignore this. Here we go. Sasuke man. Wow, that's a... I don't know how to pronounce this. Sasuke, maybe it's supposed to be Sasuke, but it's with a Q instead of a K. Says... It's a $5 tip, by the way. He says, nasty how they trashed you after that interview. Props for sticking, with it and everything. Yeah, Hold on here. There we go. Okay, here.
What did he say? He's not addressing drama ever again? Big ups, Mr. Extravagant for the super chat. The quartering coming on DSP's podcast, probably not gonna happen. Most probably is not gonna happen, because it makes no sense. The dude, he got his thing, he did his interview, he's done. He's finished. There's no point.
Tip.
And this is worthless.
Haseo just did a $5.
Oh, Haseo.
Maybe I'm glad I missed the event. I don't know if I should have attended it and watched.
Yeah, it's literally just dick suckers sending him tips, and all he got was like $21. So let's go watch the. Was it a Doody stream? Was it on Doody stream? Keemstar, Craig, and it's a Gundam. Let's see this. Oh, this is 5 hours. Okay, so it starts at the 3-hour mark. Okay.
Get them in the call. Are they here?
No,
I was
they're
just
not
talking
here.
to them.
No, they're not here.
Somebody said they're here. Get them in here. People are saying hi, Craig. Hi. They're here. Get them in.
That money, I really do. I need that money.
Yo, I'm gonna send them your Discord if that's cool.
Well, I don't have a Discord. That's just my name, but that's fine. Yeah.
What do you mean? You do.
I
Your
don't
name.
have a Discord. I mean, I don't have a Discord that's myself, but that's my. It's fine. Go ahead. You can send them that.
Look, dude, I need a fucking face-to-face with Phil again. I don't care who sets it up. I don't want to make any money off of it. I could care less about that. I need to talk to him, all right? Because I'm so sick of dealing with this scammer, all right? He has to understand that I know he is a scammer without a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah. So real quick, I already added Craig. Now I can just start a voice call with him and we should be good.
This is hot. This is hot. Keem is coming in hot. I want him to know that I think he's a scammer. That is great.
Oh, okay. I think you could just add him. So you see the little person.
Yep, I had him as a friend. Good.
No, to the column.
There we go.
Hey, Keemstar, my bad. I'm new to this, so I apologize, man. I tried getting Greg in, but it's not let me add him.
Unbelievably frustrating. What's up, Craig?
Hey, Craig, how you doing, man?
That money, I really do. I need that money to pay my bills, the
He
electric
muted?
bill, the internet bill.
He's probably going into the Discord settings and fixing his mic settings. I had to do the same thing when I first called. Discord's weird like that.
Let me shut off my notification. He has lost.
What the hell's happening right now?
Okay, there we go. Okay, so Craig joins here.
Hey, what's up, Craig?
How are you?
Hey, Craig, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm live too, just so you know. I don't even know what the hell's happening right now, if I'm being totally honest. My Twitter is going crazy and people saying that we're getting ripped a new a-hole and all this stuff. It's like, okay,
He has lost his mind and decided to trash you. And he's apparently very upset that you guys made a lot of money and he didn't make any of it. That's what I'm getting. And I'm not sure what happened, but he changed his tune within, maybe 5 hours. He was praising you guys. And then all of a sudden, his dents or his viewers came in and said, oh, you guys ripped them a new a-hole during your podcast. And then I guess he talked with his wife, and they watched some of the podcasts, and he decided to change his whole schedule and decide to rip you and your team. So that's where we are. So we were watching it, and it's been an utter chaotic mess. And then Keemstar called me.
That's awesome. Well, let me say this. I know this is happening. I haven't watched really any of it, but I know it's happening because my wife is watching it and she's literally laughing while watching it. So it's apparently like really funny. But I said I'm not watching it. I don't know. I'll say this. I sent Phil. So we did our podcast today. And I sent an email to Phil just being like, hey, and he sent an email. He sent an email last night saying, hey, man, looking forward to being on the next show. And I waited to respond.
Craig's wife is the opposite of Kat. Instead of, she's just laughing downstairs. She's not crying downstairs. And then Phil is like, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing?
Why are you laughing? Oh, the soundboard is way too low now.
Why are you laughing?
Until later today, and I responded this afternoon just saying like, hey, honestly, it was you know, we were kind of disappointed. The show went fine, but it wasn't as great. You know, I'll just read you the freaking email. I don't care. Hold on. Let me just pull that up. Like I said, I legit don't care.
By the way, he was sharing information on his podcast, conversations that you and Adam had that were not part of the podcast. So,
but by the way, I saw this number being thrown out there, like 20 grand or something.
No, that's not true.
I mean, I'll share it with everybody right now. Here's the data right there. It was we made $1,900 on the.
I was gonna say 20 grand seems so like outlandish. If you guys would have made $5,000, I would have been like, wow, good stream. But like 20 grand just doesn't seem logical.
No. And that's the pre YouTube cut, right? So that was the amount of super chats, which is insane for us, right? It's a great stream. And so, but like this $20,000 number is like insane.
I have to say though, they did deserve the money. I can't say they didn't, because it's like honestly, they did a good job, man. They did a good job, and people recognize that, so they gave him money. That's how it works. That's why they don't have to beg for it, and Phil has to, because he doesn't do a good job.
I put like 80 hours of work leading up to this. So like if you do it by hours, then you divide it by all the team. It's like, yeah, like it's like minimum wage. Congratulations. So
well, Craig, we got to be honest, right?
Yeah.
Like if people wanted to donate money to DSP, he has a stream. Like he has a stream for that. They were donating money to you guys because you guys were doing the interview. It was a good interview and it was entertaining. That's why you got the donations. It's not his money. It just isn't in any sense.
Well, and we didn't, I don't pay for interviews. I think if people want to come on, they can come on. And people are like, did you pay Phil? No, we didn't pay anybody. We don't pay anybody to come on the show. I pay our co-host, and that's it. If you want to come on the show, you're more than welcome to. But so let me just kind of read the email I shot to him. He asked what my thoughts on the show were. I hope the show benefited you guys. If so, this may be this may be the only time in history that my infamy has actually helped something. It's kind of blah blah blah. So I responded with him. I said, I think the show went okay yesterday. We talked about it at length on today's show as a debrief. I think we all left the interview mentally exhausted, feeling incredibly frustrated. At the end of the day, we want what's best for you, man. The things that are laid out about everything, the WWE mobile game, the bank stuff, it just doesn't make sense. There's too much evidence saying it's yours, and your only evidence is saying that it's not. I feel like we gave you multiple opportunities to turn this thing around, and you just seem so dug in. Even in the face of insanely detailed evidence, you wouldn't take it. Even with Keemstar coming on, I tried to lay out the similarities you feel towards him and the way people feel about you based on things they've seen online. It was tough. Honestly, I'm just disappointed, man. Like I said, we want what's best for you. We very much do, but you have to want to help yourself. When you're ready to take the next step, I'll gladly help you on your journey. You deserve to get to level 2. I know you can do it.
I love this email. This is a brilliant email. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Fantastic. I love it. I love it. That's why he's the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT! That's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about!
That's what I'm talking about. And it's exactly the type of email DSP deserves. It's exactly the type of email he deserves. He deserves nothing more than this. And big ups Call Me Snake for the 5 gifted memberships. Big ups, dude. I appreciate it. That's why you're the GOAT.
The GOAT!
Well, level 2. We're never going to level 2. Never. I do think the email reading matches the DSP reading. It's pretty much the same. Yeah, it's the same content as far as I remember from earlier on when he read it. I think it's the same.
Yeah, he found that to be an insult, and he ranted for about 15 minutes that you actually made that comment about level 2 because he was very sensitive. He did read that actual email as well, but he added additional things. Like he started talking about some of the pre-discussions that you guys had on the call, and he dug into Adam for a bit because it looks like everybody knows it's sort of you guys played the good cop, bad cop, and Adam was Adam's attitude, and apparently he decided he was going to dig into Adam because that was his best target. But I thought it was completely inappropriate that he even talked about the money you guys made. That's your podcast. People donated because they liked your content. They enjoyed.
How dare he condescend to me,
Yeah, he should have been honest and transparent. Of course, without putting his family at risk, of course.
Your content, and it's none of his business. And the simple fact that he spent most of this stream talking about money. Every other word was money. Every other word was, I didn't get anything out of this. And, you know, it's just utterly ridiculous. And the thing is that he's talking about you guys milking this to get money. That's essentially what he's saying. You're using his pain to make money. When he's doing the same exact thing, he's talking about the podcast. He's doing this react, and he's getting money. I think in the last 2 days, he's probably made about $500 to $600 in tips, and that's way above his normal average. I mean, he gets maybe $100 if he's lucky. So he is making money off of this, but yet I guess since he feels that he heard that you guys made $20,000, he's feeling salty. And we all know that money rules this man. He doesn't live paycheck to paycheck. He lives tip to tip.
Craig, at the end of the day, you guys really went in there to try to help him. You went in there to give him an opportunity to get a lot of this stuff off of his chest, to come clean. Like, this could have been an amazing moment for Phil. He could have came on and been like, I do have a gambling problem. These micro actions and stuff, I'm addicted to them. I did spend a lot of money on it, and I want to come clean about it. And I want to actually, like, tell my audience like how bad these things are and how they can be addictive. You know, this was like a moment to come clean on all this and have a clean slate. And not only did he not take advantage of it, but he just made himself look like a scammer. Like, why would you not show that screenshot?
I agree.
Yeah, the micro trans actions.
It's tough, and I feel like we talked about this today on our show today, but I feel like we weren't trying to burn him at all. And I think that's where things are getting lost in Phil's mind, is he feels like we burnt him, right? In reality, we extended olive branches for him, not just to not to us, because we don't care, we don't need the olive branch, but to everybody who's ever doubted him. You know,
level 60
Adam said
mafia boss takes all around.
Yeah, level 60 mafia boss versus level 1 thug. Who's gonna win? Big ups VLX.
Particular today, he's like, you know, he mentioned that it almost sounded like I was an interrogator trying to get a confession out of Phil. And at some point, there were times where it's like, listen, as I said in the email, this just doesn't make sense, man. Like, please help me make this make sense. You're either the most unlucky person in the history of Earth, or you're lying. It's one of the two. And I don't think you're the other, you know, just with the way everything lines up, it doesn't make sense. And we're big on accountability. We're big on truthfulness, right? And he's, you know, my wife was watching it, and I'm overhearing just a little bit, and he was upset that we were stuck on the WWE Champions thing. But that's way bigger. That's a metaphor for all the issues with Phil. And like I said, I want the best for Phil. There's nothing malicious about what we tried to do yesterday. It was with a pure heart, in that we did that interview with good intentions. And I think that's the kind of the hardest thing. And, you know, I don't know his personal situation. You know, I haven't talked to Phil in well over a decade, right? You know, he's married now, which is great. But, you know, when you said, Doody, when you said that, you know, he spoke with his wife, and then they watched a little bit, and, you know, that makes sense. You know, she watched it from her critical eye and was like, well, that's not fair. They shouldn't have said that. And that probably got him riled up. And that's what's happening right now is the, you know, what makes sense.
I do think when Craig says they were trying to help him, I do believe he's being genuine.
No, he was up against a puzzle boss.
He had no idea, dude. It was a puzzle boss. It was over leveled. He didn't grind, but he went in with confidence. And sometimes confidence is just not enough, because confidence that is not based in reality is not really helping you out a lot. So yeah, when Craig says this, I believe him, because like I personally, I've always said this. I don't wish him to get better. I'm not trying to help Phil. I don't think he deserves or will or is trying to get better in the way that we mean getting better. He thinks getting better is like stop making racial jokes as a 40-year-old man. No, there's way more to this. I'm not hoping he's gonna get better. I don't give a fuck. I want to laugh at him because I think he's a bad person. And if that makes me a bad person, there we go. I don't care. I'm not here to make myself look good for the internet, trying to convince the internet I'm a good guy. I just want to clown on him because I think people like him deserve to get clowned on, and he should get fucked, and he should fuck off.
She didn't watch it. She watched 15 minutes of it. She didn't watch the whole thing. She watched 15 minutes of it. So she gave...
what really frustrates me is that he said that you guys were there and you didn't say anything negative to his face. He was right there. But then you did that news stream today where you were like kind of like going over it and your real thoughts and your opinions. And he was upset by that. He was like, he felt like you guys were talking crap behind his back. But I was there. I was there face to face with him. And ever since the podcast, which I thought was respectful and nice back and forth, I didn't think it was insane or rude or wild or anything like that. After this stream, he's talking about me in a wildly different way. He's like, I'm the worst person. I'm going to do this. And he's been bashing me over and over again for 2 days straight on his own personal site. And I'm like, it's just, what a hypocrite. I think that he's addicted to those whatever they're called in video games. But I also think he's addicted to being a victim.
That's 100% correct. 100%. I'm with this on Keemstar. I don't have the highest opinion of Keemstar, but when we're talking about this, it's when it's facts, it's facts, man. When I agree with something, I do. It doesn't matter who it comes from. I've agreed with DSP on some things in the past. Sometimes, every once in a while, he says something I agree with. And speaking of, like somebody in chat mentioned that they would like to see him get what he deserves. I think this is exactly what he deserves. To live in a hell of his own making. And never realize why, and always think it's everybody else's fault, and never being able to learn from it or improve from it. That's what I think he deserves.
He's so addicted of being a victim. And the reason why he didn't take the $50,000 to do the podcast is he wouldn't have an excuse anymore. Like, he likes playing this role of like, guys, I really need your help and da-da-da. He's so addicted to that. Like, in your interview yesterday, there was a moment where you guys kind of like solved some issues and you got through some stuff. And then out of nowhere, he sidetracks and he's like, oh, I have medical issues.
Right.
Like, what was the point of that? It was just he jumped right into fucking victim mode again.
Well, I just kind of look, we live in a culture that is all about victimhood. Right. And that's I think that's been well established. You know, you see that on social media every single day. And, you know, we say that all the time. Don't be a victim. Don't be a victim. We refuse to be victims. And I think that when it comes to Phil, I think I can't speak for him, but I think there is a big that's a big truth right there from my perspective. And that, you know, even today, you know, so apparently he goes on, and once again, it's not his fault, right? He did everything right, and it was us who did everything wrong.
He did everything correct. He did nothing wrong.
Where I think that if you were to go in and look at this, if you just look at what we did yesterday objectively, which thousands of people have now, you know, the interview is approaching 50,000 views, and so people have watched this, and they feel the exact same way, that if you look at it from an objective point of view, that we asked fair, firm questions, and everything was fine. And to go, you know, look, he's doing the exact same thing that he's complaining about. Like, the difference is that everything we said in our show today, we said it more or less to him yesterday, face to face. And that's who Adam is. That's who I am. And, you know, that's frustrating. And now he's going on and saying, oh, you know, stabbed him in the back, blah, blah, blah. No, not at all. The entire interaction you guys saw was our entire interaction, the 5 hours and 15 minutes plus the Patreon stuff that we did. And so it sucks. And I know he feels burnt, but and that's fine. But everything you saw was done with an open heart and mind, and that's frustrating. So,
but Craig, that this is what I'm trying to say. I don't think he really feels burnt. I think this is more of acting like a victim. Oh my God, these guys are doing this and these guys are doing that. Like, one of the things he was saying, Craig, is he was like, oh, I didn't want to take that money from Keemstar because then, you know, I would be beholden to him and, you know, I'd have to work for him. He knew before, I'm almost certain he knew before, but he definitely knew on your stream yesterday that the way the business was set up is that me and DSP would have equal shares. I would own 25%. He would own 25%. We'd be equal partners. Boogie would own 25%. So would Wings. So it's like, even that is a lie that he's been going on about over and over again over the last couple days on his personal streams. And it's just like, it's just bullshit.
Well, one thing
I do agree with Keem on this, even though I can sort of see to like maybe 20% what DSP is talking about. Yes, you will have to be working for Keemstar. You would have to report to him because he's your like manager, basically. He's managing this whole operation. So that's how it works. And if you want to do this solo, then go organize stuff. Go get somebody to make you layouts. Go make somebody to like operate a stream, operate the OBS, go make somebody regulate the sound levels for you. Go do this all yourself. Go do it. Go figure it out. Okay? And then Phil, what he had to say in this as a response was, yeah, me, Wings, and Boogie, we could have easily done the thing. I don't know why we haven't so far. Well, because you did nothing about it. And none of those dudes did anything about it. Because for you to put something together like this, it actually takes effort. It's not just you just sitting there being like, hey, let's do a podcast. And then we just, a podcast materializes out of thin air. You actually have to put in effort. And it all takes significant amount of time to put something together that's going to be successful like that. And Keem was going to do it. He was going to get all that shit done. And he was going to get him money for that.
I wanted to point out, I think I told Keem about this, is that Phil, whenever he talks about Keemstar and the podcast, he talks about he doesn't want to be beholden to Keemstar, right? And, you know, because of the issues they have, right? He's sitting here criticizing you guys, saying, "Oh, wait a minute, I came onto your stream, I gave you guys views, I made you guys tons of money, which he's not getting any. This is his words, and you mistreated me." That's essentially what he's saying today. And he's saying that he expected more since he did that for you. He expected to be treated more fairly. And my thing is that he criticizes Keemstar for saying, I don't want to be beholden to Keemstar. But isn't he doing the same thing to you guys?
Paviera Timbo Derek run his interview.
Yeah, they would definitely do. Papa Vera, my sound levels aren't correct. Can you fix them? Yeah, definitely. I mean, King Tut is already banned. He's not coming back. He's finished. And Timbo, he's going for another bankruptcy, so let's not hope on him. And Derek, he does very well with running the social media for a bunch of like porn sites, but I don't know if he's going to do as good of a job for Phil. I don't think he's as invested in Phil as porn.
He's saying you guys should be beholden to me because I did you this solid, which he really didn't. But you know, he talks out of both sides of his mouth. And then during your interview, you guys did a great job pointing that out, because he'll talk about he'll say, well, I saw a documentary from a detractor about Keemstar, right? And yet he spends 30 minutes going off about his detractors talking trash about him, but yet he does the same exact thing. And that's what I think makes people very angry with DSP. I know myself, I hate those contradictions, and I hate it. It just seems like, you know, the pot caught in the kettle black, and he is so mentally stunted. And I'm not saying that to be mean or critical, but I do think there's something there. Some people call it ism. I don't think it's that, but I do think he has an issue with not realizing irony and not seeing, hey, you're being a hypocrite. You do the same exact thing, and yet you criticize others, but you can't see that you're doing the same thing.
Here's the thing. I believe that the Secret Limited documentary or Ex Mortis, even though Ex Mortis is obviously biased because he makes fun of DSP in his own streams, or the Decepticon, or who else? I don't know. Whoever has made a DSP documentary that makes him look bad, basically. They're just as objective and just as neutral as June the King, the dude who made the Keemstar thing. So in this case, they're correct. I agree with that.
I don't know, dude, because like again, you guys know more about DSP than I do. I've had very limited interactions with him. What I'm looking at is I'm looking at a liar. Like I'm looking at a dishonest person, and I'm looking at a person that is acting, that is playing a character, that is playing this victim and woe is me and da da da. I'm looking at a scammer, really. If you really want to say it, I mean, what other word is it? Like if he's spending money on these video games and then acting like he doesn't have money for rent, that, in my opinion, that is a scam.
I think that when you pride yourself on transparency and honesty with your audience, and you're not fully transparent and honest with your audience, then you're, it goes back to the speaking out both sides of your mouth.
Absolutely.
For us, yes, a lot of it goes back to the WWE champions things. We gave him an out multiple times. It didn't happen. And apparently he thought that I went into the interview very biased, and it was actually the complete opposite. I was trying to give Phil the benefit of the doubt many times, and with very simple questions. Why did this happen? Explain this to me. Walk us through your thinking here. And with the floor being open to Phil, I think that one of the best things you can do when conducting the interview is simply shut up and let people talk. Phil, obviously, he speaks a lot as a living. That's what he does, and he has his stories that he goes to and such. But he very rarely gets called on, some of the shit that he spews.
He doesn't have conversations. You're right. He doesn't communicate with others.
And I think that's one of the biggest things. And I mentioned this today as well. Phil, and I don't mean this in a derogatory manner, but he is a dinosaur online, right? He has not adapted to the way the internet has evolved, right? It goes back to him asking you to email him as opposed to DMing, right? We DM tonight, boom, like we're talking to each other now, we're here talking 15, 20 minutes later, right? Things move quick, but he is, he still thinks that there's a proper way of doing things, like the whole email exchange that he wanted from you. But he hasn't evolved to the quickness of the internet. He hasn't evolved to the way YouTube functions. And Adam said this early on. Today he said, he was very lucky to get in early. That is what made DSP successful early on. He was there at the start, but he didn't evolve with the game, which is why he's still back at where you're talking about level 1. So that's kind of where it's at right now. And when you're in your office 6 days a week from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. every day, 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day, whatever it is, whatever he said, it doesn't give you time to socialize. It doesn't give you time to have a normal life. When do you have, we touched on this yesterday. We talked about mental health. That's not a healthy lifestyle. It doesn't allow you the opportunity to interact with other people. And I feel like he may, that may be a very negative thing in his life. I hope that he finds time to find balance. Balance is incredibly important in any.
Keem is partially right. Phil is a scammed. He's just not a very good one, and he mixes the personal with the business and all the time to the point it gets him in trouble.
Okay, I'm gonna play this just
anytime.
Let him just finish.
That he finds that balance, but just right now his life does not allow that.
Phil, I don't believe he is a scammer in the sense of the word. Like those internet scammers, the Indian Google Play gift card redeemer scammers. He doesn't go with the intention to hurt people to get a benefit out of them. He just happens to do that because he is naturally abusive like that. He looks at his own benefit first, even if that means he's gonna manipulate somebody into giving him money, that some dude that just doesn't have a lot of money, they end up feeling bad for him. He just appeals to their sympathy. So those people, they're worse in my book, the dudes who go out intentionally hurting somebody, intentionally knowing in mind that they're gonna do that they're going to convince somebody, they're going to swindle them, or whether it's like an old person or somebody who's not into technology, and fool them into falling for a scam. DSP is just very delusional, and he tries to pass on that fake reality onto other people, and it just works with very susceptible to manipulation people. It doesn't work with Craig. It definitely didn't work with Adam. So it's only with people like Jade and 672 and Game Trekker and OIC.
I hope he sues me for calling him a scammer. I really do. Because then we'll go and my lawyer will demand all different types of proof and evidence and whatnot, and then we'll find out the truth. Please sue me, Phil. Please sue me. Sue me.
We're gonna have to connect you with a pastor, Eric Miller, who is trying to file a lawsuit.
Hey, Pastor Miller,
against DSP.
We're gonna link you up.
Chat about that later.
I don't care about that. I just, man, like this is so frustrating. Now
that was some obscure lore that Keemstar has no idea about. So that just bringing it out of nowhere is just kind of strange. And Keemstar was like, "Yeah, okay, I guess pastor, what? Okay."
Why people are so mad at him and why he has this audience the way it's like he's just fake. Everything is fake. It's all acting. It's all BS.
Right. It's all bullshit, but he doesn't actually believe in it. He believes it's all real, or at least he convinced himself to believe it's all real. That's just how he is. He's actually delusional, man. I definitely 100% believe that. You cannot be faking and be so convinced of yourself. You can't. You can't. And know that in your heart of hearts that you're faking. You can't.
It's like this is not a legitimate person, legitimately speaking. This is not reality. This is an act that we're looking at. Like, it's just all fake.
I think that Phil legitimately thinks that he's trying very hard to make a living, right? But I don't think that and he's trying very hard to make a living. But I think that he hasn't adapted. He had the King of Hate personality. He did, 10, 15 years ago. And that is, the King of Hate was essentially him.
I disagree with Craig. He is not trying hard to make a living. Trying hard includes being curious and looking for options that will benefit you and putting effort into learning stuff. That is not trying hard at all. He's not trying hard. He is putting on the facade of trying hard by streaming a lot. He does stream long hours. Yes, he is there every day, 6 days a week, full time. But that actually does not contain a lot of active effort into getting better at what he does, adapting, and growing his business. So that's not actually working hard. Just like how when 672 said that he has a good work ethic, that does not apply. He does not have good work ethic on pretty much any parameter outside of him just existing. Just like for the sake of existing, he's just there, right? He's there every day. So that's it. If that means he has good work ethic, showing up to the only thing he ever has to show up for to make a living, I guess that he has great work ethic.
Up just a little bit. Him at 110%, maybe 120%.
Because people who actually go to work 6 days a week full time, or at least 5 days a week full time, because that's your ordinary 40-hour work week, they have to get up earlier. They have to get dressed. They usually have a commute to work. Some people work from home because it's 2023. It's current year. So, of course, you have this. But most people have to travel to work. Depending on where you live, that could take anywhere from 20 minutes to an hour, maybe even more. Then you spend all day at your job. You have to communicate with people unless, depends on the job, but more often than not, you have to communicate with people. Then you have to actually do the thing you have to do, and you are beholden to somebody else. You have a boss, and then you come back home, right? And then you have a commute to get home. So, it's more complicated than what Phil makes it out to be. And of course, he has to deal with a whole different set of challenges, having trolls that talk shit to you constantly and so on and so forth. Not everybody has to, but he has to because he's Phil. Of course, he's a special case. In any case, I would not compare this to an actual job the way he tries to compare it. Real jobs are much harder in many ways. So he's not trying hard because he's not curious to adapt, to learn stuff. He didn't even know that you can group stuff in OBS up until like a week ago or 2 weeks ago. He does not care about learning stuff about OBS. He didn't know that you can forward from your stream to another stream after that is done. He did not know many things that he was too lazy to look up. He doesn't want to look up. He actively lacks this sense of proactivity and going out of your way to learn something so your stream can be better. Even if you think it's good enough, it can always be better in some way. Even if you think my stream is good enough, I can always get a better mic. I could always get a better, more dynamic setup. I can always talk less over the videos or whatever you might say that can make the thing better. And of course, he snorts, he burps, he belches right in the microphone. That is just kind of the basic stuff, but I think Craig kind of he doesn't mention those. So I think that's worth mentioning.
And that's followed him around, and he hasn't adapted in his content. He hasn't adapted in his personality. He hasn't adapted in his social life, and that's tough, man. That's tough. He's kind of frozen in time. And like I said, I don't mean that negatively. I mean that and like I hope that he realizes that.
That's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, that's just not gonna happen. If it hasn't happened so far, it will not happen. Because he got plenty of time to adapt. He got plenty of time. And now we're just adapting to things that used to be popular 5 years ago. Because we're doing reaction stuff. So 5 years from now, he's going to be doing the current meta, which is, I don't even know what the meta is. But he's going to be doing that. I guess like IRL streams or just like hanging out streams.
And 75% improving your skills and networking. Working long.
Yeah, let me just restart this from the top. I'll play the previous one. Big ups to Taylor Jennings for the super chat. That one didn't play. Fuck me.
Spends any money he has and overdrafts his account to make him actually poor.
Yeah, that's it. He makes enough not to have to beg, and he's acting. He is definitely acting. He knows. Everybody knows. He makes enough to get by. Just like with a drug addict who has a job. It's like, dude, you have a job. You go to work. But all your money is gone, so you can't pay the rent. How does this work? And then you ask them like this, and it's like, I don't know. It's like pretty self-explanatory.
Oh!
Advancing a career is 25% work and 75% improving your skills and networking. Working long hours with no plans is how you stay in place.
That is true, but in the 25% work, it also comes like improving your skills, because there's some things that you can improve your skills in through practice. So there's like, for example, like let's say streaming. You don't really know how you're gonna handle a stream until you have streams. So you have to do several streams to be able to see how this is gonna go, like when the pop-up's gonna come out, if you have to mute it, if you don't have to mute it. You know, it's just so many like things that you learn as your job goes along. And I agree with you. It's like you got to do a lot of networking, especially nowadays. You're working on the internet, you got to network, because you might not have the best stream, but you can find out some friends, you can hang out, you can learn stuff from them, and you can just like prosper and develop together, and you can help other people develop, you develop yourself, and it's like, you know, in the end of the day, the end product helps everybody because everybody gets to benefit. Like we say, chill and interact. Everybody gets to do that in the end through you all just like trying to do a better thing. And this is like the prime example is the detractor community, because you see people that are trying to start off like doing restreams, then they try to figure out like, how do I fix my audio? How do I fix my layout? Okay, I have to have DSP's chat on stream. So you learn how to do that. Like sometimes I help ALT with behind the scenes, like how he can make the layout for WPIG. He's excited to do that. He's like open to learning how stuff works. And that's just how it works. You know, you ask for help, people help you out, you learn something, you pass that knowledge on to somebody else. That's something DSP doesn't know, because he's not interested in knowing that, because he already knows. He thinks he knows.
Because I know he's going to watch this, right? And Phil, I've said this in an email. I hope that whatever it is and whatever help you need, you get it. And I will gladly help with whatever help that is. Because I want him to be successful. I do. I want everyone to be successful and healthy and live happy. I don't want them to be upset every day. And, you know, it's obvious he's very upset today. So
I agree with you. Like, I don't necessarily want bad things to happen to him, but I'm going to call it how I see it. He is playing a character. He is playing like, oh my God, I need to pay my rent and I need to do this. And this is an act. This is something that he desperately wants to do. Craig, I'm telling you right now, if he won $1 million in the lottery, all right, first of all, he'd set up a separate company and he'd claim it so no one knew that he actually won. And he wouldn't tell anyone. wouldn't tell anyone. I'm convinced that the reason why he didn't do the podcast, Craig, is because he wouldn't be able to play this character that he is playing. He wouldn't be able to beg for money. I'm convinced of it.
Do you think that's just a personality trait that he has? That he just, or he's that he's addicted to it? Because I do feel like in my research, leading up to this interview, my suspicions, and this is just based off of my research that I've done, I feel that he's addicted to two things. I feel that he's addicted to the microtransactions associated with these mobile games, and I agree with you. I think that he's addicted to lying, and I think that happens to a lot of people. I think that
as a Skyrim modder streamer on Twitch, it is not that hard to get someone to come by every now and then, and even when no one is there, it ain't that bad.
Yeah, well, that's it. You just it all depends on your expectations. If you're fine to stream in front of like 2 people, 3 people, it doesn't really matter. Big ups Doody for the 5 gifts, dude. I think so far you're doing a good job. You're like kind of the DJ Khaled of the detractors. You get people to like hang out together and produce good stuff. So I would say, yeah, you're doing a cool job, man. But I've heard it towards the end it becomes bad. That's what I've heard. So I'm gonna tell you what I think. So yeah.
I think that a lot of the things that you see with Phil is I think it started with a white lie and it kind of snowballed.
So how this stream is gonna go? Okay, since DSP is gonna start in about 15 minutes from now. I want to watch this whole thing. Then we're going to go over to the DSP universe, and I'm going to skip through all the bullshit because we're going to be behind by a little bit. But I want to hear what Keem and Craig have to say because they're here. I don't want to put them on like 1.5 or 2 because it gets too weird because they actually speak like normal people.
Like, whatever it was, 4, 5, 6 years ago when someone's like, hey, are you playing WWE Champions? And he's like, no. And he already said no. And then he had to, then people started holding his feet to the fire and he's like, no. And it just kept snowballing and snowballing and snowballing. And eventually it became such a lie that he didn't know how to stop it. And now at this point, if he was to take the olive branch that we offered him yesterday and the opportunity to kind of come clean, he would have felt embarrassed about it, potentially some shame for continuing this lie the entire time. But I think ultimately he would have seen tremendous praise from people, from them saying, congratulations, you conquered a demon, you looked inside yourself, and you knew you had an issue. And that's something that I don't think that he's able to do right now. And honestly, it makes me sad. It really does, because I've dealt. I had a cousin who died of addiction, who died of an opioid overdose because he couldn't quit it. He couldn't look inside himself. And I'm not saying it's these are two separate things, but addiction is a powerful thing. It's a scary thing, and a lot of people suffer from it. And you can be addicted to all sorts of things: drugs, pills, drinks, lying, whatever. And it just becomes a thing. And that's just in my research, that's what I feel that I found. And we didn't even get a chance to get to that yesterday. And that's kind of the crazy thing. So kind of works out, man.
Hey, Craig. So I'm a detractor. I pump out content of Phil, and yes, I'm one of his critical ones, and I
you sure do.
have taken the opportunity that you gave him yesterday and admit it, and came on and said, yeah, I'm addicted to this. It's a problem. I've been saying it all day today. I wouldn't bring it up again in any of my videos because I
think it's done.
Yeah, it's done. Okay, go get your help. Go get yourself fixed. And I will give you a break. I will not bring it up ever again. Now, if, in a few months or 6 months or whatever, he's doing the same thing all over again, then that's something different. But just the mere fact that he stood up, was accountable, even after all of these years lying about it, even though he stood up, I would say, okay, there's no point in browbeating this guy. Let's leave him alone on this issue and let him get the help. And hopefully he gets the help. So
that is where this whole community comes from. All these people that are obsessed with DSP and like roasting him and picking on him, it all comes from a place of people being like, no, I'm not going to let you lie. I know you're lying. I'm going to pick on you. All this energy, it comes from that. Him being dishonest, him begging for money, all right, and people wanting
There we
justice.
There we go. And it's not even, sometimes at some point you see there's no point in like asking for justice, so you just start just looking at him and making fun of him, and that's it. You just start having fun.
I think that the idea, I see it. So you got to pay your bills, right? And I think that's the thing with Phil is, I gotta make sure I cover these taxes. I got to make sure I cover these, whatever my whatever bills it is. That's fine. We all get it. But there are people who literally track the revenue that he makes from his streams on a stream basis. I mean, Phil tracks it with a counter on it, and they say that he makes, based off of the math that Phil provides, over 100K a year.
Absolutely.
120K a year.
Absolutely.
And after taxes, I get it. Let's say you take 30K of that and you pay taxes with it or whatever. So he has 70K left to cover his stuff, right? That still doesn't add up. Like, look, I'm a streamer. I've worked online for 17 years. I've been doing this for a long time. I know that my business expenses start and stop from the second I wake up and I sit down. Once I cover the cost of my camera, once I cover the cost of my lights and my computer, I'm good. Like, the cost is my time. It doesn't cost me anything outside of maybe a few assets here and there. But it's I think that's the thing that really bothers people is that when you're, I know that's the thing that really bothers people is that when people feel like they're entitled to know a little bit more about where their money's going when you're consistently saying, standing there with their hand out. And I get that's the big argument with Phil, and it will always be the argument with Phil.
There we go. There we go. So it's not that hard to understand from somebody who was like outside of this whole thing. It's not that hard to understand. And DSP makes it like these people there are insane for thinking that they should know where the money that people give me for a particular reason goes.
It's like you can ask, you can have your hand out all the time, but you got to at least reinvest it back into your content, and give people an opportunity to see where their money's going. So, it is what it is. So,
especially to be so entitled like that when like the average American, I think, makes like $30,000 a year or something like that, or $50,000 a year. It's not like half of that. Like, what? This guy? Right. No, it's like.
I think Piece of Peace would have done a great job. He is quote unquote unhinged on his own streams, but if he had to talk to somebody like an outsider, he wouldn't be like that. I think he's perfectly capable of being like present his points very well and in a very structured fashion. So I definitely feel he could have done that easily. It's just like sometimes being unhinged is being fun. I think it's just being entertaining to like myself. If I have to like yell at DSP, I know how to do it in a calm way, but if I feel like yelling at him, I will, because it's more fun for me. I think Piece of Peace would have done a great job.
Very little about Phil, but like I understand everything now.
The problem, and something that I've seen, like there was like a Reddit post complaining about Shinko and Proper and stuff like that. I read about that. The thing is, when you when you go on a stream with a bunch of outsiders, right? Let's call them outsiders, because they're not really into the lore. They don't know the details. They're not into it. You basically represent everybody. So when you represent everybody, you have to keep that in mind. And that's why I'm not the biggest fan. I wouldn't want to go and put myself out there and go talk to fucking Keemstar and shit and represent the whole community. Because in the end, I have my own reasons for disliking DSP, and many people might not agree. So I need to prepare in advance, like very well, for this thing. And like ask like different people what they would like to be covered in that. So it's pretty tough in cases like that. So you gotta give them the benefit of the doubt. They just jumped on a call, probably weren't prepared about that, and they said what they think about it. But we haven't got to that point yet. I would like to get to that point and then see what I actually think about it. Because I woke up at like 7 a.m. today, and I saw this was still live, so I went and listened to it while I was fucking making a coffee and stuff. So I didn't get a good perspective on it.
Now, I know why there's this hate wave on him, and it's been on him for years. It's because of this bullshit. Like, he is not a real person. He is not genuine. He is not honest. He's a scammer. I just see a scammer.
Well, even today, coming back, I mean, it goes back to, you're saying he's addicted to being a victim, right? So what did he do immediately today? He became the victim again. And the irony of all this is that, folks like Doody and the detractor community, like I am not a detractor, right? I gathered information, but the reality is that I heard, look, Phil's gonna turn on you. He's gonna throw you under the bus. Phil's gonna, after the stream, he's gonna do it. I heard that from dozens of people who were like, look, you don't understand. We've seen this game played, many, many times before. And they're right. They're right. And at a certain point, it's like, it's no longer fool me once, shame on me. It's not, it's now a trend. And apparently, and we're just the next part of it. And, so it is what it is, I guess.
That's called motherfucking bars.
So
that's all. That's what I have to say about it. And in this case, I know Doody is getting flack for this, but man, you're having Keemstar on your podcast, like out of nowhere. He just jumps on. There's a lot of pressure on this. Come on, we're just like small time dudes. Let's be honest here. And I think he's doing a good job so far. So let's see this.
I think he purposely. This is my thought. Just knowing Phil and seeing what he's done in the past is that he saw that this did not go well. He tried to commit to a second interview, and I think this is kind of his way of making sure that doesn't happen. So today, when he's done, he'll sit back and say, I'm never going back on the podcast. I'm never going to talk to whatever. They mistreated me. And I think it was just his way of getting out of actually sending you the proof of the WWE champion stuff and just not answering any difficult questions.
I think that is correct. I think DSP looks for the vaguest excuse. The first one that can come to mind that he thinks is a valid excuse not to do something. He's been doing it. That's a pattern with him. He does that with everything. That's like, maybe Steve would call that avoidant personality thing. I don't know enough about psychology about it, but I think he looks for the first reason not to do anything, the first reason that validates his biases, and he goes with it. And that's just it.
This is easily the best arc since I've been a detractor. Big ups.
It definitely is super entertaining, man. It's like if you're in this community and you keep up with stuff, this is definitely gonna hold you engaged and entertained. I can 100% agree with that.
Right.
I'm so upset that this podcast didn't happen because look at how much would have unfolded with him having these conversations with like Boogie and Wings. Like people shit on Boogie and Wings like all the time. They would have noticed right away that like Boogie and Wings have their problems and they can be picked on or whatever, but DSP is something completely different. Like, and look, I put out a tweet today with those two doing the boxing match. I mean, this is a big step for them, right? They're on level 2, in my opinion. They're doing something different. They're trying something, they got a new revenue stream other than like, streaming and begging for money. Phil is always going to be on level 1. He just is. He is. I understand why this like meme that I made or whatever, or analogy that I made became a meme because it's so goddamn true. It's insane.
Yeah, there's truth to it. There's 100% truth to it. And, I think that, I guess Phil got upset, Doody, you said that Phil got upset at that phrasing that I used, the level 1 thing in the email. And it's once again, it's not meant to be derogatory or meaningful. It's meant to just relate. And I understood the analogy that you threw out, Keem, but, once again, I think when you deal with somebody who is, I think that Phil sees himself as the underdog, right? And that's the thing is when he goes, oh, I'm a small streamer, and you continuously says, I'm the little guy here, right? So in my mind, I think that Phil sees himself as an underdog, and he saw what happened yesterday was the idea that. He felt that he came in doing us a favor and that ultimately we treated him poorly, which by the way, like in every interaction up until like tonight, he was like, it was great. It was awesome. It was perfect. I mean, the email he sent to me last night was really, really nice. He says, oh, thank you, honey. My wife is finally, are you watching the stream? Okay, my wife, we're living it. my wife, just so you know, my wife is enthralled with this whole thing right now. It's insane. Oh Lord. Anyways, yeah, it's just amazing. It's funny. He said in his email to me after the show yesterday, says, I know you'll want to get back to normalcy, but I'm looking forward to hearing from you again about the possible next appearance. My viewers are telling me that they think you and Adam were too harsh, but I disagree completely. As I told you on the podcast, you are nothing but fair, and there's pretty much a 100% consensus that the Keemstar bit was intrusive, gave him free plugs for his own content, and took away about an hour that we should have been more on topic. I didn't mind, but that's the vibe my viewers are sharing with me. I would likely be best for a repeat appearance to just be us to avoid people feeling like it was a surprise or trick to shock me. So like leading up to that, I mean, like you said, everything was great. He said everything was fair, and I agree. I thought we were extremely fair, but once again tonight, all of a sudden, things turned sour, and he is the victim again. And once again,
both kept reiterating that you want the best for him, you want good things for him, and that's why you were asking these hard questions and grilling him, is because you wanted him to come clean, because that is the best for him.
Right.
And it's just so frustrating. And for me, I have never said anything about DSP without being provoked. He's provoked me every single time, unless you want to count 2016 when I covered a legitimate news story happening on the platform. I've never went at this dude unless he provoked me, unless he's saying something about me, and then I respond on Twitter. Then I make a Twitter video.
That is actually true.
Then I put out a tweet. And right now he's talking shit about me, so I come on this live stream. I'm always in response of what he's saying.
Right. Do you so it's very obvious that the thing that I got out of your interaction with him yesterday was that you were just kind of done with him. Like, you're done with you think he's really hard to work with, and you kind of understand why he's in the place he's at right now. He's just kind of difficult.
If he wanted to do the podcast with Wings and Boogie, there'd be strong contracts. I'd still do it, because at the end of the day, I know it's going to be a hit.
It's business, right? Yeah.
There would have to be some strong contracts. If he was difficult to work with, we would all have, me, Boogie, and Wings would have 75% of the company. It would be, we'd have to put some type of voting system, right? Where he wouldn't be able to just not show up or get his feelings hurt and run away. We'd have to set up something that we're all agreeing to go in and do this show, and people aren't going to get emotionally butthurt and just run away from the project and hurt the project, right? So, there'd have to be some strict contracts that we all sign to make sure that the show is a success and nobody can destroy it.
Well, what's interesting is that you're looking at this from a business perspective, and Phil's looking at it from a very personal perspective. At least that's what I got out of it, and I may be wrong, but you generally businessmen are able to separate business and personal feelings. You see that all the time, and I actually think that's really smart. And I would be interested if Phil. Apparently Phil doesn't want to come on our podcast anymore. Okay. So it'd be interesting to see if he did reach back out to you and say I don't know, you tell me, would he have to reach out? Would he have to apologize to you first and just be like, look, man, I was a bonehead. I'm sorry. I screwed up. Or can you just move on?
It's business. It is business in some sense, but it's really comes from a place of I love the internet. I love this entertainment space. I love, what I do. And so that's why I would invest stupid money into something silly like this, right? Yes, I know it would make money, But I can take $150,000 and put it into a different company that will make way more money. You know what I mean? There's
Right.
way other opportunities that I'm aware of, that I know of. You know what I mean? It has to come from a place of love to do something as silly as this. So it's not just business. But could you ask the question again?
Just pretty much, is there an opportunity, or do you think that Phil would Phil need to apologize to you prior to having any
No.
sort of conversation?
No, I don't. This personal stuff will never get in the way of entertainment. It'll never get in the way of entertainment.
That's great.
And hurting my feelings and, like, you know, not picking up the calls, or him going on his live stream saying I'm the most evil person in the world. It's like, what does that mean? That means nothing to me. There's a million people on Twitter saying the same thing as Phil right now. I could care less. At the end of the day, I'm in mansions, multiple mansions. Like, you know, I could care less.
Right, that's a flex from Keem, but yes, there is a lot of people with way more reach than DSP that actually talk way more trash to Keemstar and have gotten in much bigger drama than actually Keemstar, than actually DSP. So there you go. There you go. And thanks to Mr. Jinx for becoming a member. Big ups, dude. This has been a pretty long stream so far. It's like 5 hours, but we're gonna go for some more. We got to talk about the pre-stream, obviously. We're gonna go back to that. So this is gonna be a bars style pre-stream.
That's called motherfucking bars.
Like, what's really important? What's really important is the security and future of, like, my family and the people I love and friends. Like, these are the things that are important to me. This nonsense is my entertainment, you know?
Right.
Hey,
You know what?
real quick,
Go-
can I just
Yeah,
quickly
Doody.
ask a question if you don't mind, Keemstar? So, have you considered possibly replacing DSP with another locale for the podcast, or maybe just consider doing it with Wings and Boogie?
That is a good question.
It's so hard when I came up with this concept, right? I knew very little about DSP. It's like I've thought about it so much and I've invested so much mental time. Like, guys, I know this is sad to say and admit right now, but I probably have, like, I don't know, at least 7 straight hours docked in my brain of thinking about this and how it could work. And, like, that's a lot of time when you really, like, think about it. And I don't think there could be anyone else other than those three that would make this work, to be honest.
You know, the thing with Phil was he took offense to you wanting to call it, like, the lolcow podcast. He's like, that's just offensive, and it's like, okay, I don't think that's necessarily, like a deal breaker. The idea of, like, what the title of the podcast is going to be. So it's tough, man. It's tough. A lot of people were talking to us about whether there was going to be a part 2. And, when I talked to Adam and Blabs and Travis about potential part 2, the consensus we had was we didn't necessarily want to have a part 2 if it was just going to be the same ring around bullshit as yesterday. It needed to be something with substance, and the only substance would really be if Phil was like, yeah, let's talk about WWE Legends, or let's actually talk about this bank stuff that is definitely not mine, but is clearly mine. I think that's pretty much the only way we would have done a second part.
Let's talk about this bank account that is not mine, but is very clearly mine. I love this. I love the way he phrased this. So basically, if Phil was willing to admit to stuff and he was willing to be like, you know what? Yeah, I didn't take the first chance. I'm going to take the second chance. Yes, that was me. If he was willing to do that, they were going to have a part 2. So basically, they're not having a part 2, if that wasn't clear enough.
And I've been talking with the team about it.
He wants a do-over, basically. You guys, forget what happened last time. Let's do this again. Let's save scum. Let's load a previous save.
So I don't think a second part would have happened at all. So maybe, like I said, maybe the podcast with Boogie may happen. So, by the way, speaking of, I was DMing with Boogie earlier. We're talking about having him on the show. I think that'd be super fun leading up to the boxing match you guys are going to have with Wings.
Yeah, well, they've proved at this point, I said earlier, they've proved at this point they can have a good interview by asking actual questions that people care about hearing and pressing back. So they should do more of these. Why not? Why not? Go for it.
That'll be real good.
Just to
I think the
forewarn
only
you, Craig, just to forewarn you, you're probably going to get bombarded with just about as many DMs and Twitters from the Boogie detractors as well. Just a quick heads up.
Okay. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I mean, like I said, I try to be fair to myself, the person I'm interviewing, and the audience, and I'm sure I'll do many hours of research leading up to that as well, if and when that happens. So
the only way I'm willing to probably talk to Phil again, is if I can talk to him in person. I'll get on a plane. I'll fly first class all the way to the other side of the country where he's at, and I'll meet him at a coffee shop or something. And I want to sit and talk to a real person. I can't do this online stuff because he's not real. That's not a real person. That is an act. I am an expert in online entertainment, and that is not a real person. That is you're looking at a character. This is not a legitimate person. I would have to speak to him face to face to have a real conversation. It's the only way.
That's called motherfucking bars.
That is 100% correct. And I think, like Keem, like he said earlier, he understands why people watch DSP so much, why they have these streams, these podcasts, these videos about him, why they follow him around so much, because they refuse to see this is not a real person, dude. This is like a cartoon. This dude is not for real. Come on, man. And Keemstar is somebody who's been around. He's been talking to like people who get millions of views, millions of subs, millions of dollars. He knows how this shit works, and he can see right through him, like everybody else can, like Craig could as well.
if you were to let's put together a little plan here, right? Like let's put together just a real.
But that's the thing. The fakeness is a part of DSP at this point. He has become this because he's deluded himself for so long, because that's the only way that he can see it. Of course, narcissism and all.
Real outline. Are you willing to offer Phil money for that interview? Because I think that's the way he would accept it, based off of the idea of supplementing one of his.
That's blood money, though.
Time.
Absolutely not. I would demand that there's no cameras. I want to go talk to him with no cameras. I want to talk to the real person.
Nice.
I know that's going to make people upset in the chat or whatever, but no, that is the only way I will talk to him. I'll spend first class ticket across the state right now. I'll spend like $5,000 just to have a private conversation with him. I want to talk to a person, not this character, not this act.
I think that says a lot, to be honest with you. The idea that you don't even want cameras attached to it, I think that's pretty cool. I'd be interested to see.
To be honest, I don't think it's a character. I think that's him. Phil and DSP are the same person. And it comes off with everything he does in his life. I mean, maybe I might be wrong, and God bless you if you can go and see and maybe tell us, oh, he's nothing like what we think he is. But he's been a content creator for 15 years, and he has over 100,000 videos on YouTube. And I don't think there's anything more. I think what we see is who he is.
Maybe off camera he isn't a different person, but that's the only chance I have to get to like the real person. Even if he's in his mind playing this character or whatever, even off camera, at the end of the day, there is a real person in there somewhere. But this is an act. That is not a real. He is acting like a victim, like clearly, right? He is lying about the WWE stuff, right? And if it's lies and it's acting, then it is a character. It's not real. It's not legitimate. It's not a real person.
Well, he is lying, but he's finding a way to justify how this is actually incorrect in reality. That's what delusion does to you. You find ways to convince yourself, man. It just works.
Doody, why do you? I mean, Phil's watching right now, by the way. Like, his name pulled up in my chat. So, like, Phil, if you're watching, like, if you want to join the conversation, if you're up for it, I mean, Keem, Doody, if you're up for it, I mean,
it's not happening.
He's always welcome on my streams.
Phil, like I just said that I wouldn't talk to you again unless it's in person, but I will talk to you in this setting with Craig and everyone else here. And again, it's not coming from a place of hostility. It's just how I see it. These are my genuine thoughts, and a lot of people seem to agree with me.
Well, if you want to, Phil, just email me and I'll get you the call information. We'll get you Discord and all that
Who said Craig?
So,
where did that come from, Craig? Wait, how did I miss that? Craig.
I think the thing that's most frustrating for me is, like, we're all coming at this from different angles, right? Doody, you're looking at this from an entertainment perspective. You look at Phil as something that is fun to watch. You look at from a
Craig
car wreck perspective.
From a car wreck perspective.
Dog.
From a car wreck perspective, let's get a instant replay on this one. This was hot.
You're looking at this from an entertainment perspective. You look at Phil as something that is fun to watch. You look at from a kind of car wreck perspective, right? You kind of see it as this thing that is entertaining for you and the detractors to watch. Keem, you look at this as this can't be real. Like, this person can't. This is so a character. It's so ridiculous that it's got to be fake. And I look at this as like, a guy that I feel bad for. I hope that he is able to get things in order, and a guy who saw some success early on and didn't change or innovate, and is still in that same spot. And as his audience has slowly dwindled, he's been more and more reliant on kind of the tactics of deceiving them, and that sucks. So I think we're all looking at this from three very different perspectives, and it's real interesting. And at the end of the day, I think that it's going to be on Phil. Like we said this on the podcast, said this today, it's going to be on Phil. And until Phil kind of looks himself in the mirror and be like, yeah, like I got to do something. I got to change. I got to do this. And nothing's going to be different. Nothing's going to be different. And,
do you guys think he's close to hitting rock bottom?
I don't know. Rock bottom's different for every single person.
That is very true. What is rock bottom for Phil? Rock bottom would be moving back to Connecticut, being completely humbled. And of course, he's not going to be humble. He's just going to be flexing about stuff. So what is rock bottom? He goes back to Connecticut, lives in his parents' house, or gets some rents like a 1-bedroom apartment, like a small place, something. The trolls win because he lost his mansion. He's no longer in a gated community. He has to get some sort of a job that is like a part-time thing, because of course he can't work a full-time job, because of course. Yeah, it really depends for him.
So I don't know.
And no matter what happens, according to every definition of rock bottom of every detractor, he will never admit this is rock bottom. He won't admit to it. Divorce? I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think Kat is locked in. I don't think she's going anywhere. And I don't think any of them can afford a divorce. So they might be separated at best, but she has nowhere else to go. So they're not going to be separated.
I don't think Phil's anywhere close to rock bottom personally.
I don't think he's close to even remotely close to rock bottom. I think it's an act. I think he's living comfortably.
I think that
definitely not comfortably. I disagree with that. He's definitely not living comfortably, and that's his own choice, his own decisions, because he's used to a certain lifestyle that spends too much money. He does get quote unquote too much money for what he's doing and the effort he's putting in, but I don't think he's living comfortably by his own decision. He decides not to live comfortably.
Oh, go ahead.
When he's doing those streams, and I seen it personally, right? Like he wasn't getting on the phone call. I wasn't having a conversation with him, right? And then 2 weeks went by, and I was like, "Damn, this sucks. I really like this idea or whatever." And somehow it came in the feed, like on my recommended that he was live. So I clicked on his stream, and as soon as I clicked on it, he was like, yeah, guys, the water bill's coming up, the rent's coming up. I need donations. You got to help me. And I just lost it. You know, I'm not on camera. I'm in the privacy of my own home, and I'm like screaming at my computer. I'm like, I cannot believe that this is happening right now. But to further my point, it is an act. There's no way. If those people didn't donate to him that month, all his bills would be paid. They would be paid. I don't believe that he's really that close to not having rent paid and stuff. I don't believe it anymore.
I think that that's when you hit rock bottom, is when you can't pay the bills, right? And whether that's a month from now, whether that's 2 months from now, whether that's 6 months from now. And I asked this question yesterday, and I thought that it made him uncomfortable, which, you know, wasn't meant to, but I asked him if I felt like his audience was enabling his lifestyle by, you know, apparently, and I don't know a whole lot about this, but apparently his audience, the vast majority of his revenue comes from, you know, 4 or 5 whales who are big donators. And they support him. That's great. That's awesome. Like, I don't really care how people spend their money. If they want to spend their money, that's awesome. But if those whales decided to no longer donate, and you know, all of a sudden the tips disappear, you know, what happens? You know, how quickly does it take to figure out another game plan on this? And Phil kind of took offense to that. I felt the idea of, like, you know, are these people enabling your lifestyle? And as we established, it's not a healthy lifestyle at all.
Of course. He took offense to it because he put it in the perspective of, oh wait, people paying my bills are enabling me? Oh yeah, you guys. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Because, you know, we know that Phil could be making $1 million and he could be spending $1,000,001. And he would still be broke as fuck. And he would still be begging. Because that's what he does. That's what he does. He's been doing it since the dawn of time.
Agreed. And one of the things that I had talked about was why he wanted to come on your podcast is because he, just like you stated, he does have a set of people that actually support him. But the issue with Phil is he's belligerent, and things like this pop up that people just leave. After a while, they get tired of his game, and they do leave. So he needs to continuously kind of replenish those set of viewers that support. You know, and it is a small amount of people, and they do give a lot. And I think, in my opinion, he went on your podcast to try to broaden his brand out to a different group of people, maybe someone like-minded, like he stated about you, that you guys are like-minded. And he was hoping that maybe he can get some attention, bring some folks from your podcast to watch his streams, and hopefully a few of them would eventually become whales and support him. So he continually does this every 6 months. I mean, I know you guys don't watch it that closely, but you see a pattern with him. And when I heard he was going to be on your podcast, I said, okay, this sounds like he's just looking to replenish, you know, his income source with people willing to tip the guy. And I was a little bit upset because I said to myself, okay, this is the pattern that's been going on for so many years. Something has to stop. Something has to break for him to realize he can't continue this way and make a change.
Dude, if you think about it, you know, if a little girl's dog needed surgery and she had to raise money for it, she was asking for help online, fine. If somebody was sick, if there was a death in a family, a car accident, and they were raising money, you know, for a funeral, fine. Like, I get that. We all understand that. We would all see that and we'd be like, oh, that sucks, right? But when you see a grown man, like, video game posters in the background multiple times a month online begging to get his bills paid, I mean, a grown man, you know, like, it's like he has to have some type of fetish or something of being a victim and being ridiculed and, you know, being mocked. Like, there's some type of addiction here.
Right. And, you know, we've talked about the addiction side of it as well. And you know, when it goes back to the idea of addiction, you know, the word, when you're addicted, you don't realize that you're addicted. You know what I mean? Or that in sometimes you just don't know how to quit. You know, you think of any sort of smoker or somebody who's addicted to alcohol, an alcoholic, or drugs or whatever it may be. And it's very hard to admit that you're addicted. And I think that's kind of the craziest thing about all this is, you know, I felt that during our conversation yesterday, during the 5-hour conversation we had with him, like I said, I went in with an open mind. I went in with a lot of things to talk about, a lot of questions to ask, and throughout the questioning, what I heard from his answers was a lot of doublespeak and a lot of runaround. And the conclusion that I came to was that, based off of his answers and his inability to answer some answers, and was that, you know, it's like 100% he was lying on certain situations based off of what he was and was not saying, and he just really can't. Even if he is, I don't think that he thinks he's lying, though. I think that's the biggest thing, is I don't think he thinks he's lying at all. And that's the hardest thing. I think that goes back to the addiction side of it. So
I got a question. If one of these whales that is donating money over and over again because he's saying that he needs money for rent, if they stop donating to him and then they realize, like, this is a scam, this is a BS, couldn't they file a lawsuit against him? And when through the court process, they'd have to pull the records and find out at that time how much money he had in his bank account, how much the bills were. Was he being honest, or was he committing fraud? You know?
No, I don't think so. Because people have recourse. If you feel like you were misrepresented and you tipped, you can go to PayPal and file a whatever that's called, a chargeback.
Yeah, it's the chargeback.
Yeah. YouTube, yeah. So there's kind of mediation, and when I think the YouTube terms of service for super chats, it actually has verbiage in there that you agree to remediation or arbitration or whatever that case is. So I don't really see that. Now, if you're doing like a fundraiser or something like that, and you're saying it's going to this, and it doesn't, that's different. But him just
that's what I'm saying, because like there's so many stories of, like, I don't know, somebody faked an illness and raised a bunch of money on GoFundMe and whatnot, and like they got criminally charged and sued for doing that, right? If he's saying this over and over again that he needs money to pay his rent and the money's not going to his rent, it's going to like video games or something like that, that's fraud, isn't it? We need to get a lawyer in here. Craig, let's get a lawyer on the show.
Get Nick Ricada in here. Where's Nick?
Yeah, get Nick.
Get Nick. Fraud.
I think it depends on the scenario. It depends on the scenario. But like I said, people do have recourse. They can do a chargeback through PayPal or YouTube.
I think that there have been, as you said, Keem, there have been many times where people have used a certain platform for that. I don't know if YouTube is necessarily one of those platforms where people have said, people will say, go to GoFundMe, and I'm sure GoFundMe has something in their TOS about the money, making sure it's used for a certain cause or whatever it may be. But I don't know if YouTube or Twitch or PayPal have those as well. I think kind of once your money's gone, it's probably gone. But it's worth asking for sure. I'm not a legal person. I don't know. So, man, it's slippery though, man. It's slippery because I just go back to. I really need to pay this. I really need to pay this. And, generally, like I said, I think once somebody gives you their money, it's up to you to do with it what you say. And that goes back to the trust you have with your audience and the audience's trust in you.
For the whales, do people know the whales? Are they is their government name public? Are they public online, or are they just hidden? Are they anonymous?
It depends.
So, by the way, you guys are saying that DSP emailed me. He has not emailed me. I do not see an email. I have my email open right now. Phil has not emailed me. I do not have anything in my inbox from Phil about this right now. So
Make sure it's the right DSP, because there are a couple detractor sock accounts that look very similar to his name.
Is he live right now, or did he end his live stream? Because people were saying that he was watching, and then I went and looked, and I can't see that he's live.
I could check.
Yeah,
if you could check real quick, because what I would like to do is I'd like to interview his top donators. If I could confirm like who they really are, I'd love to interview them.
Right.
I think his podcast is.
Doody, can you talk a little about that? Because that's something that, people wanted me to bring that up yesterday during the interview. And that's something that I shied away from because I felt the interview should have been about Phil and not his viewers, right? I think people have the right to view and watch whoever they want for whatever reason they want. But obviously, there is some critiques about some of his viewers in particular. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So the main one is a gentleman named Derek, who seems to be very problematic to Phil. This is a guy that goes on the streams every day and just interacts with Phil on stream, and he seems to be a bit of a nuisance to most people. The issue with him is that the guy has been known for some very shady things. If you actually go to his Twitter account, the guy is into some very shady stuff, and I don't want to get specific in it, but
what's his Twitter account?
You don't want to know.
I believe that's his.
You don't want to know.
Account.
I'll let you guys share it and then share it.
Derek.
Yeah. So and he's been, if you look at he has a channel on YouTube where he do videos, and just some of the content he has and he subscribes to is just very shady. So he's the one guy that you probably heard about, Craig.
Doody could have been just like straight up with this and say, yeah, Derek is this kid. He harasses porn stars. He spams at them. He has a bunch of playlists of little kids on his YouTube channel that are called Cute Kids or something like that, Cute Little Girls or something, where there's hundreds of videos for that. And DSP defends him for no reason. There is no reason for him to be defending somebody like that. And I know that Craig already knows about that.
And then as it relates to his whales, there are roughly about 4 or 5 of them. There's this one person called 1 Minute Man who's just this. He's never on stream. He's never there. But the guy gives Phil about over $7,000 a year in tips. Every day comes on and drops $20 to $30 every single day. And I think people think he's a previous whale, someone that I think his name used to be Planet Jeff, and then he something happened with him, and then he just renamed himself. That seems to be a recurring issue, is where they kind of rename themselves after a while when they kind of get caught or get exposed, and there are a couple other ones that just come out. But again, Phil relies on this cycle where every couple months he may get a new whale that comes in and start supporting, and then they either get tired or move on to something else. And then
Could you do me a favor? Could you check if that Derek guy is still on Twitter? Because I'm looking what the chat is saying his ad is, and it doesn't exist. And I'm wondering if he just deleted his Twitter.
Maybe he did. Let me verify, but not on the screen.
I see screenshots of this guy's Twitter, so I know.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, he's still here. Derek loves tea.
I'll say this, man.
And yep, 1 minute ago. Oh, look at this. Look at this. 1 minute ago. Derek, hey, at Oliver Faze. I loved you working with at Danny Diaz and at somebody else. Thank you at BrotherLoveXXX. At Team Skeet. 1 minute ago. Then we got 10 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, 48 minutes ago, and then we got somebody sucking a cock. So I'm not going to show this on screen.
I looked at the guy.
Because that's fucking dangerous. I gotta be super careful. We get the throat goat on screen.
Someone called me the throat goat.
The guy's YouTube channel and his saved playlists and stuff, and nope.
No. Interesting.
Failed the vibe check.
Okay, I did find it. Yeah, he's got a wild Twitter account. All right, well,
and his YouTube is just as bad, and he's very problematic. And it's like, why do you allow someone to be on your stream that could blow back on you? I mean, I know most streamers aren't responsible for what when they're chat and who watches, but I mean, someone like this. I mean, this is a bit creepy, and we always wonder why the guy doesn't donate. All he does is talk to Phil and talks about WWE and whatever else. And
Hey, this is not a top donator.
no, he gives nothing to Phil. He gives nothing at all to Phil.
Interesting.
And we are always curious, like, why do you defend him? And of course, he has instituted a policy where if you bully him or say anything inappropriate to him, you're banned. So it's just that kind of very weird behavior that Phil does. There was another person called Timbo. I don't think he's there anymore, or he probably changed his name. He was kind of one of the whales. He had another guy called OIC, Only Iced Coffee, who was just a nut. He would go around doxing people that harass Phil. You know, anyone that would harass Phil, he had this weird obsession. He would go around doxing. It just seems like a circus. I mean, it's just a pure circus, and I always call it the vortex of doo-doo that surrounds Phil, and it just seems like everyone around him just attracts that.
Oh, I'm gonna be the
The vortex of doo-doo, also known as the doo-doo flavored trickle.
I need my boyfriend.
Oh, Hunter, I want to talk to every single one of these people.
Oh, he wants all of them.
With them.
I can send you a list.
The $50,000 I was going to give to Phil. I'll take a little chunk of that, and figure out who these people are.
He's gonna give it to the whales so they can give it to Phil.
Well, you know where that money's going to go back to, right?
Yeah.
True. Maybe that's a bad idea. I'll figure out a way to do it where that doesn't happen. There'll be some strict contracts or something. But
Get him gift cards for Burger King. Then you know they're gonna spend it on that because Phil doesn't like some Burger King anymore.
I want to go.
I'm sorry, the Timbo guy.
Yeah.
This guy's on his fifth bankruptcy, and Phil knows.
Fifth? Hold on, fifth? Wasn't it third last time, or maybe second? We're on number 5 at this point. It's been like not even a year. The dude is speedrunning.
And instead of saying, "Hey, dude, stop giving me money," he keeps giving him. He keeps giving. I don't know if he's been giving. I haven't seen him much, but those are the type of people that Phil attracts and that donate. And it's like, dude, he's talking in chat about his bankruptcy. He's wailing out and giving to Phil. And, you know, if that were me, I'd be like, dude, don't save your money. Like, keep it.
Save your money, dude.
It's your own life. Don't give me money. But Phil is just like, hey, thank you. Keep it going. Keep it rolling.
We're 3. So we're on number 3, going on number 4. There we go.
You know, he's on his fifth bankruptcy.
Number 4 is like the number 5 is actually the milestone. We got to get to number 5. Come on.
See, that's
he talks about it. He talks about it on stream. On his stream.
Fifth bankruptcy? Like, are you at a certain point?
Look, do you see my,
Yeah,
do you
but
see my screen?
Craig,
Do
you
see
got to
my-
understand that these guys, they look at the internet like a metaverse, right? And they're playing characters.
The metaverse.
Like, there's no way this guy's on a 5th bankruptcy. That's not. That is,
Bro,
not
Craig, look here, listen. These dudes are for real. They're not LARPing. I know it's easy to say they're LARPing, just like it's easy to say Phil is LARPing, because it's an easy way to explain everything, you know? Just like when Phil watches King Cobra and he's like, oh yeah, he gotta be LARPing. He can't be for real. But Craig, he is for real, Craig. Let me tell you something, brother.
Let me tell you something, brother.
He is for real. He's the throat goat.
I'm sorry.
That's probably
it's probably third or something. But this guy.
well. He's
specifically
probably
talks-
saying that. He's probably saying that so he can identify with Phil. Like,
Nah, bro, we actually know this for real. It's for real. Like verified, confirmed.
buddies together. It might all be a lie, you know?
Right. Yeah, there's
may
truth
be,
in that.
It may be, but there's even this gentleman that's homeless and that he's talked on stream and talked to Phil and kind of gave him his sob story. And because Phil cries about money and needing to pay his bills, he drops money. At one point, there was one time where he dropped $200 because Phil had this big bill that was coming up, and he didn't have money to take his wife out a meal, grocery shopping, pet supply shopping, his day off, and the guy dropped a $200 dono on him. And it's like, read the story and you say to yourself, okay, this guy's homeless. He just dropped $200. Maybe I should tell him not to do that, or maybe.
Yeah, by the way, we're not really missing anything from the pre-stream because I'm looking at the Discord discussion and nothing really hot is happening. So I guess we're good staying here and hanging out here.
Charge it back, whatever the case is. But not Phil. Phil just say thank you and just move on.
You know what? I think I'm not going to offer any of these people money. But everyone's saying because that guy really did file 3 bankruptcies, they're saying it's like true, 100% true. And that's a public record. Obviously, when you file bankruptcy, it's like completely public. Like there's no hiding. Maybe I'll reach out to that guy and like interview him. Because I need to be in these whales' house, right? I need to be at the kitchen table with them with a camera on.
I need to be in their house with a camera on.
And have a real conversation and understand this world.
Oh, that would be so hot. A documentary, The Whale Hunter.
An inside
The Whale Tale, that's how it should be called.
Documentary of what's happening here. Because I'm so intrigued. There are things in this world that are more important than money. And it's stuff like this. Like, I need to get to the bottom of this.
Would you, in a documentary like that, would you, would it just be about his audience members, or would it be about Phil as well?
Be about Phil and what's going on here. And if Phil wanted to be in the documentary, of course, 100%. All right. But if he doesn't, I don't need Phil. Phil has offered so much content online, which can be used in fair use. Like, I don't need Phil. I'll interview his whales.
There we go. That's facts. He's not gonna agree to doing an interview with Keemstar, but there is so much content you can use for a documentary. There you go. Just go use it. Talk to some whales, even though they're not gonna agree. But he's gonna toss them $1. You think Timbo is gonna refuse $1 from Keemstar? You think he's gonna refuse on his 3rd bankruptcy? I think he could use any cash that's coming in.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting, man.
And Keem, if you guys need that information, there are a couple really good tractors that really have the information down pack, and they can definitely provide that.
Me and you are in Twitter DMs, so you can just keep sending me all this information so I can get a hold of these people.
Yep, I'll do that. I'll touch base with the folks that really have the information down pack, and we can definitely send that.
I think you're onto something with this whale hunter idea of just finding giant donators on all, for all streamers and such, and then just hunting them down and be like, what do you do for a living?
This is how you're gonna take down Phil. You go after the whales. That's gonna be hot.
How many of them are actually going through bankruptcy? But
can you see me sitting down with one of these guys, cup of coffee, and just being like, what is it about DSP, Phil, that intrigues you? Why are you in his stream every day? And just to get that answer. I've noticed, people have tracked online that you've donated like 7,000 over the year of 2022. Where does that money come from? Can you afford that? And that answer, like, imagine having that, dude. Like, I want to know these answers more than I want to know what these UFOs are that the government has. I want to know this.
Bro, this is it, man. This is it. You can see what's so engaging about this, right, Keem? You can see. Now you get into our heads and why it's so engaging. You want to figure it out too, right? You want to figure it out. We want to figure it out too. Let's fucking figure it out and get some laughs out of it. Fuck.
What is the answer to this stuff?
Oh my goodness.
And of course, Crag doesn't want to be in this anymore. I mean, Crag, he's done with this, man. He doesn't just wants to carry on. But Keem is all on board. So far.
Like, I always go back to, I feel like I know the answer.
Craig is done. I can't blame him. He came through. He did his thing. It was good. It was great. Drop a sub if you relate, and then we move on. We do the thing.
A lot of that is at the end of the day, people people identify with who they watch, right? They see a little bit of themselves in the people that they watch, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, whether it's on NBC or ABC. They identify and they find people likable. Which was really ironic because as I was prepping for the interview, I was talking with a fun podcast, and they said to me, like, I challenge you to watch 10 minutes of Phil, and you tell me if it's entertaining or not, right? And their thought is like, nobody could potentially find this entertaining. And, my response is, yeah, somebody will clearly find this entertaining in some way, shape, or form. Because, at the end of the day, some people like, feet. Some people they like all sorts of different things, right? People have their different fetishes, the different things that they like. Some people like car wrecks and like Call of Duty over here. he likes.
Wait. Are we comparing a foot fetish to car wreck fetish? What? Oh, dude, what? Bruh. But I know what he means.
Likes the day-to-day car wreck, so...
You may find yourself kissing Keem soon. Sound GD?
I might. If he shaves off the beard, though. I don't like beards. They're too ticklish.
I need my boyfriend!
Of DSP, so...
And big ups to No Zakoboy, who says, welcome to the Snortex.
Welcome to the Snortex.
Well, he got it. At least he understands. And of course he does. Like, he's the internet drama dude. Of course he understands the appeal of lol cows.
Yeah, yes, I do. So real quick. So I think someone that you may be interested to interview, if you can get a hold of them, is someone named Panda Lee. That was DSP's ex-girlfriend. And oh boy.
Make sure you DM me every single one of these names. Like, tell me, of course, for the stream, but like, DM me just so I have a full list of like people to investigate and reach out to. And I just so if anyone's seeing this, I don't want my words to be twisted. I will never harass, stalk, like do any of that stuff. That's not who I am. I'll reach out to them and be like, hey, are you down for an interview? Can we talk about this? Like, I don't want Phil to take what I'm saying and have him twist it into like he's stalking me. He's
Yeah, right. I mean, with Panda, she seems like if she had something to say and wanted to say something, she would have done it so far. At this point, it's like way after the fact. It's like years after Panda left. It's like it makes no sense. She left in like 2017. It's literally like 5 years. It's kind of just like past. It's water under the bridge. Like, who cares? If she had to say something about it, she definitely would. And maybe Keemstar is going to offer her some money and she's going to be willing to, but I don't fucking know. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think she would. Big ups to ALT is old for the 5 gifts, dude. Big ups. Thank you.
You know what I mean? Because it would not... Everyone has a right to do an interview with someone else if they agree to it, But
that is true, yeah. If she agrees to it, sure.
Know if they're going to agree to it. You got to ask them. Hey, would you mind asking or answering some questions? So I can already see him twisting this into me stalking him now.
So do you know who It's a Gundam is? Are you familiar with that, Keem?
Guys, I know nothing about this DSP world. Okay. I really don't.
The Panda Lee being a minor thing, I'm not buying into that. I don't think she was. I'm not really into the whole like grooming thing. I don't think he is. I think it's massively blown out of proportion.
So there's a great channel called It's a Gundam, and
Keemstar doesn't know about It's a Gundam.
He's interested in coming on. He is a big detractor, and he has a channel at about 1 million subscribers on YouTube. So do you think you guys comfortable if we bring him on as well?
Sure.
I don't mind. Yeah, It's a Gundam. He is a connoisseur of the DSP lore, but he does bigger things. We love to refer him as Papa. Could definitely.
Okay, let me get his Discord information.
Is this the guy that confronted DSP at the end of your stream or something?
Yes.
Yeah. So at the end of the stream, we had an audio clip that was from him, and he's he's a pretty big detractor. He makes fun of him in a lot of his videos, but he did like a 3-hour long video about a previous interview that DSP had done, where he just kind of broke it down, and that I think it has a few million views. It's pretty funny, man. So let me see if I can get him in. All right, I think I have it. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to send you guys the message. His Doody, I'm gonna hop out, send you his information, and then you can set up a new call. Does that sound good?
All right, I'm gonna skip to when the thing actually happens.
Premier detractors out. Touch base and get all the information for you. And
Makes me like a 3-hour podcast or something. It's like, bro, what do you want me to do? Like, I need time. No one has enough time to like really get to the bottom of stuff like that when you're like have to watch a 3-hour podcast to really understand everything, let alone like someone as busy as I.
Right.
Podcast derailing.
And we just with DSP, he's a very very long-winded.
Can I add him to this call? You get it.
Are an expert in DSP. What did you think of
Okay.
Douchebag.
Okay, there we go.
Test.
He'll get it.
There we go.
All right, you there, buddy?
It's not
I am
just
so
you.
sorry.
Craig and myself also had to change our audio settings as soon as we joined.
Discord does this every goddamn time, and it makes me look like a douchebag. Keem, nice to meet you, brother. I was trying to get a hold of you since the day I started. Ironically, I was following a troll Twitter.
Really?
I was like, Keem, I'm your new boy. I'm the hottest thing in town.
I hear that you are an expert in DSP. What did you think of interview on Sidescrollers and whatnot?
I'm not really an expert on DSP. I'm going to be real. The best guy of all times is Almighty Tevin. I'm a content creator that fell down a rabbit hole, and I just can't stop falling. The stream was absolutely brilliant. It started off slow at first, and then all of a sudden, Craig just goes, good cop, and Adam's bad cop, and they beat the living hell out of Phil for 5 hours straight. It was glorious.
Well, you got to keep in mind that the last thing we wanted to do was like, you got to open up with some soft questions, right? And tell us about yourself, tell us who you are, because you have to get your subject comfortable, right? And that was the whole idea. And that's one thing that I've heard from people is like, it was kind of started slow, but it picked up really quick, and that was the idea. So
well, you did it masterfully.
Well,
I didn't see it that way, honestly, Craig. I didn't see it like a trap or a good cop or bad cop. I just saw a good, fair interview. That's all I saw. Obviously, like people that hate DSP, they're going to be like, oh, you guys owned him. You beat him up. It's like, no, that was fair. That was fair on every level. That was a fair interview. Well, you guys weren't screaming over him. You guys weren't hitting him with false allegations and like, just... you guys were being fair. I thought it was so perfectly done, to be honest.
Come on, Keem, it's 2023. Reality is a Debbie Downer, and being fair is bad. If you say anything like, oh, trans women, something, kids, you're canceled in this world we live in.
I still think it was fair.
Well, it was fair, definitely, no doubt. But Phil was not ready for fair. He was looking for softball questions.
I think that's what a lot of people expected. But Phil, I will give Phil 100% credit. He said nothing was off the table. He wanted this to be like the magnum opus of Phil. The idea that everybody can point to this interview and it'll be done. And after 5 hours, we legitimately, I had 3 pages of questions ready to go. I got through about a page and a half. We could legitimately have done another 3 5-hour parts with them because we barely scratched the surface. There's so much to go into. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, there won't be a number 2 for this Lord of the Rings.
There will not be.
Oh yeah, that's not going to happen.
Gundam, I actually know who you are now. You're the one that got copy stricken by Pokemon.
Pokemon,
right?
she loves me. We're best friends.
Now I know who you are. That's crazy. But I am going right where you have been because now I'm hooked on this Phil stuff. I want to interview his whales. That's the next step. I want to make a whole
if you want
documentary.
Derek, I will find him. Me and my assistant, we got bored like 2 nights ago, and I'm like, "How can we find Derek?" And she's like, "Well, it looks like Derek goes to. Can we say like Cam's sites he goes to or no?"
Oh,
Don't.
No, no,
Please
no.
don't. Please
No.
don't. Please don't.
He goes to these campsites.
Dude, are we gonna get to see DSP versus Keem again? Oh, that would be juicy, man.
And he like goes in the room and he harasses these girls. It's absolutely insane. Like, Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen, please say my name while you stuff that overly sized. Can I say the D word that's a phallic piece or no?
We already know what it is.
We know where you're going with.
Derek is just going absolutely insane in there till the women have to like ignore him, and he's like, "I'm crying in chat. I'm crying because you can't say my name. If you want him, we'll just have to like get any one of these e-girls online, and Derek will show up. You can lure him. They're like bait."
Interesting. Well, that'll be easy.
I want to be there for that, please.
Yeah, it got so bad where he started harassing porn stars, and they forced him to make apology videos. You can actually see some of them. It's
Oh my
pretty
God!
funny.
Can we watch an apology video on stream?
Oh hell yeah!
Did DSP
Please
react to the apology video, or was that fake?
No, he did. Which apology video? I'm sorry.
The Derek apology video, because I saw like a thumbnail for it on YouTube.
No,
Guys,
he didn't.
I'm convinced now that I cannot do a documentary. This would have to be a docu-series.
Oh, this would have to be a 3-season long type of deal, man. You can't cover all of this and then talk about the dance and then talk about like fucking Pandali and all that shit. If that's what you're planning on doing.
Talking about like 20 hours of like on the edge of your seat, like this is Tiger King.
Yes.
Oh, I know.
Oh my God.
Tiger King. The Tiger King of hate, yeah. The Tiger King of hate.
How much do I have to invest to make money?
I'm down. I'm so down.
Yeah, I can do a soundtrack of it. I would do a soundtrack.
And
I would definitely would. I can cut some like score together. Oh yeah.
Let's do.
Okay. Yeah, Craig's sitting on 20 grand.
Yeah, right. After yesterday's stream, that's right. It was big money, as we all saw.
DSP hates you, dude.
I heard. I heard
money. That's it. The second you make money and you didn't offer Phil anything, it's over. You're dead to him.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I didn't watch the stream, but apparently he ripped us new buttholes, and it is what it is. It's honestly it's disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time, just once again, all the detractors, they said this was going to happen, and they were right.
Hey, I need to clip this. They were right. As Derek is apologizing to a porn star in the background. This is beautiful. This is cinema to me. This is fucking the GOAT.
That's why he's the GOAT! That's called motherfucking bars!
I need to clip this.
Disappointing. Watch the stream, but apparently he ripped us new buttholes, and it is what it is. It's honestly it's disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time, just once again, all the detractors, they said this was going to happen, and they were right. And
it's too bad when you gave me
This is amazing. They were right. They were right. And Derek is in the background. Once again, I want to apologize to Reese Robbins. You're still one of my favorite porn stars.
You shot me the email. You want in on the next DSP thing? I'm like, this is not happening now if I'm in the mix.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the idea, was the next opportunity was to bring in all the detractors who were in on the nitty gritty. And, I think it would have been interesting for sure, but just judging based off of, I guess, the way he acted tonight, or the way he responded to the initial interview, it certainly is he has no interest in coming back on. So
you're number one on the shit list.
And once again, like, I don't really know why. I guess for being fair and asking questions, and and then decompressing the next day and realizing that, like it was very frustrating to be lied to for 5 hours.
Whoa, that's a good quote. It was very frustrating to be lied to for 5 hours. Oh, that's good.
And that is
good.
I loved everything about it, but the second you brought in Keem, it was over.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was a credit to our mods for making that happen. That was awesome.
But also DSP agreed to have Keemstar over. Come on. It was fair. He agreed to have him over. If he would say, hey, you guys, I think this is like my type of interview thing. Let's just keep him out of it. Maybe the next time we can have him over, discuss that stuff. You still have plenty of stuff to ask me. Yeah, he agreed to have him over. He could have said no.
Oh, God bless him.
I thought he was gonna call you a scumbag and just walk off and just shut off the stream. Seriously.
Do you guys know how well behaved I was? Because there's Dan Keem and then there's Keemstar, right? Keemstar wanted to be Keemstar. Keemstar wanted to call this broke loser e-bagger. Like, I wanted to go off, and I'm just sitting there like a good little boy, like, no, this is what happened.
Yeah, you bit your tongue and you did good. You did good.
I was surprised.
God, this is crazy. So what did you, Gundam, you said you wanted to talk about something?
Oh, I just came on to give Keem the idea how to lure out Derek. I'm all for that. I want to know how this dude operates because his whole life revolves around like crazy pornography. Talking about men's penises, wrestling.
CP.
Yes. Did you hear? I can't even say it. There's so much about Derek you just can't say. Ah, Christ. Have you heard about Rainbow Fellatio?
What the hell is happening right now? What the hell are we talking about?
Rainbow Fellatio.
Derek.
I was dumb enough to check what's up with Derek? Why is everyone on about this Derek guy? What is he doing? And I go on his Twitter timeline, and it's the most degenerate stuff I've ever seen in my life. And then Phil calls me a perverted scumbag. And I'm like, this is your top guy.
Oh. Well, if Phil is protecting Derek so much, is there some weird stuff between the two of them that they're protecting each other's secrets? I don't want to.
That made it sound so strange, Keem. That made it sound very, very specific type of stuff. Very
I'll touch him anytime I feel like it. Period. I'm touching him now.
That's kind of how it sounded.
We have a couple of working theories. Like, one of the working theories is that the gentleman we talked about, 1 Minute Man, who never goes on stream, that gives Phil $7,000 a year.
Oh wow!
Yeah, there's a theory that Derek's parents are actually 1 Minute Man and pay Phil to babysit Derek.
There's no basis to this theory, though.
Theory.
Everything can be a theory. I can make the theory that I am 1 Minute Man. That's a theory.
It's wild.
It's like when you bring up a theory, you need to base it in something. Because the theory of gravity is still a theory, but it's been pressed. It's been questioned. Because when you question this, you have nowhere to start. You have nowhere to begin. You have nothing to go by. No clues, no paper trail, no any kind of factual basis to go on this theory. So anything can be a theory. It's more of a speculation.
What happens with look, I've exposed so many pedos on.
It's it's funny, it's interesting. I would like to think about it, but it's not very convincing or based in anything.
Especially in the Minecraft community through my almost 10 years now on Drama Alert. What I always found out is that their closest friends a lot of time get busted too. These guys are in group chats.
Yeah, that is true. Gravity is a law. My bad on that. But replace that with theory of relativity or whatever, some other theory.
They figure out that they're both into kids or whatever, and they make a friend group and they hold each other's secrets and they stick up for each other and shit like that. I'm just putting this out there. I have no idea if this is true. I know very little about DSP and his audience, but is it possible that it's something like that? Maybe it isn't even CP. Maybe it's Phil has this weird kink or something, and Derek does too.
Derek is his porn dealer.
and they hold each other's secrets, right? Like maybe it's not even anything criminally, but could it be something like that?
Here's my honest to God theory. If I recall correctly, Derek was giving DSP money when he was underage using his parents' credit cards. And maybe, there's some humanity left in Phil. And he saw that it's sweet and endearing. And he's like, come, boy, I shall take you on as my squire. And we shall watch shitty Wulong playthroughs together or something.
Okay, now this is an actual theory because it's based on something that happened that we can trace back when Derek admitted to using his parents' credit card. And then he was officially like in the good old boys club, right? And maybe Phil is scared for his parents doing something. So that is a theory. That is based on something. So there's something to go by here.
Why does the chat keep saying scat? Like, what?
Yeah. You don't want to know. You don't want to know why they're saying scat. Just move on. Just ignore.
Eric into that?
He's into everything, dude. He's completely desensitized. His brain has been just burned away from everything. He can he's on everything. He's on every single type of adult material you could find.
A minute in Sidescrollers and in this one too. They keep talking about scat.
I'm not looking that up. I've seen enough of Derek's timeline.
I think we're okay with that. Yeah, I don't have any interest in exploring that. I don't have a whole lot of interest in exploring Derek, but I'll tell you, that seems like it's right up Keemstar's alley right there.
Yeah, and it's not just him. Like Keem, I mentioned earlier, a person called Pandali who used to be DSP's girlfriend. It is documented, and we have a lot of information out there that DSP groomed this person, where because I think she was about 18 when she moved in with Phil. So of course the assumption
17 in the chat.
Well, she was 17 when he slid into her DMs and had that conversation. So we know that I believe she was 18 when they moved in together. So the assumption is, okay, how long were you guys talking? And was she a minor at the time? And I know you got that question, Craig, to ask him about the Pandali stuff.
Right. Has Pandali ever done an interview or anything?
No, she unplugged for the night once she got away from Phil.
If there's a way to get a hold of her, I'll talk to her. Like, I would love to know her.
Sure, if she wants to, that's the only way to confirm stuff. Until then, that's it. You can't verify this. There's no more YouTube messaging app. You can't trace back any kind of info to that. So it just you don't have much to go by.
We have her name. We have her name and stuff. I don't want to say it here, but I can send you that information.
Right. Yeah, I don't want to dox anybody at all. Right, yeah.
I mean, her name was literally on her Twitter. Come on.
I was going to say, call me crazy, but I don't think DSP has enough charisma to groom anyone. He can't even groom himself, for God's sakes.
I think he just saw a fan girl that was interested in him. He was single, so yeah, why not? Come over, do my laundry. Let's be a couple.
Well, I think maybe it kind of a little starstruck, thinking the person has a little bit of money. Kind of that
okay, DSP did have money for a minute.
A little bit, but I mean, you watch somebody on the internet, you see, you just make people make assumptions, especially when you're 17 years old. I mean, you're a little bit more impressionable, so.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's something that I didn't necessarily want to touch. And I'll let you guys kind of dig into that, man, because a lot of people in the chat are like, hey, man, leave her alone, because apparently she was like a nice she was a victim of the circumstance, I guess. That's the vibe that I'm getting from the chat. So
I'm just here for the lulz, nothing more.
She shouldn't be harassed, but dude, I'd love to reach out to her and be like, hey, are you down to tell your story of what happened with all this,
I think Keemstar is being fair on this one. He can reach out. If she says yes, then go ahead. If she says no, then that's it,
A lot of times DSP's home.
And we have tons of people. I mean, there's John and Howard. These were two of DSP's friends that were part of his content, and essentially they wrote him off because he was such a shit friend. And there's documentaries. I could provide you that information as well.
Well, so
that is true.
Let's talk about that real quick, right? Because we talked about Phil, kind of his lifestyle. I go back to that, the 6 hours a day, or sorry, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day type of thing, and how that's not conducive to having any sort of life outside of producing content. It's not healthy. So I've heard these names. I heard these names a lot leading up to this. Like, so they were his friends and they just abandoned him altogether, or what?
So I figured Doody was going to handle this.
Yeah, so he essentially lived in Connecticut previously, and then he decided he was going to move out to where he currently lives right now. But a little bit before that, they had they worked on a couple projects. There were some issues with money where they felt like DSP was making money, he wasn't paying them. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, we could talk about it for an hour.
Howard was pissed.
Oh yeah. And they what they essentially did was they did a video. I think there's only the audio portion out there. But essentially they just called Phil out for being a terrible human being, and they just said, we want nothing to do with you anymore. And I mean, I could provide you that info, but
yeah, it's honestly, it's more than I care to get into personally, but I think if you're doing a documentary, you probably want to dig into that for sure. But like I said, I'm not going to be the one producing any sort of documentary. I think after this, we'll be done talking DSP for a good long while, probably forever on Sidescrollers. So that is my ultimate goal from this. Is
fair enough.
Final chapter. It's funny because I go back to I just knew that we were getting a flamethrower put on us by Phil tonight, and just like, okay, well, let's just go live. Keemstars, let's go live, and started talking Doody, and here we are talking about X's and all sorts of stuff. So this has been quite the rabbit hole to go down for sure.
I guess doing a documentary and like reaching out to these people around him and ask him if they want to do an interview or whatever, that's totally fair. Like any journalist can do that. I run a news media outlet. That's totally fair. But like, if he wants to twist this and be like, oh, well, he's stalking me, he's doing this and he's doing that, it's like, you were publicly on your show unprovoked multiple times, like fucking talking all kinds of crazy shit about me. So you can't act like, me trying to find the truth of your real situation makes you a victim or something like that. It's like, dude, you talk shit about me, I'm going to make a piece of content and interview people around you to see what they have to say, good or bad.
And what would it be called?
Level 1.
Level 1.
I think after this, he's in the tutorial phase. So maybe a tutorial.
This is crazy, man. I'll tell you this, the last 2 days have been, the 2 weeks leading up to this were something entirely different than the last 2 days. And the last 2 days have been something else. It has been, it's been interesting to see the reaction to this. And it's like pulling back an infinitely big onion that you'll never get to the center to.
You know what? That is true. That is very true. And from what I heard from the last 10 minutes, that's basically they just start pulling the layers of the onions real quick, and Craig gets super overwhelmed. So I think around this point, he indicates that he's kind of finished with it. And it's like, okay, Craig, thanks for stopping by, man. This was a great talk. And that's it. And Keem is obviously interested in some more stuff, so you can keep telling him stuff. But Craig seems to be checked out at this point. He's done.
And I think that's the best way to describe it. You'll never get to the middle of this.
It'll all end with Phil having a stroke live on stream and dying. That's how I see him going out, to be honest.
What at what age?
Oh my God.
41.
Phil's in the best shape ever.
Level 41.
Maybe his 60s?
60s, wow. That's pretty ambitious. That's 20 more years of streaming, live streaming. What is streaming going to be 20 years from now? It's going to be 2 generations after what we see right now of streamers. It's going to be probably some VR stuff. People are going to be performing live in front of a VR audience. But maybe VR is not going to take out. Maybe it's not going to take off as much as I think. I don't know.
Agree. The man is gonna be out there scamming your great grandkids. He's gonna be 90.
He's gonna outlive me.
Yes, he's gonna be asking your great grandkids for a $1 tip.
I'd roll over in my grave.
Now that I have a better perspective on Phil with like him playing this character and this victim character and just him lying, I'm really wondering about the camera being on situation, when he was fapping or whatever. Like, did he do that on purpose?
No.
Is it possible that he did that on purpose?
No.
If he has this humiliation kink, right? Where he wants to go on stream and beg for money and like he's literally baiting people to pick on him. Did he do that on purpose? I'm curious.
Nah, bro, he didn't do that. He doesn't have a humiliation kink. It's just easy for him. So he would rather like justify this not being humiliating in some way because it's easy for him. He can justify everything. He can gaslight himself into thinking everything is not humiliating. So yeah, there's no way he did it on purpose. There is no way in hell. I do not believe this for the life of me.
That was one of the original theories when it happened. I personally believe that this is who DSP is, and he's also come to the realization that what else can he do to make this money? Like, the only other option besides begging is working harder. And this is a guy who doesn't even want to walk around the block for fitness.
That's called motherfucking bars.
I don't know. It's interesting because even the idea that is a theory is crazy. But I've seen crazier things on the internet to try to gain publicity.
But he also made sure with Machinima that they took down those videos. And he originally reached out to Keem in a tweet, but you didn't get it. I still have a copy of it. It's like 2016, and DSP is like, if you really want to know what's happened, contact me. So it's kind of surprising to see DSP go from trying to talk to Keem specifically to use the jerk off thing to boost himself to absolutely hating you.
I don't think Phil's that clever to hatch this out. No way.
I don't know where this hatred like comes from to me. Like,
you made money.
It just
the hatred to me or the hatred to Phil?
Oh no, Phil
the
hates me. Like, it's unprovoked hate towards me. Very unprovoked hate towards me. And I'm like so curious. Like, why? Like, where does this come from?
Let's be real. You're successful, and you roasted him on Twitter after he came for you. That's it.
But he came. But that's the important thing. He came for me first. Like,
it
why?
doesn't matter. Phil's the hero. You're the villain.
Oh. Well, unfortunately, he's never going to be able to fight the final boss of the internet because he can't get past level 1.
DSP is his own final boss.
That's called motherfucking boss.
You know, it's funny you say that because that's actually like pretty much exactly what I said to Phil in email.
Yeah. I'm trying to help you level up, dude. I'm trying to help you get to level 2. That was a great email.
Like, look, man. Yeah, and I tweeted something to that effect as well. I just said, like, look, I don't even know exactly what I tweeted, but it was, I said, I've had a lot of folks reach out about the DSP interview. Thank you. We asked a lot of tough, fair and tough questions, and ultimately we want Phil to succeed. It just seems like he's standing in his own way. I'll be rooting for him, and I hope you do too. And I think that's that's like the biggest takeaway from all this. I feel like Phil is his biggest detractor. And,
yes.
And that's the thing that continuously is he's the one standing in his way from taking that next step. So.
Guys, I don't know if you guys really know the lore between me and Wings of Redemption, but Wings of Redemption is like one of the oldest people I've known on the internet. I've known Wings for like 15 years. We have always been enemies. We have never gotten along. We've never been on good terms. You know, there was a moment in 2011 where I did this
Call of Duty days
show with Elkie David, a billionaire. It was called Billionaires Challenge. It was the first Call of Duty event with 100,000 live concurrent viewers. It was like my little project that I did, and Wings was a part of it. And we were on somewhat good terms that year. But that's it. Like, through our whole history, me and Wings have never got along. Wings doxed me on Machinima.
yeah, that actually happened. And Wings was like, "Hey, Keem, is this your girlfriend's name? First name, last name here." Is this her address? First name, last name here. For the address here. Yeah, that actually happened. That was like very intimidating.
Things were fighting, and Sark was like the head guy at Machinima, but back then, this is like 2010 maybe. He's interviewing me and Wings, and he's trying to.
I'm gonna put this on 1.5 so we can get through the Wing segment.
Make peace.
Because man, I've been on this for like 6 hours. I'm tired.
It's happened like on Machinima, and in the interview, Wings goes, "Do you live at this address?" And
Yeah,
he's reading out my address. So like we've never got along. And so when I brought the Lol Call podcast to Boogie, and then Boogie brought it to Wings, Wings didn't care about any beef between me and him. He was like, "I'm down." Like, you know what I mean?
Get that money, fam.
For me and DSP to have no history, no beef back and forth really, and him to be like, "No, I hate that guy. He's a bad guy." It's like you hit it nail on the head, Craig. Like he is his own worst enemy.
I hope that he eventually realizes that.
He's never going to realize that. That's kind of his gimmick. That's why people keep watching him, because he will never realize those important things that people have been telling him for a decade.
Do I think that's going to happen? No. Like I said, this has been a script that apparently has been played out many times, and I think the saddest thing for me is he was a fan of what I did, a decade ago, 15 years ago. When
This is a good comment. DSP is Hamlet, except bad.
That's called motherfucking bars!
I had Screw Attack, and I ran this website called Screw Attack. It was pretty popular in the gaming space. We had a great community, and he was a community member there. And that's kind of how he got his start in content. And he's always like, he's always, I guess, admired my work, and over the various projects that I've done, and those things like that, which is why he wanted to come on the show to begin with. And now it feels like I've done him dirty, but I think that I honestly feel, and I could be totally off, but I honestly feel that if you just look at the 5 hours we spent together objectively, I don't see how anybody can potentially look at it that way. And even if you were to watch the post show we did today, I don't see how anybody can see that. Yes, we were frustrated about the situation, and the same things that we said on stream, I said to him in email. These are things that I would say to him in person, but we just had time to digest a little bit more. But now, once again, we are the bad guys. Who is the victim?
I agree with this 100%. I think Craig, very well spoken here. Very well.
It's Phil. Phil's the victim.
Phil's the victim. Phil is always the victim, no matter what happens, except unless he gains something. I'm talking about like money or clout. He is the victim. And in this case, he made himself look bad. And he is his own victim. Again, even though people gave him plenty of chances for plenty of things on that 5 hour long show and the post show.
And like I said, I was...
And at some point, it was kind of like a job interview when the interviewer kind of likes you, so they try and guide you into the right answer. They try and show you, okay, so this is kind of what you're supposed to say here. So would you like to say it? And then he was like, well, my fucking trolls, they mess with me. And my wife got a restraining order against her former boyfriend because he was beating her. Well, okay, Phil. Yeah, we gave you a chance.
Told this was going to happen. I was told this was going to happen by dozens of people. Look, he's going to turn on you. He's going to make you the bad guy. He's going to rat you out. He's going to make you seem really like an asshole. Guess what? Here we are. And it sucks.
Oh, Boogie and Wings of Redemption are going to box each other.
This was such a great transition. Listen, Craig. Listen, Craig. Wings and Boogie. They're boxing, okay? Listen. Look here, listen, pimp.
All right, all paid for trip, and they're getting a check. All right, and they're gonna box each other. It's gonna be viewed free, absolutely free. You don't even have to spend money to watch this fight. All right, on YouTube, on the Misfits channel. It's gonna be on the prelims, the undercard of KSI's next fight. This is the real deal. This is a big deal. There's gonna be 20,000, 40,000 people in that arena, packed to watch this fight. And when those two fight each other, I'm calling the fact that both of them are getting in the ring level 2. One of them is going to win. And when they win, I just came up with this idea right now. I'm getting a custom belt made, and the winner is getting a belt that says level 3.
Oh yeah, there we go. They get to graduate level 3
to the next level. Right?
I'm sure Wings is gonna get this. At this point, Wings is getting it, man. He's gonna do it for all the detractors. He's gonna do that. He's gonna get the level 3 one. He's gonna come on stream. He's gonna lift the belt up. It's gonna be like his WrestleMania moment. It's gonna be so iconic. Oh, that's gonna be so fun.
Right. Will you deliver? If you ever get a chance to do your interview with Phil, will you bring him a belt as well, a custom belt?
He'd love it.
He'd have to do something. I mean, doing an interview it's not going to change his life. It's not going to help him. You know, he did an interview with you. You know, if he did that interview with you and he was honest, he was a real person, and he just let it all go, let the act go, and was like, look, I have a gambling problem.
Bro, Doody, how many mods do you have in your chat, dude? This is all boyfriends here. Wow, that's pretty fucking crazy. Big ups.
You know, sure, he deserves.
Big ups Battleman 3 for the sub, dude.
I want to rock! Belt, he deserves level 2. He deserves something. He just blew that opportunity. Imagine sitting there for 5 hours being asked over and over again, getting that second chance offered to you over and over. Craig, I saw you. You're like, come on, man. Just send the screenshot. Like, dude, you were giving him a chance for redemption over and over and over again. And, you know, people want to say that, oh, you were holding him to the fire, you were interrogating him. No, you were giving him an opportunity to come clean, and he didn't take it.
I think that anybody who would look at it logically saw that. And I think that's probably the most frustrating thing about it is, like, I kept extending those olive branches, man. Like, that's the thing I just can't get past. I can't get past the idea that, like, dude, just take a screenshot on your phone. Send it to me now. Do it so everybody can see it.
Because he'd incriminate himself.
No, Craig, you told him
Craig. No, Craig. Look here. Listen, Pimp.
Just look at it.
Yes. I need a voice clip of that. Craig.
Just look at it.
Just me.
He said no. And he said, I gotta talk to my wife. That is the most. He lied. That is a lie. Hands down lie. It's a lie, bro. Like,
I'm gonna rewind this. Hold on.
He lent it to me, and I'll just look at it.
Yes, on your phone. Send it to me now. Do it so everybody can see it.
Because he'd incriminate himself.
No, Craig, you told him say that.
Holy shit! Oh wait, something is hurting. I laughed too hard.
Why?
I'm an old man, you guys. I'm 26 years old. You know, when you get old. When you get old and you laugh too hard, things start hurting, Craig.
This whole community exists of people hating on Phil. That's why there are this army of
the hate army, the cult of hate.
Million detractors is because of these lies.
1,000 detractor army.
Dude, you probably know better than anybody. I mean, you have a legion of detractors. Which, once again, I've never seen anybody, like, literally ever, like Darkside Phil. And, you know, I've been doing this for a really long time, and I've seen detractors come, you know, whatever you want to call people who are extremely polarizing, but I've never seen people, seen communities built around just people, for lack of a better word, just kind of despising somebody. You know, and it's so one-sided as well. It's not like there's little fringe groups of people who are like, yes, we love Phil. It's like he has his one group, but there's so many other groups of people who are detractors. And I think that's one of the most fascinating thing about it is, you know, I went through it. Doody, your stream had 10,000 views of the restream of Sidescrollers yesterday. I was like, what? That's insane. It's crazy, man.
I think the easy way to explain it is thus, right? He creates some weird piece of content, whatever that is, a stupid react, a stupid gameplay video, a stupid pre-stream, and everybody takes that and converts it into something that is entertaining in some way. whether that be an edit like Dick Stroke and Phil, whether that be a live stream somebody shitting on him like this, whether that be a song, or whatever you do. You take that thing, you convert it, and that reality show gets to get assembled in different ways. So you get the different versions of that thing, but it's through a different lens, a different perspective. And there are a lot of them are similar because it's like shitting on the guy, but there's like a creative spin by everybody. So it's you get something different anywhere you go.
Crazy to see.
And did you guys like?
I'm not just talking about like YouTube stuff. It's the same on Twitter. People have a different style of doing stuff. On Kiwi Farms, they got different types of takes. It's just like Shinko put it. He's a content catalyst. He creates the reality show, and everybody repackages that whole reality show in their own way.
Remember the moment that we were talking about Buggy and Wings boxing, how he tried to attack that? And he was like, well, oh yeah, they're not healthy and they're not this, and you know, someone's gonna get hurt and blah blah blah. It's like, what, you're even hating on that? Like, look, I know these guys have a lot of haters.
Yeah, he called Boogie. I love the Keem accent. It's so funny, man. Listen up, Craig. Boogie.
At every
big ups, Boogie.
Of combat sports, people respect the fighter for getting in the ring. They respect the fighter for. They're gonna get respect.
Even in wrestling, I know people say, "Oh, wrestling is fake. It's some fake shit." Those dudes work out really hard, and they try and be convincing to the best of their abilities. Yeah, sometimes they botch the shit out of some spot and they look ridiculous. They try, man, and they perform in front of thousands of people, some cases tens of thousands of people, massive pressure. And they also need to put together something that has been scripted. So in any kind of like sport, people appreciate the effort that goes into it to just get in shape to be able to go there and to perform.
Backed for doing this. And it is a risk. It's a risk. Anytime you step in a boxing ring, even if you're a professional boxer, you could die that night. You can die. Like, and most people know that, and if you don't know that, you should. All right, it's a real risk. One of them could actually die, but that's where the respect comes in. You're willing to lay it all on the line, you know, for money, for an opportunity, for entertainment.
Yeah, this is something that is going to be a great opportunity for them. I mean, it's really going to help them out. That 50K will help Boogie and will help Wings. Real quick, I added 2 individuals to the call. I just wanted to let you know, it's Agent Proper and Shinko. These guys are expert detractors. They can answer pretty much anything, any question you may have. So I just brought them on, so whenever you guys have questions about the Phil lore, they can definitely answer it. Better than I can.
All right, so here's the controversial style segment. Let's see what this is about. I heard only the last like 5 minutes, basically, maybe 10 minutes. Let's say.
Hey,
I got about 5 minutes left.
I'm going to say this. I'm about to cut out too.
Right. I don't know how much more DSP I can take. I think like once I'm done here, I am done.
It's over. That's what I said when I made my first video.
So can I say something really quickly? Keemstar, like I noticed that you said a couple of times that, you know, there's no way that these are real people. I'm literally here to tell you that these are real people. These are real people doing these things. In terms of Phil being a character, Phil, he has no social interaction with people whatsoever. So what you're seeing is what you get, because that's the only interaction he gets with people outside of, you know, in life, period. If you check like the bank leaks that come out, you can see that his day consists of spending money on WWE champions, going to get gas, getting groceries, pet supplies, comes back home. That's it. So basically, that's the guy. Like you're watching his YouTube channel. Like that's 100% pure unadulterated Phil. Right,
man, myth, the legend.
I mean, yeah, I've been watching Phil for as long as he's been around, since before he's, you know, even put out his Street Fighter videos. I mean, for 15 years now, this guy has done everything a scumbag would do, exploiting people throughout the years to get to where he is. And, you know, that's the reason why I'm modding his, you know, thread over there on Kiwi Farms. That's the reason why I'm sitting here trying to get lore straight for you guys. So I was DMing with Craig, reaching out to different people. You know, I just want people to understand the kind of guy Phil is and who they're getting in bed with.
Why do you guys feel, in your words, he's a scumbag? Why do you feel like DSP is like? Provide me with examples. This is something that you know, like.
I can give you one right off the bat. Like I can give you one that like can resonate with anybody.
Sure,
he has a cat. He has a cat that he neglects. Again, because he's a social. You know, since he's a social pariah, he doesn't interact with people. He probably got this cat to, like, offset that or whatever. But, you know, since he talks so much on screen, he gives off little details about how he neglects his cat. So my biggest one that I've shown before is when Phil likes to go to bed, right? Phil likes to take the cat with him inside the bedroom and lock the door because he doesn't want the cat to get out. But at the same time, he doesn't want the cat's litter box to stink up the bedroom, so he leaves the litter box outside and leaves the cat without a means to relieve itself for several hours.
Oh, that's
so you can hear DSP say like, yeah, you know, I try to get a good night's sleep because Phil likes to wake up at 10 o'clock, not 9 as he told you. And basically the cat is waking him up because the cat has to pee. Another thing is it's on my Twitter. It's on my Twitter. It's pinned on my Twitter because of his negligence of his house. He had gotten ants. And he had gotten ant poison. And he admitted on stream that the ant poison leaked out onto the floor, and he did not clean it up specifically because he knew that the cat wouldn't eat it because the cat doesn't like sweet for some reason. So that's a personal beef with me. And the other thing is just like him preying on these mentally malleable people. And if you watch,
all right, this is the one I can agree with. The Jasper one, that's completely unnecessary. You're bringing this up to like people who are not into the like details of this. You need like a top level perspective. So give him an example of like, yeah, just like this, how he treats his chat. The way that he is going to single out a single person in chat that disagrees with him, he's going to berate them specifically. He's going to bring them up. Completely unnecessary. He's going to shit on them and make them a laughing stock of everybody else who is on stream. That would be a good example. That has applied multiple times. You can find like 100 examples of that.
Says the devil's in the details because he uses, like you said, he uses a lot of doublespeak. He uses a lot of gaslighting. And these people can't,
that is true.
Like, you know, they're also socially awkward, so they can't tell whether he's lying or not. And some people do, and some they just don't care. So those are the two main examples of like why I do what I do. Because number one, he like the cat that really bothers me, and number two is like him preying on people.
All right, the preying on people should have been like the biggest one, the biggest example. I mean that makes the most sense. What else? I had it in mind, but I forgot. I'm gonna remember. Anyways.
Right.
Well, that wasn't good. That wasn't good. Like, you know, Craig set you up like, dude, prove that he's an evil person, right? It's like,
and it's just like the way he makes his wife look stupid at every chance where he could take the blame off himself. He makes her look stupid. And Keemstar is just not buying this because they spent all this time talking about how Phil is like a pile of shit. And then we bring up, oh, Jasper can't get to the bathroom. And I know I'm a Jasper hater. I don't give a shit about Jasper. And what he's doing to Jasper is not cool. It fucking sucks. He puts him in the fucking bedroom, locks him so he can go to the bathroom. And then he got a UTI like a year ago or something.
He left the.
But yeah, you can bring up the thing that they talked about with the Be Awesome one when he brought up having his personal information, being able to use it for malicious means, the PW Dubs situation. Just so much stuff, man. Feigning distress, pretending like he knows about like he has $1,000. We gotta spend $1,000 or something to fix something, and then you ask him a week after he gets the $1,000. Hey Phil, what happened with that? Oh, that never happened, you fucking idiot.
And he's locking the cat in the room. It's like, guys, there has to be something better than this.
There is. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's my personal thing. Like I'm saying that's my personal thing. You can nail me to the cross. I don't care. That's my personal thing. But like there's really like he really does go out of his way to set up cabal. Like basically it's this. He doesn't want to get a job. He wants to live life like it's mommy and daddy's house.
That is true.
He creates these lies and these scenarios for people to believe him. Okay, so like that's not the worst thing. The worst thing is that he creates these vortexes, these web of lies.
Oh yeah, the vest would have definitely been a very good example. The vest, how it started from something grassroots, organic, and then became just a way that he could just like beg for money and guilt trip people.
It's basically he would use to obfuscate what he's doing. So, for example, like the WWE Champions thing, he's literally out there telling people that I am going ahead and using this for my shower that my wife broke. And then people give him the money, and then people go, hey, where's the money for the shower? Then he literally goes and looks in the screen and goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's none of your business. Like, why are you asking me about that?
Yeah, that is true.
Say, guys, I need, money because I need to go see my parents because my parents, they don't got a lot of time left, And next thing you know, he's flying over there, and it's so he can have a wedding with his wife. These are things that like Proper can like really like give you documented evidence on. Like they have like documents of this stuff.
This is
so there's things like from like a normie perspective that might piss somebody off, but then there's like somebody that's actually looking and digging deeper. You would see like, not necessarily like you want to freaking nail, you want to kill the guy, but the thing is, it's like you need a spotlight on him so he doesn't continue doing these things.
So basically, you're just kind of backing up what we all been saying is like he's just dishonest and he's like potentially a scammer.
He's a scammer.
I mean,
he's a
this is all
scammer and he's
surface
very
level
neglectful.
stuff.
He's very neglectful. That's another.
Let me
thing.
say this. This is about on the DSP cliff where I'm going to take a step back and be like, I'm good. I'm pretty good.
And that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys who you're talking to right now, they're newer detractors. They haven't been around as long as I have. The thing is that, Phil, for years, his behavior towards people has just been abusive. He's used his parents as an excuse for things. He's used his girlfriend's own sickness as excuses for different reasons. I mean, this pattern of behavior goes back for as long as I can remember when it comes to Phil.
He's a professional victim. He's a professional victim.
He is, and he's even gone as far as scamming his mom for tax money.
Whoa!
And
What?
using it that way.
Yes,
the 10-year plan.
I mean,
Okay, now that's putting it like it's. I know what he means because I know the details, but to Keemstar, you gotta tell it in a little bit of a different way. You gotta package it a little bit differently. Not really scamming his mom, even though I know what he means. He promised his mom he would get a job in fucking 10 years from now. But he didn't, and he took her money.
I was just about to leave, but just explain the tax money with the...
Keem, real quick, before you explain that, Keem, thank you very much. Gundam, it's a pleasure to talk to you. You're fascinating, and I can't wait to have you on the show sometime. Keem, I'd love to have you on as well if you have the opportunity leading up to the big boxing match. Doody, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity. Agent Proper and Shinko, thank you guys very much. I'm going to say good night, but thank you guys very much for your time and allowing me to be a part of this. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to be here.
have a good one, Greg.
Hey guys, bye-bye.
Tell me about the mother taxes thing, because I am curious, but then I'm going to go.
I think Proper has to this is Proper.
So Phil, when he left to Connecticut to go get married, he was in financial distress. Leading up to it, he was telling us how he didn't have the money to go and propose to Kat, to go ahead and marry the girl. How he couldn't set up certain things along the way to even go see his, quote, sick and dying parents. Now, Phil used this as an excuse to get out there and marry Kat behind everybody's back.
After he told us all that he didn't have money to do it 3 times over.
Yeah, so he tried to get it as a kind of a flex on trolls. And his wedding night, he argued with trolls on Twitter.
Oh, that was funny as fuck.
Yep.
Being with his wife.
He went after another YouTuber, remember? And then everyone was like, Phil, you're married. Calm the fuck down.
And he had this whole story when he came back during his stream about how he had to have a sit-down talk with his good mom and tell him, I need some help with some stuff. I'm going through some problems, His mom tried to give him the money to go take his wife on a honeymoon. And he decided instead to use it for tax money.
And she gave it to him under the premise that he had a 10-year plan to get off YouTube.
Yeah. Which, well, it's not working out well.
I've heard enough. All right.
Ripcord.
This backs up my theory. All right. This guy is addicted to being a professional victim and begging for money. This is who he wants to be. This is what he wants to do. If he were to win $1 million in the lottery, he would not tell anyone. He would go on stream and he would say, guys, I need money to pay for my rent. I need money to pay for this. I need money to pay for that. He would not tell anyone. If he had $1 million in the bank right now, you wouldn't see any change in Phil. What I've said from the very beginning and what I figured out in my little experience here with DSP is that this is a character. This is not legit. This is not fucking real. This guy is playing a fucking professional e-bagger online. This is his avatar in this metaverse.
In the metaverse.
I'm telling you, that is what is going on here. I can see it clear as day.
No, bro, it's not a character. He's legit. He's just delusional, man. He's drinking his own Kool-Aid. He mixes it up. He drinks it first, and then he lets other people drink it. That's just how he is.
Thank you guys for having me on the show.
If you ever get out there and get that interview with him and prove me wrong that he is actually just playing a character, okay. I mean, but for the 15 years I've watched him, Phil on stream is still Phil off stream. Like right now, you are seeing a 40-year-old man begging every single day from a gullible audience who wants to support him no matter what.
Let me ask you a
that's
question.
okay.
If I'm so wrong, all right, let me ask you a question. If he had $1 million in his bank account, would he tell his audience, or would he still act like he needs money to pay rent?
No, he wouldn't.
He would definitely tell his audience. For DSP, flexing and ego comes before everything. Of course, like Piece of Peace says, it's ego and greed. So I'm sure he would tell people. He would tell people, "Oh, you guys, I bought a new Rolls Royce. You know, it's like really cool. I feel like I have to tell you because you guys are my friends. You know, we're like friendly here." So he would definitely flex if he had a lot of money. And then he wouldn't beg for a little bit, and then at some point he would just start flexing. He would just start begging. And it would be like, Phil, but what happened to that a lot of money? Well, it went to like bills and stuff? That's definitely what I think. I think he would definitely flex. He wouldn't be back on stream begging. He would just kind of avoid mentioning support, and he would just get the money that people are willing to send him. Maybe at some point he would pat himself on the back, be like, hey, you guys, have you noticed I haven't begged for money for like a week now? And the trolls, they're really mad about it because I haven't begged for money, but you know, things are going good on the streams. I don't really need to beg. And then at some point he's going to be broke again because he's going to spend it on bullshit. He's going to go on vacation at some point. He's going to come back. And there you go.
He has been exposed twice for setting up money behind the scenes, selling statues. Tevin did a video on it. And then there was another director that got him for $9K or faked him out of $9K.
So he talks to his whales behind the scenes through email. And he tries to set up donations, tries to talk to them to support certain events. He tries to really kind of squeeze them out of any cash they can. He wants to peel that Velcro wallet wide open.
I gotta go. Thank you for having me on, Doody.
Good time.
Doody.
Stopping by, man. I appreciate it.
I may as well get to editing. I got 12 hours to go.
All right. Thanks for jumping on, Gundam, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, Doody.
Proper. Your name is legendary in the scene.
Oh,
hey, man, if you ever want to talk, we'll talk. I mean, my DMs are open.
I don't know if I want to talk about Phil for long periods of time.
Oh, no, I get it. We'll talk about whatever, man. I watch a lot of locales and stuff like that.
No, I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, guys.
No problem.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm a bit flustered. This isn't my wheelhouse.
You're right.
I apologize to everybody. I'll flub this a little bit. But
he was in the big dogs.
Tell me about it. Dude,
all right, so this, like, I heard a lot of people complain about this a lot. And I think the only problem was the cat stuff. Because, like, they brought up, like, hey, why do you think Phil is so bad? And you bring up Jasper. That's too, like, low level, like, way too in detail stuff. That is just, like, the minute stuff. You gotta go, like, large scale with these guys.
Like, who the fuck? Why is drama alert on my chat? And I'm looking, I'm like, that's not.
And yeah, with Doody, I understand. You get like Keemstar phoning into your thing. Of course, there's a lot of pressure. It's fucking Keemstar, of course. And the microscope is gonna be on you and how you do.
And then he's.
Of course, it's like big time stuff. It's fucking Keemstar. And you getting Craig after he just did an interview with DSP. You know, people are gonna talk about it. I understand that. I think it was pretty enjoyable stream with the last like 20 minutes being a little bit hard, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Wasn't that big of a deal. Craig was finished anyways. Craig was finished like 10 minutes before Proper and Shinko joined. So there was nothing really that they could say that could keep him engaged. He was done. He was ready to check out. The cat stuff, a little bit overboard, and the rest of the stuff, I don't really see a big problem with. Like they talked about the 10-year plan. That was, as far as I know, correct. He faked like his parents being, I might never see him again, you guys, so I gotta go there and then tell my mom I'm getting a job 10 years from now, and then forget about it. So yeah, I think it was pretty good.
I'm going to bed.
All right, brother. Good night.
Yeah, I'm about that.
You too.
Do I think Craig is gonna come on TBS? Maybe he will. If he cares about it, then he can come on. If he doesn't, then he doesn't have to. Like that's cool with me. Let's see what DSP is up to. As far as I know, he agreed to come on. He mentioned it on his podcast that he was up for coming on. So if he wants to come on, he can come on. We can talk about the same shit he was just talking about, if he's interested. Why is DSP not live? Is this on DSP Reacts? Is it time for that? Are we serious? DSP Reacts. Why are we there? DSP versus the internet. Oh, I'm not watching this shit. And he just started here. So this is finished. So he hid his stream because he's a bitch. So you can't even see the official thing. Wow, this fucking sucks. Well, fuck off, DSP. I do not give a fuck. And apparently, looking at Discord, it was a very boring nothing burger of a pre-stream, so I don't even have to watch that. So there we go. We kind of win. We kind of win. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it. Oh, I need to go and decompress, I think, I think it is time to clock out. I think you're right, Cyclone. Oh, he hated on LTG. Well, cool. I guess. Lolcow on Lolcow Violence. So we got SNORTWAVE. We got the new song. You can go check it out. It's fun. It's with me featuring Lemtex, the King of the Ring. So you can go give it a shot. Give it a listen. Did you like it? Did you hate it? What would you rate it? You're the best. You're the best. What should I review next? Transition.
And you know what this reminds me of? When I worked at the helicopter company, helicopter support. It 1,000,000% reminds me of that. American Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. I worked for a major company, a helicopter company. It's called Aftermarket Support for helicopters. Okay? They're flying around. Things are breaking down. Parts are wearing out. We're a one-stop shop for helicopters. But I was told, we see potential for you. You're better than just working customer support. Revamp the business from ground up. You can map it out and find bottlenecks and find shortcomings and find helicopters so that our company runs more efficiently. Okay? So I busted my ass. I worked my ass off. I did double work, never got paid for it. And you say, it's part of the process, man. It's just part of corporate America. Fuck you. Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. Gone forever. Band. It happened to me. Fuck you. Why don't you listen to me? You don't know shit. It happened to me. So shut the fuck up. Why don't you listen to me? Because no one cares.
That's called motherfucking bars, nigga.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the GOAT. Fuck you. Why don't you listen to me? That's what I'm talking about. You don't know shit.
Suck a dog off. Suck a dog off.
So shut the fuck up. Why don't you listen to me? Cause no one cares. It happened to me. Fuck you. Why don't you listen to me? You don't know shit. It happened to me. So shut the fuck up. Why don't you listen to me? Cause no one cares.
Thanks everybody. See you around.